Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Shadow Assassin Chapter 151. With a slight smile, Lin Zhe instantly disappeared in place. The only thing left in the dark space was Lin Zhe's echoing voice. So what if I stop you? Cough cough. You. Seeing Lin Zhe suddenly disappearing in front of her, Firut couldn't help but be startled. She subconsciously charged her arms and was ready to deal with Lin Zhe's possible attack at any time, but before she could react, Firut felt her own a tight neck. Then the figure of Lin Zhe appeared in Firut's eyes again, and she was pinched by Lin Zhe's neck with one hand. A murderous intent that seemed to be in essence suddenly enveloped her whole body, and Firut coughed violently, unable to lift the slightest strength at all. Even the broken blade in his hand fell to the ground, because he couldn't hold it. Under the faint starlight, Lin Zhe couldn't see the slightest expression on his face. Lin Zhe threw Firut to the ground until his breathing almost disappeared. Walking slowly to Firut's side, Lin Zhe's tone did not contain the slightest emotion. Take me to where you live. After meeting Firut, a plan suddenly appeared in Lin Zhe's mind. That is to find a way to control the kingdom of Lucanica and then use the power of the kingdom of Lucanica to help you find what you want to find. In fact, many of the records about life in the world of Zero are taboo books, only such as Lucanica and the witch cult such a big power have documents recorded. Although Lin Zhe doesn't know what level his current strength is from Zero, Lin Zhe can probably have some estimates. At least his current strength is considered an above-average level. Therefore, unlike the previous route that was inclined to dormancy, this time Lin Zhe decided to take the most direct path and push it all the way. After owning the system mall, Lin Zhe could buy enough to support himself to carry out this most difficult task. Simple plans for many things. For example, there are a lot of talismans, a lot of weapons, and a lot of materials. After the system mall appeared, Lin Zhe could use his reputation to mobilize all the resources in the template world he owned. Therefore, even if Lin Zhe's current self-judgment strength is not clear enough from Zero, it will not affect Lin Zhe's next plan. Cough. What do you want to do? After being thrown to the ground by Lin Zhe, Firut took a while to recover. She looked at Lin Zhe with some doubts, trying to see some information she wanted to know from Lin Zhe's expression, but soon Filu looked at Lin Zhe with some doubts. He was disappointed. Apart from the coldness in his tone, Lin Zhe showed no other emotional fluctuations at all. Just like a sculpture. Compared to the nervousness just now, Firut became a lot more relaxed now after being controlled by Lin Zhe. It is a normal thing to be killed in this world. If Lin Zhe wanted to kill her just now, she would have already died by now. However, the fact that Lin Zhe asked him to take her back to her residence made Firut puzzled. Judging from some of the clothes that Lin Zhe could vaguely see under the starlight, Lin Zhe's strange clothes could be seen. Lin Zhe must be a rich or noble person. Therefore, the possibility of plotting their own property is unlikely. Unable to figure out Lin Zhe's intentions, Firut couldn't help but panic a little. She thought of the bad tastes of some nobles, so she couldn't help but look at Lin Zhe with murderous intent. Chapter 225. However, although Firut had doubts about Lin Zhe's intentions, she did not show it. Although Lin Zhe has now released her control. However, Firut could feel that it was easy for Lin Zhe to control himself, and for some reason, Firut found that he couldn't raise his strength at all. After thinking a little, Firut remembered that when he was thrown to the ground by Lin Zhe, a light blue light entered his body. Firut didn't care about it before, but now that he thinks about it, Firut can't help but feel my heart is tight. It was obvious that the man in front of him had cast some kind of seal magic. Come with me. After learning that she was sealed by Lin Zhe and could not escape, Firut's whole body seemed to be taken out of time, and she also understood that she could not run away this time. At least for now, I can only listen to Lin Zhe obediently. However, although Firot gave up resistance, she secretly made a decision in her heart. If Lin Zhe does something bad to herself, she will choose to cut herself off. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. After watching Firot, who was just like a violent little tiger, slowly turning into a docile kitten, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "I put something in your body. If you want to run away, try. The slums of Tinglucknika City. A tall but thin young man limped to the front of a dilapidated wooden house. Damn, almost didn't run away. Rolling up his trouser legs and looking at a wound on his leg, the young man grinned in pain. Suddenly, the young man felt the sound of footsteps coming from a distance. He immediately grabbed the stone beside him and looked at the direction of the footsteps with a wary expression, but after seeing the person coming, he relaxed for a long time. In a tone of voice, he said with some crying and laughing, "Master M, I thought it was that man who was chasing after him. Scared me. Didn't felt come with you?" A tall giant old man walked slowly from a distance. He looked at the young man sitting on the steps in front of the wooden house, his wrinkled forehead wrinkled, and asked worriedly, "She went out again. Isn't she back already?" Hearing Lord Rum's words, the young man suddenly became puzzled. Before, he followed Firot to steal the fruit, but was discovered by the orchard guards, and he and Firot escaped in different directions. Because he was worried about Firot being caught, after escaping, he also climbed a tree to see if Firot was caught. After seeing the man guarding the orchard returning to the wooden house and failing to catch Firot, he returned. "I am back." Just when he learned that Firot had not come back, and that Lord Roma, who had always regarded Firot as his granddaughter, was about to find it, Firot's voice came from a distance. Hearing Felt's voice, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. As the owner of the stolen goods warehouse in the slum, Lord Roma is actually not a poor man. He also persuaded Firot not to go out to steal things. After all, no one can guarantee that he will not miss it. However, Lord Rum's proposal was rejected by Felt. She has something she wants to do and has been saving money for it. Who is this? Soon Firot brought Lin Zhe to the front of Lord Roma and the young men. Looking at Lin Zhe beside Firot, Lord Roma suddenly became vigilant. The slum is a very dangerous existence. There are very few strangers in this area. Especially since it was still night, it was suspicious that Lin Zhe appeared here. Firot tried to squeeze out a smile, and she soon became as relaxed as usual and said in a flat tone, "This is my employer, who entrusted me to steal something. Because it's too late, he's staying here tonight." Hearing Felut's words, Lord Rum's original attacking posture relaxed slightly. Although he still had a lot of doubts, seeing Felut's reluctance to say more, he did not continue. Ask. After all, it's not like he hasn't encountered something like today, but it's the first time that an employer like Lin Zhe has come so late. In the slums at night, ordinary people walking out is simply asking for a dead end. Therefore, since Lin Zhe can come here safely, it can be shown that Lin Zhe has something to rely on. 0. Flower 0. It turned out to be a guest. After thinking for a moment, Lord Rum's guarded face showed a warm smile. No matter whether Lin Zhe was really a guest who came to entrust, as Firot said, at least he didn't ask Felut privately. He needs to maintain a normal attitude until he understands the situation. Pointing to a lighted wooden house in the distance, Lord Roma invited it. "If the guests don't dislike it, please come with me." The night was slowly getting deeper and deeper. Lin Zhe lay quietly on the bed in the wooden house. He just came to this world and he still has a lot of things to think about. As for Firot, Lin Zhe didn't pay any attention to what she meant. She was marked by Lin Zhe. No matter how far she ran, Lin Zhe could track her in a very short time. 0. Moreover, the key point was sealed by his own seal. If Lin Zhe wanted to, he could kill Firot at any time. On the way here, Lin Zhe asked some more crucial information from Firot. The king of Luknica Kingdom was still alive. The current Führer is still some time away from the age of 14 when the original plot began. This also means that there is still about half a year before the official start of the plot. Half a year is enough for Lin Zhe to do a lot of things. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe decided to stay in the capital for a while. It was the first time that Lin Zhe came into contact with a magic world. Lin Zhe had never seen the magic messenger and the way he fought with the elf messenger. Even though Lin Zhe's strength is very strong now, he is not the kind of undead existence, so he still needs to be vigilant. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe decided to stay in Wancheng for a while. Turn off the lights in the room. Lin Zhe threw it casually, and a light blue enchantment suddenly enveloped him. Immediately, Lin Zhe began to sleep. No matter which world he was in, Lin Zhe always took the matter of sleeping seriously. But when Lin Zhe fell asleep, Führer was not asleep. In a dark warehouse Shadow Assassin Chapter 152, Fellow, you won't have anything to hide from me, will you? Sitting on a wooden box, Lord Ram took a sip of wine and looked worriedly at Felt, who was leaning against the wall and nibbling on a piece of bread. 8. Chapter 226. Even though Führer had concealed it very well before, Lord Ram still noticed that Führer was different from usual. They are two people who are not relatives but are no different from relatives. Lord Ram naturally knew Felt very well. He poured a glass of milk for Filat, and Master Roma said coldly, "Did that guy named Lin Zhe threaten you?" "Stop guessing there." Führer ate all the bread in her hand and even poured the crumbs from her palm into her mouth. She drank the milk that Lord Roma handed over, poured some water and mixed it. Drank it with water. Standing up, he grabbed the wine bottle that Lord Roma was holding in his hand. Führer wiped the mouth of the bottle, took a sip of wine, made a face at Lord Roma and said, "That guy is in me. There's a strange magic built on me and I can't run at all. Don't get too excited, I don't feel any malice from him." As soon as Führer's words fell, Lord Roma, who was sitting on the wooden box, suddenly stood up. Seeing Lord Roma's movements, Führer put down the cup in his hand in a hurry, and his tone was a little bit helpless. "His strength is very strong. If he wanted to hurt us, he would have done it long ago. That is a force that cannot be resisted at all." "All right." Hearing Felt's explanation, Lord Ram took a deep breath and then put down the giant axe he was holding. When he saw Lin Zhe, although Lin Zhe didn't say anything and didn't change his expression, Mr. Ram could faintly feel a huge sense of oppression. At first, Lord Ram thought it was a hallucination, caused by his being too old, but now that he thinks about it, he can't help but be surprised. Walking to the window and looking at the place where Lin Zhe was arranged to live in the distance, Lord Ram said worriedly, "I hope that one has no special intentions." The next day. There is not a single white cloud in the sky, and the blue sky is the only view in the field of vision. In a small yard overgrown with weeds, Lin Zhe closed his eyes tightly. After an unknown amount of time, his eyes suddenly opened. One had straight silver white hair, his face was cut like a knife, and his muscles were scattered. The young man appeared in Lin Zhe's mind. After Lin Zhe opened his eyes, the silver-white straight-haired youth opened his scarlet eyes. The young man quickly stood up and punched in front of Lin Zhe. At first, the youth's movements were very slow. With a continuous transformation of his fists and palms, one can see that blue fist shadows like flowing water slowly appeared around the youth. Slowly, the young man's movements became faster and faster, and in the end, his whole person was like a pool of water flowing in the void, giving people a continuous, but incomparably strong feeling. Is this the flowing water rock-shattering fist? Watching the hungry wolf in his mind finish the water-shattering rock fist, Lin Zhe closed his eyes again. He took a step out with his right foot, and then began to practice the rock-smashing fist that he remembered. At first, Lin Zhe's movements were very jerky, and even halfway through the fight, his movements were slowly deformed several times, and in the end he couldn't continue to fight. However, Lin Zhe didn't stop or meant to be anxious. He was still repeating it again and again, again and again. Slowly, Lin Zhe was finally able to finish the fight again. Slowly, the flowing water and rock-shattering fist that Lin Zhe played out was no longer a rigid feeling and began to have his own soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily quest. Practice flowing water rock-shattering fist 100 times and reward Hungry Wolf template proficiency. Progressed by 0.08%. Lin Zhe stopped when he heard the system prompt. System, character template system. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, life in a different world from zero. Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%. Strongest Celestial Master Zhang Zihui, 100%. God level Hungry Wolf, 0.08%. Reputation value, 3.04 million. Owned worlds, Scarlet Eyes, Inuyasha. System Mall, omitted. After obtaining the Hungry Wolf template, Lin Zhe's daily task became to practice the flowing water rock-shattering fist 100 times, or practice the whirlwind slashing iron fist 100 times. These two sets of boxing techniques, the flowing water rock-crushing fist, is the main defense, and the whirlwind slashing iron fist is the main attack. Both sets of punches are very powerful punches. The flowing water rock crusher can deflect the attack with a strange force, weakening the strength of the attack. The attack that would have been seriously injured or even killed by a frontal hit would also lose its original effect. The pace is like a momentary movement, and the enemy uses the unpredictable figure to accurately hit the key points. The movements are like flowing water without stopping, and at the same time have huge destructive power. In the original Book of One Punch World, when the Hungry Wolf is in danger, the body will automatically use this move, just like instinct. The whirlwind slashing iron fist is a super fast slash that the enemy can't respond to. Because the speed is extremely fast and the power is extremely strong when using this move, it is like a knight who is proficient in sword Kai in the novel. Shattered to pieces. After mastering this move, it has a miraculous effect on high resilience enemies. It has to be said that for Lin Zhe, these two sets of boxing techniques can undoubtedly improve Lin Zhe's melee compatibility again. If you combine these two sets of boxing techniques with a few thunder techniques from your own Liuxianxi template, the power is bound to increase several levels again. After the templates gradually increased, Lin Zhe began to try to integrate the templates he had in his spare time. The Shadow Assassin Kai pursues a one-hit kill method. The Heavenly Master Zhang Zihui is able to control the world with ease, so Hungry Wolf is constantly pushing the limits. Each of these three templates actually represents a path of practice. Compared with ordinary people, Lin Zhe, who has three templates, is already unparalleled in terms of experience. Therefore, even if Lin Zhe does not rely on the power of templates, it becomes extremely simple to learn some secret boxing techniques, purchased from the system store. This is breakfast. Just when Lin Zhe had just finished practicing his boxing and was thinking about it, Firot came over with a plate. She turned her face sideways and obviously didn't want to talk to Lin Zhe. He didn't fall asleep, so he looked tired. Just watching Lin Zhe punching from a distance, Firot looked at Lin Zhe's extremely bizarre way of moving and couldn't help but be more sure of his previous judgment. Lin Zhe is indeed a very powerful guy, at least now, with the addition of Lord Ram, he is not Lin Zhe's opponent at all. Lin Zhe took the food that felt handed over and ate it directly. Firot, who was on the side, looked at Lin Zhe who didn't care at all and couldn't help but froze for a moment and subconsciously said, "Aren't you afraid of poison?" Chapter 227. Lin Zhe didn't answer Firot's question. In recent years, Lin Zhe has unlocked the daily templates. The 8 magical skills have long been practiced by Lin Zhe to perfection. The dual-handedness of the 8 magical skills can be used to read other people's thoughts. When Lin Zhe first came into contact with Firot, he had already read hers. Memory. From the memory that Lin Zhe read, Firot did not do anything to poison Lin Zhe's food. Although Lin Zhe's strength has long been unfathomable, Lin Zhe has never relaxed his guard against the outside world because of this. This kind of precaution has almost become an instinct of Lin Zhe. HMPH, I knew I was poisoned in the food. Seeing that Lin Zhe was ignoring him, Firot snorted, picked up a piece of black bread, and gnawed it angrily. Lin Zhe ignored him, which made Firot, who had always been a bit reckless, burst into anger. Being restrained by Lin Zhe, she now has a lot more effort to walk than usual. Felt can feel that her body's agility is not as good as before. She couldn't even do something like stealing. 06. For Firot, who has always wanted to save enough money to live in the city, not being able to steal property means that she has no way to accumulate her own property. The time to complete her goals has been stretched a lot. The bread is well baked. After Lin Zhe finished eating his portion of food, he looked at the calamus beside him with his teeth and claws, and said lightly, "Let's go for a walk in the city today." Having just come to this world, Lin Zhe is still in the stage of exploration. Most of the things that Lin Zhe knew were things that happened after the plot started, and there was still some time before the plot started. It was not Lin Zhe's style to sit and wait. Take a look at the world, which will be of great help to his next plan. Know it. Putting away her posture of opening her teeth and dancing claws, Firot stuck out her tongue at Lin Zhe. She pushed her blonde hair behind her head, and then walked to Lin Zhe's side to take the plate that Lin Zhe handed over. After thinking about it all night, he still couldn't think of a suitable solution. Firot gave up after thinking. Holding the plate, Firot looked at Lin Zhe beside him with some doubts. "Why are you going to the city?" "There seems to be a plague in the city recently. If you catch it, it will be troublesome." "Has it started yet?" Hearing Felt's words, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed. In the original book, none of the royal family of the Lucanica kingdom died in a plague. This is how a series of things happened in the later episodes. However, although he knew that the royal family would die soon, Lin Zhe had no intention of stopping him. Shadow Assassin Chapter 153 is that the royal family has nothing to do with Lin Zhe, and after those people die, the world will develop in a direction that Lin Zhe has known. A foothold in the world is also an advantage. Morning time passed quickly. After the lunch break, Lin Zhe and Firot came to the streets of Wansheng. Looking at all kinds of strangely shaped yalons on the street, pulling carriages and galloping on the streets, and the disgusting feces that yalons pulled on the ground. Only then did Lin Zhe feel like he had come to another world. His short blonde hair was bound by a dark green hairband, and he was wearing simple and cool fighting clothes, which was a bit different from the confident Firot who was always on the street. At this moment, Firot was hiding behind Lin Zhe on the street. From time to time looked around. She looked cautiously, like a thief who sneaked into someone else's mansion to steal. Lin Zhe put one hand on top of Firot's head, and the entire palm just covered Firot's head. With a slight smile, Lin Zhe said lightly, "You should have often stolen things on this street before, right? I'm afraid of being discovered by those people, and then I can't escape. I want you to take care of it." Lin Zhe's words made Firot angry. She lowered her body and avoided Lin Zhe's hand on top of her head. She completely hid behind Lin Zhe and was sealed off by Lin Zhe. Part of her mobility after that felt at this time completely turned into an ordinary person. As a result, Firot, who was strutting on the street in front of someone he once stole from, has become what he is today. Feeling the light ridicule in Lin Zhe's tone, Firot couldn't help but get angry. "If it wasn't for the disgusting magic you cast on me, how could I have become like this? Also laugh, let's see how I treat you." He stuck his head out from behind Lin Zhe, looked up at the smile on the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth, and the sly look in Firot's eyes flashed. After having an idea, Firot's head began to think quickly, and she began to think about causing some trouble for Lin Zhe. Since being caught by Lin Zhe, Firot, who has always been at a disadvantage, wants to regain some of his dignity. "Boss, how do you sell this fruit?" In a small store full of various fruits at the street entrance, a middle-aged man was sitting in the store a little depressed. There was a thief in his orchard last night, and he couldn't catch it after a long time. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but get extremely irritable. He swears that if he can see those two little thieves again, he will never let those two guys who stole Rin fruit Just when the middle-aged man was fascinated by his thoughts, a clear voice interrupted his thinking. He raised his head slightly, and one held a crimson delicate fan, wearing a luxurious bright red dress, and amber hair in the sun. The girl who exudes a crystal luster and whose blue pupils give people a soul-stirring feeling, half covers the corner of her mouth with a round fan and asks Ringo, who is on top of her fruit stand. Seeing that every move in front of him was extremely elegant and they were all beautiful girls, the middle-aged man couldn't help but stay for a long time before he recovered from his astonishment. One holy gold coin, the 50 top-quality rin fruits here are yours. It looks pretty good. The girl slightly fanned the crimson fan in her hand. Just as she was about to pay, she felt a gust of wind blowing past her waist. When the girl turned around, the purse on her waist had disappeared. With just one glance, the girl locked onto two figures in the crowd. It's really interesting to actually dare to attack a concubine. Looking at the figure who quickly hid behind the tall black-haired youth on the side of the street, the girl murmured and slowly walked towards the black-haired youth. Chapter 228. Priscilla? Looking at the girl walking towards him in the distance, Lin Zhe recognized the girl's identity after thinking for a while. Priscilla Valerie, known as the Scarlet Bride, was given the title because none of her husbands could survive. With the protection of the sun, she is extremely strong during the day, and all kinds of things will be automatically corrected according to her thoughts. Just now, Fira went out to buy things under the pretext of stealing Priscilla's purse. Lin Zhe could see clearly, and Lin Zhe didn't care about Philip's prank. Your purse. He easily untied the purse from Phelps' waist, and Lin Zhe threw it at Priscilla. No interest in Priscilla's things. He slowly stretched out his fair and slender hand, and the purse that had fallen in the other direction in midair strangely modified the trajectory in front of Priscilla and finally landed accurately in Priscilla's hand. Walking to Lin Zhe's side and gently shaking the red fan in her hand, Priscilla smiled sweetly and said lightly, "If you want to attract my attention, you don't need to be so troublesome. Such behavior is not a gentleman." A misunderstanding. Regarding Priscilla's mistaken belief that she asked Phil to steal Priscilla's purse in order to strike up a conversation with her, Lin Zhe did not explain and left a light sentence. Lin Zhe turned around and left. Seeing Lin Zhe turn around and leave, Priscilla was originally convinced that Lin Zhe had let her entourage steal her purse in order to strike up a conversation with her, and she couldn't help frowning. Lin Zhe's indifferent eyes made Priscilla doubt her own judgment. She gently flapped the fan in her hand, and the corners of Priscilla's mouth twitched slightly. Is it just like this? On the street, Lin Zhe held Phelps' back collar in one hand and walked back slowly. Not long after he walked out, Lin Zhe felt that something around him was starting to change. It seemed that there was an invisible big hand moving everything around him. Bang! Just after walking a distance, a woman holding a flower pot suddenly tripped over, and then the flower pot in the woman's hand came out of her hand and flew towards Lin Zhe. Not only the flower pots, but also the dragon carriage that was running wildly on the road according to a fixed trajectory. The Yalon that was pulled out did not know why there was a riot and hit Lin Zhe's position. Accidents in the whole world seemed to find Lin Zhe one after another, and they began to revolve around Lin Zhe's 2 or 3 occurrences. However, Lin Zhe was still walking in the same direction as before, except that Lin Zhe would turn slightly from time to time as he walked. Have you all escaped? Seeing Lin Zhe strolling leisurely in the street that had become extremely chaotic, avoiding one accident after another, the corner of Priscilla's originally slightly raised mouth froze. In Priscilla's eyes, the world around Lin Zhe seemed to be slowing down. Those flower pots, gravel, out-of-control dragon carriages, and the sudden collapse of Lin Zhe because of her protection. Trees under. It was supposed to hit Lin Zhe's body, but in the end they all missed Lin Zhe's body, which made Priscilla doubt the power of her own sun protection. This. Being held by Lin Zhe, looking at the objects coming from the pavement one after another, and being avoided by Lin Zhe, Fira was stunned in Lin Zhe's hands and fell into a sluggishness. She turned her head slightly and looked at the aristocratic girl who was still standing on the street corner in the distance and stared at the two of them. Exist. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe, she might have died of an accident at this moment. Sorry. Leaving the street and walking back to the slum, Fira took the lead in apologizing to Lin Zhe. She lowered her head, her tone full of guilt. Although Fira was a little dissatisfied with Lin Zhe's sealing of part of his strength, Lin Zhe's actions just now saved her life. Looking at Fira, who bowed his head and sincerely apologized to him, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. The confrontation between him and Priscilla just now was just because Lin Zhe wanted to test his strength. Otherwise, how could Felt have the opportunity to steal Priscilla's purse? Protecting Fira was just a matter of Lin Zhe's convenience. Through the fight with Priscilla just now, Lin Zhe already had some ideas about his position in this world. At the same time, Lin Zhe also learned about the strangeness of this world's attack methods. Let's go. Looking at Fira, who was still bowing his head to him sincerely, Lin Zhe said lightly, accepting the girl's apology. Feeling that Lin Zhe's tone was no longer so cold, Fira couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his frustrated face. You are so strong, you are a swordsman, from a big family. Soon Fira returned to her usual lively appearance. After this incident, she no longer had the initial hostility towards Lin Zhe, and began to chat with Lin Zhe. He didn't care whether Lin Zhe took care of him or not, Fira said to himself, completely familiar. Interesting. Seeing the chaos on the street, Priscilla looked at the direction Lin Zhe left, showing an inexplicable smile. From seeing Lin Zhe until the two secretly fought against each other, Lin Zhe gave Tori, the Zeo Sheila, a very special feeling. That look of indifference to everything impressed Priscilla deeply. Fanning the crimson fan in her hand, Priscilla frowned slightly. How come I haven't heard of such a powerful guy before? Does it come from another kingdom? Priscilla, who was born as a big family, is naturally not the kind of little woman with little knowledge. As the current head of the Valier family, she naturally has to keep an eye on various forces and the movements of the strong on the continent. However, she had never heard of anyone with similar characteristics to Lin Zhe. This caused Priscilla to have a strong curiosity set in her heart. After thinking for a while, she raised her brows and closed the scarlet fan in her hand. An idea came to her mind. Maybe it won't be long before we see each other again. Chapter 229. Evening Shadow Assassin Chapter 154. The heat in the air has dissipated a lot, but the heat wave that remains in the air still gives people a hot feeling. Several bugs emitting crimson light were flying in the air. The gigantic body is about the size of an adult's palm. In the yard, Lin Zhe looked at a book he had just bought from outside. To be precise, it was a map book that recorded the general topography of the entire continent. There were already some vague lines and markings on the book. It can be seen that this book has experienced many masters. The reason why Lin Zhe bought this book was to better understand where he was. PFFT. A dark light flashed by, and the bug in the air was cut in half and fell to the ground. Fira walked in from the outside and looked at the corpse of the insect that fell on the ground, and the forest sting who threw a dead leaf on the ground. She couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Insects that fall on the ground are a very common poisonous insect in the slums, but because of their hard carapace, it is difficult to kill. Is to use a knife to chop. If there is no certain strength, it is difficult to chop. But Lin Zhe only used a dead leaf to cut open the carapace of the red beetle. 007. These books are all found by me from Lord Roma. Walking to Lin Zhe's side, Fira threw a large stack of books on the side of Lin Zhe, picked up a copy and looked at Lin Zhe with a puzzled look. I don't know, Lin Zhe, you want these? What's the book for? Just let it go. Lin Zhe slowly flipped through the books that Felt brought over. The reason why he asked Felt to find so many books was to speed up the pace of understanding the world. In addition, because the plot has not yet started, Lin Zhe plans to stay in this area for a while. Sort out some useful information for your follow-up plan. Although Lin Zhe's overall strength is already very strong after fully unlocking the Shadow Assassin's VI template and the Tianchi template, it is also a good thing to take advantage of the months before the plot to unlock some more proficiency. Matter. Is it here? After reading the old map in his hand, Lin Zhe finally found his first target, the location of Roswell's family residence. Roswell has been secretly experimenting with various methods in order to resurrect his teacher, the Witch of Desire, and he even has a large number of forbidden magic books in his hands. Lin Zhe was going to find Roswell directly and get what he wanted from him. As for Roswalken's unwillingness to cooperate, it is not something that Lin Zhe wants to consider. He has both hands, but Lin Zhe, who modifies his memory, can completely modify Roswell to whatever he wants. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe decided to go to the place where Roswell's mansion is located after a few days of rest in the royal city. For Lin Zhe, Roswell was just a small obstacle to his journey from the Zero World this time. Even if Roswell is the chief court magician of the Kingdom of Lucknica, Lin Zhe is completely sure that he can control Roswell. With a clear goal in mind, Lin Zhe began to plan what to do next. It's the first time I've seen so many hooks. Sitting down beside Lin Zhe, Philip looked at Lin Zhe, who was concentratingly sorting out books. She also squatted down and helped Lin Zhe to sort out the hooks on the ground together. Root's attitude towards Lin Zhe was much better. After thinking for a while, Philip asked the question he wanted to ask the most: when can the seal on me be lifted? Do you still have a seal on your body? Lin Zhe didn't look up. He was still sorting out the hooks in his hand. Not long after returning from the street, Lin Zhe easily released the seal in Philip's body. For Lin Zhe, it doesn't make sense to keep Philip by his side. And after getting along for the past 2 days, Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with Philip's performance. Looking at Philip, who was staring at him, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are free. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Philip realized that the seal in her body had been completely lifted by Lin Zhe. She looked at Lin Zhe in disbelief, and it took a while to react. Putting the hook in her hand on the ground, the expression on Philip's face changed from dullness to surprise, and a smile slowly bloomed from her face. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 months, many major events have happened in the royal city. First of all members of the royal family, including the king, all died one after another. In addition, in the past 3 months, Lin Zhe Hungry Wolf's template proficiency has been unlocked by %, and his strength has developed greatly again. Besides, Priscilla had come to look for Lin Zhe several times in the past 3 months, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. You guys are really laid back. In a renovated small yard, Lin Zhe was lying on a reclining chair and reading a book, with water burning on the small magic stove beside him. Delicious pastries were placed on the small table beside Lin Zhe. Because Lin Zhe's reputation is already very rich, Lin Zhe no longer needs to use his reputation as cautiously as in the past. Usually, Lin Zhe often uses his reputation to buy some items he needs for life, such as food, from the system mall. Just as he put a piece of cake in his mouth, Lin Zhe heard a familiar voice coming from a distance. Lin Zhe raised his head slightly and immediately saw Priscilla walking from a distance. Different from her usual scarlet dress, Priscilla wore a goose yellow dress this time. Her long amber hair was tied with pale pink buns, and she had a pink fan in her hand, giving her a noble and bright feeling. Slowly walking to Lin Zhe's side, Priscilla put both hands on Lin Zhe's reclining chair against Fang. She lowered her head and looked at Lin Zhe. Lie here every day, Lin Zhe. You won't? Are you bored? You are the leisure person. Run to me every day. There's such a big thing happening in the royal family recently. You don't pay attention to it. Lin Zhe was still lying quietly on the reclining chair. Because he was very close to Priscilla, Lin Zhe could even smell the fragrance emanating from Priscilla's body. Priscilla's body was still radiating outward temperature. Lin Zhe was used to Priscilla being so intimate every time. Chapter 230. Seeing Lin Zhe still looking at the hook in her hand with a calm expression, Priscilla, who originally wanted to tease Lin Zhe, suddenly felt bored. She slowly straightened up and shook the pink fan in her hand. Concubine doesn't want to be swept into the vortex of power so early. Those old guys are going crazy every day now. Recently, after the members of the royal family died one after another, the high-level structure of the entire kingdom was suddenly vacant, which caused the kingdom to temporarily fall into a chaotic situation. After her husband died, Priscilla became the current head of the Valier family, which was considered a very top family in the entire kingdom. However, Priscilla, who has always been smart, was not in a hurry to participate in the domestic political torrent. She was watching. An important reason why she had been running to Lin Zhe all this time was that Priscilla wanted to let Lin Zhe join her family and become her own knight. In the past few months, Priscilla and Lin Zhe have fought several times. Without exception, Priscilla lost all of them to Lin Zhe, which also strengthened Priscilla's desire to keep Lin Zhe. In such a chaotic situation, any struggle will eventually turn into a game of strength. It was precisely because Priscilla understood this that she spared no effort to win over Lin Zhe. Compared to the red-faced arguing with those old guys, as long as there was a chance to make a master like Lin Zhe her own supporter, it would be a blessing. Something more meaningful. One hand lifted the corner of her skirt slightly, and Priscilla sat down beside Lin Zhe, right near the position of Lin Zhe's abdomen. The fan in her hand slightly covered the corner of her mouth. Full of temptation, the tone said, "As long as you are willing to join the concubine's camp, Lin Zhe, the concubine, can let Lin Zhe do whatever you want. Forget it." Lin Zhe put down the hook in his hand and felt the faint warmth from Priscilla's body, who was very close to him. Lin Zhe's face was still calm. Priscilla's purpose Lin Zhe naturally knew, but Lin Zhe had no interest in becoming a widow's lover. And in Lin Zhe's plan, son girl Priscilla was not his first choice as a tool person. Lin Zhe just regarded Priscilla as one and a half of his ordinary friends. Although Priscilla has the protection of the sun, many things will develop and correct according to her will, which has led to her slowly forming a self-centered character, believing that everything should revolve around itself. But after being with Priscilla for so long, Lin Zhe slowly started getting to know Priscilla. Although she is very selfish sometimes, she is not a bad person. There is even some unexpected purity at times. Feeling Priscilla's smiling eyes, Lin Zhe continued, "I have my own ideas. It won't be long before I leave the royal city for a while." Leaving the royal city? Priscilla couldn't help but be slightly taken aback by Lin Zhe's sudden announcement of her thoughts. Originally watching Lin Zhe lay leisurely on a chair every day, Priscilla thought that Lin Zhe would always maintain such a leisurely life in the slums of Wancheng. It is a hermit who generally stays. However, Priscilla didn't ask any more questions. Where Lin Zhe was going was Lin Zhe's freedom, and she had no reason to interfere. And it's not that Priscilla hasn't tried forcibly to interfere with Lin Zhe in the past few months. But without exception, they all ended in failure. In front of Lin Zhe's powerful strength, the protection of her extremely powerful son seemed to have completely lost its effectiveness, and there was no way to cause any disturbance to Lin Zhe. Priscilla could feel that Lin Zhe's judgment of danger had long since been incorporated into his instincts, and even if his consciousness hadn't reacted, his body took the lead in responding. This terrifying premonition ability made Priscilla's surprise attack on Lin Zhe fail several times. Moreover, Lin Zhe never gave up when fighting. During the battle with Lin Zhe, she was seriously injured several times. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe's mercy, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. Shaking her head slightly, Priscilla stood up, walked out, took a few steps. She turned her head and showed a charming smile. "No matter where you are going, Lin Zhe, the concubine, will be waiting for you in the royal city." 0. Flower 0. Shadow Assassin Chapter 155. Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile bitterly at Priscilla's invitation. Without answering Priscilla's words, Lin Zhe picked up a piece of pastry, ate it slowly, lay down on the chair, and then read a book. Is that guy here again? Firot jumped back from the outside and just returned to the small yard where Lin Zhe was sitting. She happened to see the dragon carriage, and a man in a mask and shabby armor respectfully opened the door and was about to walk inches. Priscilla in the dragon carriage. In the past few months, Priscilla ran to the small yard where Lin Zhe was located almost every day. As Lin Zhe's friend in this area felt naturally encountered Priscilla often. 00. However, there was an instinctive dislike for Priscilla Firot, and she couldn't tell. Every time she saw Priscilla coming out of the small yard where Lin Zhe was, she would be inexplicably angry. Just when Firot was about to withdraw his gaze and return to the courtyard, Priscilla's voice came from the position of the dragon carriage. Is Firot still so diligent? It looks like a good harvest today. You don't care about my affairs. Priscilla's ridicule immediately made Firot frazzled. Although she was a thief, she hated others saying she was a thief. In Firot's opinion, she could one day get rid of her identity as a thief and become what she wanted. Become the person. Looking at Priscilla, who was shaking the fan, Firot said indifferently, in a slum like ours, it's better for a big man like you to come less often. It's not good if there are any bad rumors in the royal city. Thank you for reminding me, Firot, you actually look pretty. Priscilla could naturally understand the meaning of Firot's words. During this time, because of her frequent running here, it has begun to appear in the royal city that the head of the Valerie family has an affair with a homeless person. The news of love is up. However, Priscilla doesn't care at all. In her opinion, even if she has a bad reputation outside, as long as she can bring Lin Zhe under her command, then her ambition may be realized. Possible. 8. Chapter 231. Hearing that Priscilla complimented her on her beauty, even though she was provoking her with her words, Felt couldn't help but be a little puzzled. She subconsciously asked Priscilla, what do you mean? But it's too flat. Priscilla got into the carriage, and her words were like the fuse that ignited Felt's emotions, completely blowing Felt's hair. The dragon carriage was galloping at an extremely fast speed, and Priscilla could vaguely hear Felt's angry voice. Asshole. It wasn't until Priscilla's dragon carriage went very far that Felt realized what Priscilla meant by being flat. She subconsciously felt herself with her hands. The whole person was immediately flushed and angered. Standing on the spot and watching the dragon carriage that had slowly disappeared, Felt worked hard for a long time to calm down his emotions. She gritted her teeth and let out a long sigh before returning to the small courtyard where Lin Zhe was. Came back. Lin Zhe stood up slightly, added tea to the teapot, and poured the water that had been boiled by the magic stove into the teapot. Seeing Firot coming back, Lin Zhe said hello lightly. Why is it so early today? I'm furious. Firot sat down beside Lin Zhe. She stuffed one pastry after another into her mouth, chewing the pastry with extreme force. After a while, the full plate of cakes was all stuffed into her mouth by Firot, and her whole mouth bulged. For a while, because she couldn't swallow the cake, she picked up the hot tea that Lin Zhe had just poured and drank it in one sip. Soon Felix's entire face became flushed. The hot tea just poured was mixed with a pastry in his mouth, and he couldn't spit it out at all. In addition, Lin Zhe was looking at him again. Filu Tiqiang endured the heat and swallowed the pastry. Hoo. Feeling the scalding heat from his abdomen and the pain in his mouth, Firot almost shed tears without pain. She stuck out her tongue, hurriedly took the cold water that Lin Zhe handed over, and drank it in one gulp. Cough. Lin Zhe held back his laughter and almost choked on himself. Felt's appearance just now was too funny. Especially the act of swallowing the hot tea and cakes. Lin Zhe couldn't help but say a word of admiration. Lin Zhe had a clear understanding of Firot's stubborn character. Seeing Lin Zhe holding back a smile, Firot gave Lin Zhe a dissatisfied look, and said angrily, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how could I do this? Blame me? Lin Zhe poured himself a cup of hot tea and blew it slightly before taking a sip. Seeing fear on his hips and looking at himself angrily, Lin Zhe shook his head. Don't reason with female creatures. It is suitable for any world. Naturally, Lin Zhe will not talk to Ferret. What sense? Seeing Lin Zhe ignoring him, Ferret felt as if he had punched cotton. She circled around Lin Zhe's reclining chair and finally sat down on the side without speaking again. He just stared at Lin Zhe blankly. All right. Lin Zhe shook his head and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He looked at Ferret and asked seriously, have you received any commissions recently? Commission? Seeing that Lin Zhe's expression became serious, Ferret put away his angry expression just now and looked at Lin Zhe with some doubts. The royal city is too chaotic recently and no one has come here to entrust. Hearing Ferret's answer, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. In the original book, Ferret was asked to steal Amelia's badge because he was entrusted by Elsa, the sausage hunter. Later, the story began. A paragraph. However, since Lin Zhe came to this world, he naturally wouldn't let the plot develop as in the original. The reason why Lin Zhe stayed in the slum for several months this time was to use Amelia's line to make contact with Roswaal. It's not that Lin Zhe has any thoughts on Amelia, but because of Amelia's existence, Lin Zhe can get closer to Roswaal more quickly. In addition, Amelia is also a very suitable tool which can be used to make her plan more perfect. As an outsider, Lin Zhe needs a new identity, otherwise in the kingdom of Lucknica it will be difficult for Lin Zhe to develop his own power. No matter whether the world can finally let him get his wish and find something that can make his family live forever, the accumulation of expectations will continue. After all, this is also a way to give yourself a chance to get the people you care about to live forever. Be prepared. Although Lin Zhe seldom used the opportunity to gain reputation points, but in the end there would always be times when he would be able to accumulate them there. Speaking of which, he was about to leave Zanchiton for nearly 7 years. Even if Lin Zhe knew that after time was frozen, his family would not be able to feel the passage of time. But this does not mean that Lin Zhe will let his family wait like this with such peace of mind. Therefore, in this world, Lin Zhe decided to speed up his progress and accumulation. Try to spend your time in this world earlier and get what you want. But I did hear something interesting. Just as Lin Zhe was thinking, Felt interrupted Lin Zhe after being silent for a while. She exhaled lightly and there was still some tingling in the mouth that had just been scalded. After feeling a little better, Ferret continued, I heard that because the king and the royal family are all dead, now it is necessary to which candidate to choose. Have you started yet? Originally, Lin Zhe thought that there was still some time before the plot began, but after hearing the news from Ferret, Lin Zhe knew that it was not far from the beginning of the plot. Sit up from the reclining chair. Lin Zhe let out a long sigh and came to this world for 3 months. Lin Zhe has been living a life like this, completing daily tasks, lying in the sun, drinking tea, and reading books. Now that he thought that he could finally move, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a faint smile on his face. In the past few months, even someone like Lin Zhe couldn't help feeling bored. Lin Zhe, aren't you interested in Wang Zuan? Seeing Lin Zhe stand up after he finished speaking, Ferret couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Although there was no change in the expression on Lin Zhe's face, Ferret could still feel that Lin Zhe's aura had changed. Chapter 232. Owner. On the central street of Wancheng, a dragon chariot is driving fast, with ancient and mysterious patterns and exquisite craftsmanship. You can see some clues in many details on the carriage of the dragon chariot, even with this dragon chariot. The parallel dragon carriages will subconsciously avoid when they see the dragon carriage moving. Shadow Assassin Chapter 156. A knight on the carriage, who was covered in armor and could not see any face, looked respectfully at the lazy girl leaning against the window of the dragon carriage, in the corner of the carriage. After hesitating for a while, he said suspiciously, You don't hesitate to be criticized, but you also want to see that Lin Zhe. There doesn't seem to be anything too special about that Lin Zhe. Intuition. The people in the car were Priscilla and her night owl. Feeling the doubts in Al's tone, Priscilla straightened up slightly. Although she didn't have much time with Lin Zhe, every time Priscilla fought with Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe can feel something different when he fights. Even the tip of the iceberg is enough for her to infer something different, and her intuition has always been very accurate. The intuition that Lin Zhe gave her told her that if she could persuade Lin Zhe to join her faction, it would be a good idea for her. The development of power will have great benefits. Intuitive? After seeing Priscilla's answer, she turned her head to rest at the window of the dragon carriage again. Al didn't ask any more questions. Priscilla's intuition was indeed accurate, because of the protection of the sun. Since Priscilla didn't want to say more, there was no need for him as a knight to ask. He has never fought against Lin Zhe, he has only seen some battles between Lin Zhe and Priscilla from a distance. Because Lin Zhe shot very fast, and the battle with Priscilla was a secret contest, it was difficult for Al to judge the level of Lin Zhe's strength through observation. So when he saw that Priscilla, who has always been very arrogant and seldom took the initiative to contact some people, took the initiative to show her goodwill to Lin Zhe, Al almost wondered if Priscilla was acting strangely by Lin Zhe. Control magic. After thinking for a while, Al couldn't help but want to fight against Lin Zhe. How's Priscilla going? In a huge manner, in the style of a classical castle in the 17th century, the lawns are neatly manicured. The lilac hair is a little pink, and she is wearing a white dress. The delicate facial features give people a feeling of tenderness and cuteness, but the girl's expression at the moment is not in line with her tender and cute face, but a mature and stable one. So it makes people look a little bit of a sense of disobedience. On the side of the girl is a youth with purple hair, white fabric, and a knight's dress, trimmed with black fabric at the corners. Hearing the girl's question, he held a long sword at his waist, with one hand half bowed, with the other hand clenched his fist on his chest, and replied respectfully, "Lord Anastasia, about Priscilla. I already know something. She has been in frequent contact with a person named Lin Zhe who lives in a slum recently." Lin Zhe? Putting the little rabbit she was holding on the ground gently, Anastasia frowned slightly. Originally, she and Priscilla had nothing to do with each other, and even only heard of Priscilla before. Name only. However, because Priscilla became the candidate of the king's election as the same candidate for the king's election, Anastasia began to pay attention to Priscilla in order to better understand her opponent. Hearing the results of her own first night's investigation by Rias, Anastasia couldn't help but fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Anastasia looked at Julius on the side. Investigate the name of Lin Zhe's detailed information, find out why Priscilla approached that person? Yes, Lord Anastasia. After receiving Anastasia's order, Julius gave a knightly salute and left quickly. As Anastasia's first knight, Julius has always been a vigorous person. Now that the king's city is in a mess, and this is also a very good opportunity, Julius naturally understands Anastasia's thoughts very well. Use commercial means to revitalize the decayed kingdom of Lucanica, and at the same time obtain the qualification to inherit the kingdom of Lucanica. Watching Julius leave, Anastasia raised her head slightly, looked into the distance, and muttered to herself, "The guy you are interested in, Priscilla, shouldn't be easy." As for Priscilla's arrogant character, Anastasia naturally knew, and Lin Zhe was the only one who could let Priscilla contact him many times in a row. Wancheng is really getting more and more chaotic. Thinking of the increasingly tense atmosphere in the royal city recently, Anastasia couldn't help but frown slightly. Since the collective death of the royal family members of the Kingdom of Lucanica, various families have begun to fight, and the battles have been staged continuously during this period of time. Although Anastasia did not participate in it, just watching the battle of the major forces made her feel palpitations. Pinching the corner of her skirt, Anastasia showed a faint smile. "No matter what, I will definitely to become King of Lucanica." "I can't believe that you have so many people asking about this guy." It was already evening, and a pile of firewood rose in the small yard. After a period of calcination, the choking smoke had completely disappeared, and only charcoal with no smoke remained at this moment. Handing the dressed meat skewers to Lin Zhe, Felix sighed a little. During this time, the number of people and forces who came to the slum to inquire about Lin Zhe gradually increased. The most famous robber in this area, Felix naturally, it also has its own followers. And as a robber, the most basic way to survive is to be cautious. She and Lord Roma, who opened the stolen goods warehouse, have their own intelligence network in this generation, and many thieves are their people. So the bells and whistles of the slums are clear to Felix. Recently, strangers have been entering the slums to inquire about Lin Zhe's details, so Felix naturally also knew about it. Seeing that Lin Zhe was still roasting the meat without caring, Felix shook his head. Don't you worry about this guy? Be aware that many of the people who come to inquire about you are from big families. Yes? Lin Zhe turned a piece of meat on top of the charcoal and then responded to Felix slightly. Chapter 233. For Lin Zhe, who wants to accumulate reputation points, it is a good thing to know more people about him. Therefore, Lin Zhe didn't care about anyone asking about him. In fact, as early as Lin Zhe and Priscilla had been in contact with him a few times, Lin Zhe could often feel it, and from time to time someone would follow behind him when he was out. However, although someone came to follow him, but he did something out of the ordinary, Lin Zhe just let it go. Otherwise, if Lin Zhe wanted to kill a few people who followed him, it couldn't be simpler. You may not know, you are already famous in Wancheng. Seeing that her words finally caught Lin Zhe's attention, Felix suddenly became interested. She picked up the roasted piece of meat, took a bite, and immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. The barbecue made by Lin Zhe is Felix's favorite food. While eating the barbecue, Felix told Lin Zhe some news he had heard in the city during this time. People outside call you Priscilla's eighth husband. Hearing Felix's words, Lin Zhe couldn't help but be a little speechless. In any world, there are not a few people who like to gossip. But it's normal to think about it. Priscilla, known as the Scarlet Bride, has been married 7 times, but each of her husbands will die inexplicably. Because of this, she is considered to be a very topical person in the entire Luknica kingdom. She often contacts with a topical and controversial person, and it is normal for her to be contaminated by rumors from the outside world. You guys are not surprised at all. Felix, who quickly finished eating a bunch of meat, picked up another bunch of meat, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she saw that Lin Zhe was still extremely plain. Taking a bite of the golden, colored and fragrant roast meat, Felix couldn't help but feel a little depressed. It's really boring. I may have to get out of here in a while. Not caring about Felix's broken thoughts, Lin Zhe slowly picked up a skewer of barbecued meat from the charcoal fire, cut a piece of meat of a suitable size with a delicate knife, and then stuffed it into his mouth. Before leaving, Felix is also his half-friend. Lin Zhe said goodbye to her in advance. I saved a lot of food in the room, and I will give it to you when the time comes. Why did you guys leave suddenly? Hearing Lin Zhe's words, the faint smile on Felix's face, who was happily eating the barbecue, disappeared. She looked at Lin Zhe, who was slowly eating the barbecue with a bit of astonishment, holding the skewer in her hand. The wooden signs are subconsciously clenched. Frowning, Felix suddenly felt a little lost. Is there any reason to leave? Do something urgent. If nothing else, we can meet again. Seeing Felix's frowning brows and a slightly sad expression, Lin Zhe felt a little warm in his heart. After getting along for the past few months, the two of them got along very happily. Although Felix usually speaks a little openly and has a somewhat irritable personality, but deep down in his heart, Felix is a very upright and brave person. Bringing an apple to Felix, Lin Zhe said half-jokingly, "Don't you keep telling me to leave quickly? Why do you hate me now? I didn't miss you." Suddenly hearing the news that Lin Zhe was leaving, Felix was a little stunned. She took the apple handed over by Lin Zhe blankly. It's as red as the apple it's holding. Glancing at Lin Zhe, Felix took a bite of the apple viciously. I just like the barbecue you make. By the way, take this thing. Seeing Felix's duplicity, Lin Zhe shook his head with a light smile, then took out a wooden carving sign from the bamboo box on one side and handed it to Felix. If you are in danger, this thing I can resist a blow for you. In the past few years, Lin Zhe has never let go of the habit of carving wood carvings. After obtaining the Tong Xianlu, when Lin Zhe was carving wood carvings, he liked to carve all kinds of talismans into his wood carvings. Moreover, after years of carving and deepening his understanding of talismans, even the talismans that Lin Zhe sculpted that will have impressive power. Okay, I get it now. After hesitating for a while, Felix took the wood carving sign handed over by Lin Zhe with a bit of despair. After learning that Lin Zhe was about to leave, the originally delicious barbecue suddenly became a little tasteless. He poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Zhe, and Felix squatted beside Lin Zhe and picked up a stick on the ground. Small sticks boringly clawed at the charcoal inside the fire. The whole person has entered a state where no one cares about it, and is unwilling to say anything. Is there any news worth paying attention to in Wansheng recently? Gold crystal chandeliers hang from the high ceilings, and a dark red carpet fills the room. Shadow Assassin Chapter 157, with dark green long hair and amber slender eyes, a girl in men's attire, with a dignified posture, and the slightly raised corners of her mouth on her white and beautiful face gave people an indescribable meaning. The girl held the book with a relaxed face and said to the cat-girl-like knight in front of her who had just returned from the royal city, "It's really boring to stay at home." Master Crucius. Hearing the girl questioning him, the male demi-human, dressed as a cat-girl, pretended to be mysterious and said, "The royal city has been messed up recently. Although there are guys from the Sage Society, people can't help but worry Maeve. If there is anything worthy of attention, there is one Maeve." Seeing the mysterious Felix, with his palm shaped like a trumpet on his face, Crucius smiled lightly, without showing any overly curious expression. Regarding Felix's habit of often using pranks to shock himself, Crucius was already used to it. Crucius put down the book he was holding, and asked lightly, "Tell me. It is said that a very powerful guy appeared in the slums of Wansheng." Seeing that Crusher didn't look overly shocked, Felix couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and the cat ears that had just straightened up drooped. He was a little frustrated. That guy and Priscilla walked a little closer. It is rumored to be Priscilla's underground lover. Tough. Hearing the news that Priscilla had an underground lover, Crush couldn't help chuckling, and she and Priscilla could be considered acquaintances. Chapter 234. After the royal family was dead, the Karsten family, where Crucius belonged, became the most revered family in the entire kingdom. As a big family as old as the Karsten family, Priscilla's family and Crucius' family have frequent contacts and cooperate in various fields. So it is natural to be very familiar with Priscilla Crucius. Moreover, the two also like to bicker very much, and they always make fun of each other when they meet each other. Hearing that Priscilla actually had an underground lover, Crusher immediately laughed. "I felt incredible when I heard it, Maeve." Hearing Curious laughing, Felix's drooping cat ears suddenly straightened up again. The somewhat frustrated expression just now disappeared. "It's an outsider named Lin Zhe. The specific information is still being collected, but it is said that that guy has never lost against Priscilla a few times." "Is that so?" Crusher's expression suddenly became serious. Crusher naturally knew how strong Priscilla was, and he could fight Priscilla several times without losing. This made Curse immediately interested in Lin Zhe. At present, the kingdom of Lucknica has become a mess. As the most trusted family of the royal family and the leader of the new generation, Curious is vigilant about any foreign powers who appear in the kingdom of Lucknica. Heart. She didn't dare to do anything. She wanted to investigate Lin Zhe's identity. In addition, in the current increasingly fierce battle, if I want to become the final winner of Wang Zuan, every bit of strength is precious. If there is no problem with Lin Zhe's identity and intentions, it would be a very good thing to absorb Lin Zhe under his command. Felix, make a run. After thinking about it for a while, Kurkshu made a decision. "Go and send an invitation letter to that guy named Lin Zhe. I want to meet him." Church? Felix was a little puzzled by the sudden decision to let him send an invitation letter to Lin Zhe, but after he looked at him with inquiring eyes and saw that he nodded, Felix no longer hesitated. "I'll go now, Miv. I'd like to see what this guy in Priscilla is interested in is like." Holding the long sword with a lion emblem on the scabbard in his hand tightly, the corners of curious mouth in a man's green military uniform couldn't help but cock slightly. During this period of time, because the royal city was too chaotic, she had been dealing with some family affairs. She had just finished dealing with the affairs and could stop for a while, and Kirashu was going to devote some of her energy to the king's election. Because of the reason why the Courges family was extremely loyal to the royal family in the past, after the collective death of the royal family, the Courges family, although in terms of status, can be called the most respected one at present. However, if after the election of the king, once Chorus loses the election and the throne falls into the hands of those supported by other families, then as the most loyal family of the old king, Chorus's family is bound to be suppressed by the new king. Thinking of this, Curious understood that only if he could become the new heir to the throne, could he change the tragedy of his family. Therefore, for the selection of the king, Courges is bound to win. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. "I'm going out." Not long after dawn, Lin Zhe heard footsteps in the distance slowly approaching his wooden house from far too near. The faint sound of footsteps echoed back and forth in the courtyard of the small courtyard where he lived. Just listening to the footsteps, Lin Zhe could tell that the person outside was Firut. After she came to the courtyard where Lin Zhe was, she hesitated for a while and then walked to Lin Zhe's window and asked. Lin Zhe said goodbye. Greeting Lin Zhe before going out every day has become a habit of Firut a long time ago. However, it was the first time that I had come so early as today. At this time, Firut was still sleeping, lying on the bed. Lin Zhe replied indifferently, "I see. This guy." When he got up from the bed, Lin Zhe pushed open the window and looked at Firut, who had only a small black spot left in the thick fog. Lin Zhe carried the breakfast plate by the window. A slightly blackened omelette, some hard toasted bread, and a glass of milk that can smell a little mushy. Lin Zhe could guess with a little guess that this was the breakfast that Firut made for himself. Although Firut's breakfast seemed to be of average quality and even some of the food was rough and scorched by her, Lin Zhe still picked it up and ate it seriously. Lin Zhe knew that this seemingly simple breakfast was a very difficult task for Firut, who had never cooked breakfast. Soon after Lin Zhe finished eating, he lost sleepiness. Coming to the small yard, Lin Zhe began to carry out his daily tasks. To unlock the Hungry Wolf template, Lin Zhe has 2 daily tasks to choose from. One is the flowing water and the rock-breaking spring, and the other is the whirlwind-slashing iron fist. In the past 3 months, Lin Zhe, the 2 types of boxing have been practiced interchangeably. Because of the fact that he had just practiced the water-shattering rock fist yesterday, Lin Zhe chose to use the whirlwind-slashing iron fist as his daily task today. Boom boom boom. Compared with the easy freehand brushwork and continuous flow of the flowing water-shattering rock fist, the whirlwind-slashing iron fist is much more sturdy, taking the route of fast punching and extremely fast attack. Lin Zhe had just displayed the whirlwind-slashing iron fist and his fist had turned into an afterimage. Compared to 3 months ago, Lin Zhe had now reached a very skilled level in both the flowing water rock smashing fist and the whirlwind slashing iron fist. There was no obstruction between the waving fists, whether it was the overbearing attack of wide opening and closing, or the jab and punching between twisting and moving. Every punch from Lin Zhe blasted out, and the air vibrated endlessly. Every hit will create a storm in the air in a fist fight. As Lin Zhe moved, the Kai from Lin Zhe brought the fallen leaves that flew up, and before they fell, they were bombarded by Lin Zhe's fist, which was so close to being invisible that it turned into crumbs. Even at the back, he was scorched by the bombardment of Lin Zhe's fist. The whole yard was filled with a smell of scorched leaves. In addition to that, Lin Zhe's fists were almost in a row. What a quick fist! In the fog-shrouded, 2 figures appeared one after the other, slowly appearing at the entrance of Lin Zhe's Ziyuan. Seeing that Lin Zhe's fist was swung into a trail of after images, unable to capture the position of the person at all, the girl with lilac hair at the door couldn't help but sigh. It should be difficult to resist such a speed. Chapter 235. Julius is willing to give it a try. Bowing slightly towards Anastasia next to him, Julius immediately walked over in the direction of Cheo Lin Zhe holding his rainbow sword. Seeing Julius walking towards Lin Zhe, Anastasia didn't mean to stop her. Julius was called the best knight, and he was actually second in both family background and actual merit. In the kingdom of Lucanica, Julius was a tireless man. He was called the best knight in both civil and military affairs. He was excellent in swordsmanship and magic, and was trusted by other knights. Even Reimard van Astrie admired Julius' excellent qualities as a knight. Julius often referred to himself as the Sword of the Kingdom. As her first knight, Anastasia has always been proud of Julius' excellence. If it weren't for the existence of monsters like the Sword Saint Reinhard in the kingdom of Lucanica, Julius could definitely be called the best knight. He is not only unique in swordsmanship, but also masters all 6 types of magic himself. He is a person who has reached a very high level in both sword and magic. So Anastasia has absolute confidence in Julius. She also wanted to see how strong the guy in the distance, who was waving his fist and rumored to be able to tie Priscilla. How long can that guy hold on to Julius? In Anastasia's eyes, Lin Zhe's strength was boasted too high by outside rumors, even though Lin Zhe's attacking method now seemed unusual. Shadow Assassin Chapter 158. However, it was almost impossible for Anastasia to defeat Julius, who had an extremely high level of skill in swordsmanship and magic. Julius, who is both civil and military, has far more ways of attacking than a pure swordsman or a magic messenger. What's more, Julius, who is known as a genius, combines swordsmanship and magic to find his own way. Or you can call it the path of the magic sword. His swordsmanship and magic have been integrated into one, and he can use the sword in his hand to make magical attacks. It perfectly integrates the long-range attack of magic and the melee attack of swordsmanship. Even when facing Reinhard, Julius could fight against it for some time. Just as Anastasia was thinking, Julius had already walked in front of Lin Zhe. He looked at Lin Zhe, who was still waving his fists and didn't care about his arrival at all. He couldn't help frowning slightly. As a genius, Julius has his own pride. After waiting patiently for a while, Julius said in the direction of Lin Zhe waving his fist, "My name is Julius and I am the first knight of Lord Anastasia. Do you dare to accept the challenge of the Sword of the Kingdom?" Not caring about Lin Zhe's indifference to him, Julius made a knightly salute in Lin Zhe's direction and then rushed towards Lin Zhe's position with a rainbow sword in his hand. Julius, Anastasia? In fact, when Julius and Anastasia appeared at the gate of the courtyard, Lin Zhe had already sensed their arrival. However, because Lin Zhe was carrying out daily tasks, he did not take care of the two of them. However, he didn't want to ignore the two of them, but Julius was the first to attack him, which made Lin Zhe, who never liked fighting, frown slightly. Although he didn't like fighting, Lin Zhe was never afraid of fighting. Since Julius launched an attack on him, how could Lin Zhe just stand there and let him attack? Without any hesitation, when Julius attacked him, Lin Zhe stood there, slightly opened his hand, and held his right hand. Is it such a violent attack at the beginning? Small courtyard door. Anastasia watched Julius wave a 6-colored sword light towards Lin Zhe, and she couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Julius' rainbow sword is not a simple weapon, it is a sword that can unleash 6 magics. However, in a normal confrontation, Julius rarely wields a sword with all his strength. That's why Anastasia was so surprised to see Julius wield a sword with 6 kinds of magic directly, but she didn't care too much about Lin Zhe's life or death. In her opinion, if Lin Zhe couldn't resist Julius' sword, then there was no need to live in this world. 0. Flower 0. This world was originally a world of the weak. People without strength don't deserve to live. As a business genius, she understands this truth best. In the small yard, Julius' long sword has been swung out, and the six-colored sword light instantly turned into 6 different types of magic damage at the moment when the long sword was swung out. The fire attribute controls temperature, the water attribute controls life, the wind attribute cuts everything, the earth attribute moves in the human body, and there are also 2 attributes of yin and yang. The attack that fused the 6 magics was actually a triumphant creation of Julius. After the 6 magical powers left the rainbow sword, they turned into 6 beams of light, entangled with each other, and became 6 high-speed rotating magic lightsabers. 0.0. Fire attribute freezing, wind attribute cutting, earth attribute force impact, water attribute deprivation, yin attribute shielding senses, yang attribute seal. The moment the 6 beams of light appeared in the small yard, suddenly caused the mana riot in the small yard. The mana in the atmosphere continued to gather and slowly gathered into small spots in the air. The location of the entire small yard and even the space was shaken by the excitation of the 6 kinds of magic. Masses of rubble, grass clippings, and strong winds, a chaotic energy storm, turned the entire yard into a turbulent place. Standing in the same place, Lin Zhe was blown by the violent energy and magic energy around, causing his clothes to rattle. Looking at the violent magic energy pouring out in front of him, the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth slightly arched, and his fist suddenly turned golden. At the moment when the magic energy bombarded Lin Zhe, disappeared in place. Disappeared? With his powerful strike, Julius stood on the spot, watching that his attack was about to hit Lin Zhe. He couldn't help showing a look of anticipation, but just when he thought that Lin Zhe could no longer escape when Lin Zhe disappeared, and a huge sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his mind. Julius subconsciously blocked the rainbow sword in his hand in front of his body. Puff, puff, puff. But just as he started to resist, he felt a cramp in his abdomen. 8. Chapter 236. Small courtyard door. Before Julius realized that Lin Zhe had attacked him, Anastasia saw it in advance. Even before Anastasia came to remind Julius to avoid it, in Anastasia's eyes, Julius flew into the air, and the purple fist shadows around him completely turned into electric lights. The sound of bone shattering was horrifying, and blood, mixed with internal organs, was spitting out from Julius' mouth one after another. His whole person's vital signs have turned into a broken sack, and he has no ability to fight back under Lin Zhe's attack. Boom! Lin Zhe's attack was extremely violent, and he didn't hold back at all. His whirlwind-slashing iron fist, combined with the yang wuli of the old Tianchi, was extremely violent, and every blow penetrated every inch of Julius' body. Every blow was enough to grind Julius' bones to pieces. In the final blow, Lin Zhe directly hit Julius with an elbow, hitting Julius heavily to the ground. Julius was like a cannonball. Life and death do not know. As a powerful Lin Zhe, Julius also knows that he is extremely powerful in both magic and swordsmanship, but his strength is based on the fact that the opponent cannot effectively avoid his attacks and cannot quickly approach his body. From Lin Zhe's point of view, everything in Julius is exactly his weakness. In front of Lin Zhe, Julius's strength simply cannot be brought into play. Lin Zhe, who has a dimensional square, can easily avoid Julius's attack, and after Lin Zhe was approached by Lin Zhe, Julius's last advantage as a swordsman was cut by Lin Zhe again. Lose. The attacks that were closely attached to each other, Lin Zhe's every blow was a direct attack on the key point, and he didn't hold back at all. The moment Lin Zhe attacked Julius' body, in fact, Julius had already lost. Whirlwind-slashing iron fist, splitting the enemy with super-fast slashes that cannot be responded to, because it is extremely fast and powerful. When using this move, it is like a knight who is proficient in sword kai in the novel, and it can make the enemy shattered with a single swipe in the air. If Lin Zhe's template proficiency at Hungry Wolf had only unlocked more than 7% at the moment, Julius would have been dismembered by Lin Zhe long ago. Moreover, Julius' clothes also had a protective magic circle engraved on it, otherwise he would not be able to resist Lin Zhe's so many attacks. It's not dead. Lin Zhe slowly approached Julius, who was beaten by himself and called himself the Sword of the Kingdom and was embedded in the soil in front of Julius. Lin Zhe couldn't help being a little disappointed that Julius couldn't hold his breath for more than one breath in front of him. Feeling that Julius still had some breath, Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but after thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe was relieved. No matter what, as the best person in the second swordsmanship family of the Lucanica Kingdom, it is also normal that there are some life-saving things in rice. Lord Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe was looking at Julius, who had only a trace of life on the ground with interest, an urgent voice came from a distance. That was Anastasia's voice. From Anastasia's point of view, it was quite unexpected that Lin Zhe could evade Julius' attack. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Zhe not only avoided Julius' attack, but also beat Julius to death in a short period of time, and his whole body was almost smashed. Looking at Lin Zhe's extremely flat expression, Anastasia's voice couldn't help but tremble. I express my sincere apologies to you. Please also leave Julius's life behind. Take him away. Lin Zhe ignored Anastasia and the dying Julius. Lin Zhe was a little disappointed that he couldn't have a good fight. After coming to this world, speaking of it, today's battle is the real Lin Zhe's first battle in this world. Although Lin Zhe had fought with Priscilla several times before, neither of them used much power in their battles. This time, although Lin Zhe only used Whirlwind Slashing Iron Fist and Yang Wuli, he was a little more serious. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't pay attention to her plans, Anastasia couldn't help but stun for a moment, and then she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and bowed in the direction of Lin Zhe. Thank you, Lord Lin Zhe. Looking at the back of Lin Zhe walking away, Anastasia couldn't help feeling cold. As a person with little force, if Lin Zhe wanted to kill the two of them just now, it would be an easy task. Fortunately for her, Lin Zhe didn't seem to care about her and Julius at all. Walking to Julius' side, Anastasia took out a green magic stone and placed it on Julius' body. The moment the green magic stone was placed on Julius' body, green light immediately enveloped Julius' entire body. After a while, the injuries on Julius' body began to slowly recover. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 159. His heartbeat, which was already extremely weak, began to recover. The bloodless face began to have some blood. Cough, cough. After a long time, Julius, who was smashed into the ground, slowly woke up. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood before opening his eyes. After regaining some consciousness, Julius recalled the scene where he had just fought against Lin Zhe. Thinking of his reckless behavior just now, Julius couldn't help but regret it. He looked at Anastasia, who was standing aside, and couldn't help showing a hint of guilt and a bitter smile. Lin Zhe's power was far beyond his imagination. Julius, you are seriously injured, Nyan. Just as Julius was about to struggle to speak, a familiar voice came from a distance. With the help of Anastasia, Julius straightened up a little, only to see Felix the cat girl coming from a distance. As the second knight of the Kingdom of Lucanica, Julius has always been a person who cared about his reputation very much, so when he saw Felix looking at him in disbelief, his pale face suddenly turned into a morbid flush. Then he was so embarrassed that he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then his eyes darkened, and the whole person lost consciousness. Why did this guy faint? Felix walked in front of Julius and looked at Julius, who fainted from vomiting blood. He was full of doubts. Chapter 237. Originally, he came to Lin Zhe to send an invitation letter to Lin Zhe, but as soon as he entered the small courtyard where Lin Zhe lived, he saw Julius, who was seriously injured. He is no stranger to Julius Felix, although he has always been somewhat puzzled, as a genius from the second largest swordsman family in the kingdom, why Julius should be subordinated to a merchant. However, among the knights of the younger generation of the Empire, Julius's strength is very high among all knights, and although Julius is usually a little arrogant in the circle of knights, he can be regarded as a person with no bad deeds. Guy. Therefore, Felix still recognized Julius. Although the two of them didn't meet much, they could be regarded as the kind they were familiar with. Seeing that Julius was seriously injured, Felix was still a little concerned, but what Felix didn't expect was that he just asked. After seeing his condition, Julius vomited blood and fainted. Such a strange situation made Felix a little dazed, and he couldn't help but wonder, is it because I asked something that shouldn't be asked me of? It's really nerve-wracking me of. Frowning for a while, he didn't understand why Julius suddenly fainted. Felix shook his head and looked at Anastasia, who was a little overwhelmed. Do you need help, Maeve? Thank you for your help. I need to move Julius to the dragon carriage. Seeing the sincere look on Felix, the demi-human cat lady, Anastasia, who was overwhelmed, suddenly woke up from her overwhelm. She pointed to the luxurious dragon car, parked outside the door, and her tone was full of gratitude. After seeing Lin Zhe's powerful strength, Anastasia didn't want to stay in Lin Zhe's small yard for a second. She just wanted to leave quickly, even if Lin Zhe didn't embarrass herself and others. But if Lin Zhe suddenly changed his mind, he and Julius would never have the chance to leave. Did you leave in such a hurry? Seeing the dragon carriage speeding away in the distance, Felix shook his head involuntarily. Anastasia's panicked expression just now, and the act of leaving in a hurry, made Felix have some guesses. It's all about Lin Zhe. Julius was injured to that extent, and he was still lying in Lin Zhe's small yard. Felix could even feel some traces left after the battle between the two in the air. Originally, Felix was reluctant to believe some of the rumors that Lin Zhe could draw a tie with Priscilla, but Priscilla was someone who could draw a tie with her master and Quirkshoe. Felixus, as the first knight of Curtius, naturally knew how strong his master, Curtius, was. But now, even Felix still has some doubts. After seeing the Sword of the Kingdom, Julius, known as one of the most powerful knights in the kingdom, was severely injured. Felix no longer doubted whether Lin Zhe could defeat Priscilla. After this incident, Felix couldn't help but become curious about Lin Zhe's strength. At the same time, he also put Lin Zhe, who didn't care much, to a higher level. When dealing with Lin Zhe, Felix began to become serious. He didn't want to provoke Lin Zhe unintentionally and then be beaten likewise. After slightly tidying up his dress and fiddling with a pink bow tie around his neck, Felix walked towards Lin Zhe's small house. In the small yard, Lin Zhe was sitting under a big tree in the yard, holding a piece of wood of unknown material in his hand. Read, sure. As the carving knife in Lin Zhe's hand swiped, the appearance of a young girl slowly appeared some prototypes. At this moment, Lin Zhe looked extremely focused, as if he didn't care about what just happened. Even when Felix came in, when Felix and Anastasia sent the knight named Julius to the dragon carriage, and when the two left, Lin Zhe didn't pay any more attention. Lord Lin Zhe. He walked slowly from the gate of the small courtyard to Lin Zhe's edge, carefully avoiding pieces of gravel and broken branches along the way. Felix walked to Lin Zhe. Taking a deep breath, Felix waved his hand, and after a sigh and light passed, an invitation letter appeared in his hand. With slender and fair hands, holding the edge of the invitation letter, Felix leaned forward and respectfully handed the invitation letter to Lin Zhe. This is the invitation letter that Lord Curious asked me to send to you, Maeve. Lin Zhe was still painting the wood carving in his hand, as if he had no intention of picking up the invitation letter from Felix at all. After Lin Zhe had all the wood carvings in his hand and carved the outlines to his satisfaction, Lin Zhe slowly put the wood carvings in his hands inside the bamboo frame and raised his head to look at the bow that was still respectful. Felix, holding the invitation letter in his hands. Felix is the first knight of Circe, who is good at water magic, and has the title of Blue, the highest level healing magician in the kingdom of Lucanica. Lin Zhe, who knows the original book, is naturally no stranger to this pseudo-mother Capitulo. If I remember it well, I don't seem to know Kursh. Lin Zhe didn't pick up the invitation letter. Looking at Felix, who was full of respect, Lin Zhe was a little curious. Is there something wrong with her inviting me? I'm just in charge of delivering the invitation letter to Maeve. Felix was relieved when he saw that Lin Zhe finally looked at him. He just sent away the seriously injured Julius. He actually had some bad guesses about whether Lin Zhe was violent. Unlike Julius, who is good at fighting, Felix is not good at and enthusiastic about fighting. He is really worried that if he does something that makes Lin Zhe dissatisfied, he has the same experience with Julius. If I get beaten up by Lin Zhe. Looking at Lin Zhe's expressionless eyes, Felix couldn't help but panic a little, a sight that will be beaten into a pile of minced meat. Sending the invitation letter to Lin Zhe again, Felix's face was full of smiles. When Lord Lin Zhe meets Lord Quirkshoe, we will naturally know what Quirkshoe thinks me of. Seeing Felix, who was trembling a little, Lin Zhe couldn't help but be confused. Although he didn't know what Quirkshoe invited him to do, there was nothing to do right now. After receiving the invitation letter, Lin Zhe looked at his messy yard and could not help but frown slightly. It's really a rude guy who messed up my yard. Chapter 238. Lord Lin Zhe, I'll help you tidy up the yard, Maeve. Seeing Lin Zhe's brows wrinkle, Felix felt a cold sweat on his back. He remembered the miserable appearance of Julius just now, and he couldn't help but dodge a little when he looked at Lin Zhe. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Felix immediately offered to help Lin Zhe clean the yard. Now Felix just wanted to leave Lin Zhe's yard as soon as possible. If he hadn't had an invitation letter to send, Felix would have chosen to leave, even after seeing Julius' injury. As the top healing magician in the Lucanica Kingdom, Felix was aware of how badly Julius was injured, just by touching his body. All the bones were crushed, and if the internal organs were not protected by magic robes, and if the treatment was more timely, he would have died at this moment. It can only be said that the current Julius is still alive. Either it is a miracle, or the unsmiling young man in front of him has left his hand. Such an injury is almost like there is only a thin line between death and survival. This is also the reason why Felix is so afraid of Lin Zhe. He can beat Julius like that, and he has not been injured in the slightest. Lin Zhe's strength has been raised a lot in Felix's eyes. Seeing that Felix offered to clean the yard, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Since someone wanted to help him, how could he refuse Felix's kindness? Soon Lin Zhe's yard, which had been chaotic due to the battle with Julius, became neat and tidy under Felix's meticulous cleaning. Compared with the gravel, broken wood, and fallen leaves that were all over the ground before, Felix had cleaned the yard, and even the dead grass in the corners had been redesigned. The whole yard seemed to have changed. Generally, I am very satisfied with Felix's cleaning. Lin Zhe, the cleaning is good. I will come here often in the future. Lord Lin Zhe is satisfied, Maeve. The sun had already set in the sky, and from morning to afternoon, Felix, who had helped Lin Zhe clean the yard all day, was soaking wet. He left Lin Zhe's yard with a stiff smile. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to never see Lin Zhe again. Shadow Assassin VI Chapter 160, Don't Provoke Lin Zhe. Night. The sky was slowly turning dark. Lin Zhe was sitting on the big tree in the yard. Half of the reason why Lin Zhe chose to live here was because of this big tree. It was an unnamed tree. The house is so big, and the tree canopy covers Lin Zhe's entire yard. On a thick tree branch, there is a hammock woven by forest stems. This season is still very hot, and Lin Zhe likes to come here to lie down at night. Because of the high tree, you can see the whole slum from here. This is also considered to be the best place in the whole slum. Someone came looking for trouble today? The branches trembled for a while, and then a flexible figure quickly appeared beside Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe opened his eyes slightly, looked at Fira, who was squatting on the side, and nodded slightly. A few are here to test. Why did you come back so late today? I received a commission today, and went to the quarry yet again. Sitting down on the branch beside the forest sting, Fira stretched out his hand to play with the magic insects flying around. This is a kind of bug that emits green light. Some resemble fireflies, but they are much larger than fireflies. Many poor people in the slums who have no money will catch this kind of bug and keep it at home. At night, this magic insect will emit a bright green light, which is very beautiful. Holding the magic insect in his hand, Firot took out a thin animal skin scroll from a small cloth bag on his waist and handed it to Lin Zhe. Just to steal a badge, the owner of the badge and the Sandpira is exactly the same. Lin Zhe took the animal skin scroll and simply opened it. Immediately, Emilia's appearance was revealed from the magic circle above the scroll. Almost without thinking, Lin Zhe knew who gave this scroll to Firot. This time the pay should not be too small. Holding the magic insect, Firot's golden hair was plated with a layer of light green fluorescence. On her fair face there was a hint of anticipation in her red pupils. When she thought that she would be able to leave the slum in a short time. Money, Firot showed a calm smile. Slightly loosening the magic worm in her hand, Firot raised her head and looked at the sky full of stars, revealing her little tiger teeth. Her tone was very soft. I will not be a thief in the future. If we see you next time, will you guys still remember my friend? Lin Zhe put his hands behind his head and looked at the magic insects flying around in front of him. A golden glowing whip suddenly stretched out from Lin Zhe's body and pushed the magic insects away. Hearing the somewhat sad tone in Firot's tone, Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment, turned his body, put a hand on Firot's head, and said lightly, "Why are you parting with life and death? Look. If I see you next time, I probably won't forget you." Feeling the warmth from Lin Zhe's hand on the top of her head, Firot couldn't help but stiffen. She wanted to push Lin Zhe's hand away, but she hesitated. She has always been alone in the slum to survive. She likes it very much. This feeling of being closed. But her pride from the girl's heart made Firot feel that Lin Zhe was looking at him as a child, so she froze in place for a while, her face involuntarily getting hot. Lin Zhe ignored Firot's struggles and felt Firot's body trembling slightly. Lin Zhe couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After all, you are really special. Very special? Hearing Lin Zhe's evaluation, Firot was slightly startled and asked curiously, "What's so special?" "Extremely stupid." Lin Zhe smiled slightly, and before Firot could react, the dimensional grid was activated and he was teleported to his bed just now, who was still asleep on the big tree. Special. Sully 10. Firot was sitting on the branch. She couldn't react. For a while, she was still thinking about whether there was something else in Lin Zhe's words, but suddenly felt that the hand that was placed on top of her head disappeared. Only then did Felt realize that Lin Zhe was deliberately making fun of himself. Standing up from where she was sitting, Firot's face suddenly turned red, her chest heaved violently, and then her voice came out far. "Lin Zhe, you bastard!" Chapter 239. Good night. Ignoring Felt's furious roar above the big tree, Lin Zhe waved his hand, and immediately a blue barrier completely covered his house. In the world of Inuyasha, for so many years, Lin Zhe has long since become a master at the top of the barrier. After being covered by the enchantment, the whole world suddenly quieted down. Master meant to create a small accident. In an attic, a petite girl stood in front of a man with clown makeup. The girl has some big pink eyes and peach lips, and her face, that is not very defined, is very cute. The hairstyle is short neck-length hair, but the dividing line of the hair is different. The front bangs cover her left eye, and the exposed right eye gives a very gentle feeling. She was wearing a black apron and a white hat on her head, just like a maid's outfit. The maid outfit has been specially modified to reveal the girl's slender shoulders. With a short skirt, the curves of her body are clearly shown. The girl looked at the brooding man in front of her with a very respectful tone. "Ram will do what the master wants." Looking at Ram in front of him without questioning, leaning on the attic, a man with clown makeup on his face, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He nodded slightly, picked up a glass of bright red wine in front of him, slowly. He took a slow sip. Standing up, looking at the boundless night outside the attic window, he couldn't help muttering to himself, "No matter who you are, I will find you." The man was none other than Roswell. In the 400 or 500 years he lived, Roswell had been searching for a way to resurrect his teacher, the Witch of Desire. However, there has not been much progress. With Roswell's order, Ram quickly left the attic. After losing her power, Ram has been living in Roswell's mansion with her sister Ram. She loves her sister very much, so as a ghost without horns, she can only exchange her loyalty for Roswell's protection of himself and his sister. Therefore, Ram never hesitated to implement Roswell's orders. Those guys seem to think they are in control of everything. Watching Ram leave, Roswell remembered the recent chaos in the Capitol. He had no interest in those battles after being dormant for hundreds of years, and even he felt that those people were a little funny. Cough cough. Where am I? After an unknown amount of time, Julius woke up in a sharp pain. It was a kind of pain that could almost be called from the depths of the soul. After a few violent coughs, Julius felt that his lungs seemed to be leaking air. He wanted to turn over, but Julius couldn't do it. But soon, his more familiar faces appeared in his eyes, Reinhardt and Anastasia. Looking at Reinhardt, Julius asked in an almost inaudible voice, "Am I not dead?" "You almost died." Watching Julius wake up, Reinhardt, who was standing on the side, breathed a long sigh of relief and said with a sigh, "The 4 healing magicians took turns to repair you for a day before saving your life. Thanks." Although his body was still in pain, Julius had regained some consciousness and felt the somewhat worried tone of Reinhardt, and he struggled to express his gratitude. Lying on the bed at the moment, remembering the fight between himself and Lin Zhe, Julius couldn't help but feel like a nightmare. To this day, he still remembered that he was knocked into the air by Lin Zhe's attack. He had no ability to fight back in the sky at all, and could only accept Lin Zhe's extreme attack like a puppet. This feeling of being in control of someone else's life made Julius feel a deep fear in his heart. He knew that he had completely lost the possibility of fighting against Lin Zhe in the future. He was already afraid and lost the courage to challenge Lin Zhe again. As a knight, losing courage will be a very scary thing, which means that if he cannot overcome the shadow of Lin Zhe, his road to becoming stronger will be even more difficult. Is that guy named Lin Zhe strong? Reinhardt looked at Julius with empty eyes and almost no focal distance in his pupils. He couldn't help but be curious about Lin Zhe. As a contemporary swordsman, Reinhardt was extremely humble, but deep down he was equally interested in becoming stronger, is full of desire. After learning that Julius was injured, he rushed over. As the top swordsman in the Luknica kingdom, he and Julius have always sympathized with each other. For Julius's talent, Reinhardt is very appreciated. Especially Julius' combination of magic and swordsmanship made Reinhardt very admired. In addition, Reinhardt also knows about Julius' strength. In addition to having several discussions with himself over the years, Julius ended in failure. Most of the time, he wins more and loses less. Situation. Therefore, Reinhardt was very interested in Lin Zhe, who could defeat Julius. Gently supporting Julius lying on the bed and sitting up, Reinhardt asked curiously, "You must have felt it if you fought with Lin Zhe. He's strong." With a grin, Julius' body has been repaired a lot after a whole day of healing magic. His broken bones and broken internal organs are slowly growing and healing. This kind of painful and itchy feeling made Julius' entire face turn hideous. He didn't have any reservations and said slowly, "I don't even have the ability to fight back in front of him." Shadow Assassin Chapter 161. Is that so? Looking at the bitter smile on Julius's painful face, Reinhardt couldn't help but stunt slightly. Julius has always been a very proud person, even himself has never been able to make Julius show such a wry smile and helplessness. And Lin Zhe did it. Looking at Julius' sloppy gaze, Reinhardt asked no more questions. He could see that the name Lin Zhe was a name that Julius didn't want to mention. Gently patted Julius on the shoulder, Reinhardt turned to leave. He decided to find the guy named Lin Zhe and see what Lin Zhe was that could hurt Julius like this kind of person. That guy won't challenge Lin Zhe, will he? Watching Reinhard slowly leave, Julius couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chapter 240. Are you worried about Reinhard? Anastasia looked at Julius, who had been looking in the direction of Reinhard and never looked back. Her expression was a little complicated. She has always been holding a issue, but today, in front of Lin Zhe, she panicked for the first time. Lin Zhe's eyes, with no emotional fluctuations, seemed to be able to see through everything. In front of Lin Zhe, Anastasia, who has always been good at disguising her innermost thoughts with cuteness, has no idea how to win favor in front of Lin Zhe. She didn't dare to use the disguise she used to be proud of in front of Lin Zhe. So today she barely said a word to Lin Zhe and left with Julius, living at the bottom of the whole country since childhood, relying on her business talents. She slowly established a well-known chamber of commerce. Her greed and endless self-motivation motivated her to keep moving forward. She is a very good existence in both ingenuity and in means. However, she didn't dare to use all of this on Lin Zhe, and intuitively told Anastasia that if she dared to use any means in front of Lin Zhe, she would die very miserably. She still remembers the meaningful look Lin Zhe gave her when she was leaving. Sorry. Hearing Anastasia's words, Julius, who was staring blankly at the door, closed his eyes helplessly. His tone was a little frustrated, and there was a trace of unwillingness. I let you down, Anastasia. Have a good rest. Anastasia didn't stay too long. For Julius, she just saw him as a help that she could hit the Empire. Therefore, she was only using Julius. And why Julius chose to be his own knight was just a bet made by Julius' family in order to have a new king in the future kingdom. What kind of person are you? Walking slowly in the corridor outside the mansion, Anastasia's interest in Lin Zhe not only did not diminish because of the frustration Lin Zhe brought her during the day. Quite the opposite. At this moment, Anastasia is more curious about Lin Zhe than before. At the end of the corridor, Anastasia flashed a gleam in her eyes. If you recruit him under my command, my chances of becoming a king must be much greater. It's interesting. On the dark red carpet, an orderly row of vases were placed on the carpet in an orderly fashion. Priscilla was holding a small ball in her hand, and when she heard Al's report, she couldn't help but stop throwing and laughed. During the day, Anastasia brought people to test Lin Zhe's sullen affair, which just came to her ears. Priscilla was naturally very happy to see the loss of her competitors. She had suffered a lot in the battle with Lin Zhe before, but now that she saw someone suffer the same fate as her, or even worse, Priscilla couldn't stop laughing. It's not that she likes to gloat at misfortune, but she has always been a little disgusted with pretending to be cute everywhere, pretending to be pitiful to capture the face of Anastasia, the knights who worked for her. Now that she sees this extremely hypocritical competitor suffer, she is naturally extremely happy. Putting down the ball in her hand, Anastasia walked to a chair and sat down, looking at Al on the side. Aldo, help me pay attention to some news about Lin Zhe, especially the news about contact with those guys. When Al heard Anastasia's words, he nodded slightly. Originally, he was a little puzzled by Priscilla's special attention to Lin Zhe, but after learning that Lin Zhe almost killed Julius, Al began to understand Priscilla's previous actions. Julius is not an ordinary person. He is one of the leaders of the younger generation of the Lutnica kingdom. Lin Zhe can easily defeat Julius, and not even a single injury is enough to cause all the big families to suffer. Notice. In Al's view, the so-called king's election is actually just a game between the various forces of the Lutnica kingdom. Behind every person selected by the king is a group of families with related interests. As Lin Zhe, who has not joined any family or power, has the strength to crush the new generation of strong Julius, naturally after this incident, he has become a hot character. 0. Flower 0. If Lin Zhe joins the camp of any candidate who is currently eligible for the election of a king, it will have a great impact on other forces. Where did this Lin Zhe come from? Lin Zhe's origin has always been a mystery. In the past 3 months, Priscilla, who was the first to come into contact with Lin Zhe, has done the most in the investigation of Lin Zhe's identity. Al, as Priscilla's first knight, naturally handled this matter. But no matter how Al investigates, he can't figure out the origin of Lin Zhe. It was as if Lin Zhe suddenly appeared in this world, and there was no way to find out. Al was even wondering if Lin Zhe was like him, not from this world, but from another world. 0. After all, he appeared in this world inexplicably. After thinking for a while, Al stopped exploring Lin Zhe's origins. No matter where Lin Zhe came from, it didn't matter. The important thing is that Lin Zhe can be drawn into the faction where he and Priscilla are. Thinking of this, Al said goodbye to Priscilla. As Priscilla's first knight, he still has a lot to do. My concubine really likes Lin Zhe more and more. Leaning on the beautifully crafted chair, Priscilla didn't care about Al's departure, and her thoughts shifted to Lin Zhe, who has always been a very strong person. Over the years, since she came to this world, there are not many people who can make her suffer, and Lin Zhe is definitely the most. Having known Lin Zhe for 3 months, the frustration she got from Lin Zhe was several times more than the past 10 years. In her heart, the idea of conquering Lin Zhe became stronger and stronger. Especially when she learned that so many of her competitors were going to compete with her for Lin Zhe. Priscilla's obsession with Lin Zhe reached a new level again. Her bright red lips bit her hand lightly. The fan inside muttered to himself, "No one wants to take away the man that the concubine likes." 8. Chapter 241. Parker. In a warm-colored room, a young girl with silver hair straight to her waist was holding a magic book in her hand. She was lying on the bed. Her purple-blue pupils stared at the elf lying on the bed like herself. Her facial features gave people a soft feeling, both gorgeous and childish. The whole person exudes a noble charm. The girl is wearing a white-based clothing. Although there is no complicated decorative cabinet, it undoubtedly sets off her perfect figure. Putting the magic book in her hand together, the girl frowned slightly. "Do you think I can live to qualify as a king?" Lee has to believe in herself. Originally, Parker and Amelia were lying on the bed together, looking at the magic book, and they were drowsy when he heard the sound of Amelia putting the magic book together. Parker suddenly woke up. Feeling that Amelia's mood was a little down, Parker raised his furry claws and made a fist gesture in front of Amelia. Hearing Parker's encouragement, Amelia, who was originally anxious, felt a lot more relaxed. She put the magic book aside, lay on the bed, and encouraged herself. "Parker is right, Leah will work hard. You can go to the King City tomorrow, and I don't know what the King City looks like now. Hopefully the chaos there has changed." Parker yawned. A few months ago, he, Amelia and Roswell came back from the royal city. At that time, Wanching was still well organized and orderly. However, since the news of the death of the king and the death of the royal family came from the royal city, even as a border far away from the capital, things began to become a bit chaotic. The armies of some other countries, as well as the envoys of magic, will test the order from time to time. As a great elf, Parker has lived for a long time. Although the intelligence of elves is generally lower than that of humans, with the accumulation of time, Parker's judgment on some situations still has no major problems. "Please come in, Shiz." Hearing a knock on the door, Amelia got up from the bed she was lying on. She tidied up her wrinkled clothes and agreed to the request of the knocker to come in. Amelia's voice just fell, and 2 girls in maid costumes walked in with wooden tray. Shadow Assassin Chapter 162. The 2 are no strangers to Amelia. One is Rem and the other is Ram. After Roswell became his supporter, Amelia lived in Roswell's mansion. As maids in Roswell's mansion, Rem and Ram have been taking care of Amelia's daily life. "Sir Amelia, this is a new dress, made for you, in the hands of my sister." "Sir Amelia, this is the robe, prepared for you, in Rem's hands." Rem and Ram put the wooden support in their hands to Amelia's front, and the 2 of them are left and right. Except for the blue and pink hair, the 2 of them are almost completely different, from their bodies to their facial features. Exactly the same. Even the tone of voice is the same. Just put it aside. Because he was about to leave for the capital soon, Roswell had someone make a suit for himself. Looking at the sisters who had many similarities in front of her, Emily nodded slightly, and after getting along for a while, she and the two were still getting along well. Emilia was very grateful for the care of the two of them. Looking at the two who were about to leave under her own signal, she was bored while studying etiquette in Roswell's castle. Two people who are often out shopping get some interesting things. After thinking for a while, Emilia looked at the two of them expectantly. Have Rem and Ram heard anything interesting? Interesting thing, did you hear that, sister? Interesting thing, have you heard that, Rem? Hearing Emilia's words, Rem and Ram, who had already reached the door, stopped. The two looked at each other and started their habitual symmetrical dialogue. Soon, Rem spoke again, and she said with a chuckle, speaking of interesting things, there really is one. Blood Lady has a new husband. Rem is talking about the guy named Priscilla. Although Emilia was not very interested in the interesting thing that Rem said, but since Rem said it, Emilia asked politely. As soon as she finished speaking, Rem on the side took it. After talking, Emilia is right, it is said to be a powerful knight named Lin Zhe. We heard from the villagers that they are going to have a wedding. Unlucky guy. Emilia has also heard about Priscilla. As someone who is as likely to qualify for the election as herself, Roswell has mentioned it to her. Therefore, Lin Zhe, who is rumored to marry Priscilla, has, Emilia expressed her sympathy for Lin Zhe slightly. Having killed 7 husbands, Priscilla is a well-known presence in the entire Lucanica kingdom. Some rumors about people from old-fashioned nobles like Priscilla are the most popular topics for the people at the bottom. Therefore, even if Priscilla is in a remote capital, rumors about her can still be heard in the borderlands. We're going to the capital tomorrow. It would be interesting to meet this unlucky guy, in the mouth of Emilia. Hearing Emilia's comment, Rem smiled faintly. She pinched the skirt of her maid outfit and bent her knees slightly. While talking to Emilia, she saluted and left. Emilia nodded slightly. The etiquette of the nobles gave her a headache. However, in order to become a candidate for the throne of the Lucanica kingdom, she had to master the etiquette of the nobles. So she didn't like it very much, but in front of Rem and Ram, she still tried her best to look like an aristocrat. Until Rem and Ram went out, holding a sigh of relief, Emilia, who had just tried to make her appearance more in line with aristocratic temperament, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lin Zhe, such a strange name. Throwing herself down on her bed, Emilia recalled the names that Rem and Ram mentioned just now, and she couldn't help but become curious. But just curious. Time flies by. The next morning. After a good night's sleep, Lin Zhe opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and waved his hand. Are you asleep? Pushing open the door, Lin Zhe saw Philip asleep at his door. Chapter 242. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Zhe gently hugged Felt, who was asleep on the ground. Maybe it was because he slept too fast, until Lin Zhe hugged Firot and placed him on the chair in the yard. Firot was still asleep. That guy is really annoying. It wasn't until Lin Zhe walked out of the courtyard that Firot's eyes, who were still asleep, slowly opened a little until Lin Zhe's back disappeared in her open eyes, and Firot opened her eyes completely open. Looking at the blanket on his body, Firot was originally outside the door last night, and the anger he had accumulated all night suddenly disappeared without a trace. She lay on the reclining chair, pulled the blanket, and then closed her eyes again, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. I'll forgive you this time. Closing her eyes, Firot quickly fell into a deep sleep. Last night, she knocked on Lin Zhe's door for one night. At this moment, she felt that her eyelids were filled with lead. The sun has risen, and on the distant mountain you can see a golden yellow, which is the light of the east sun 06 hitting the alpine rock wall. Lin Zhe came out from the path in the slum, and all the people who lived in the slum all the way gave Lin Zhe a salute when they saw Lin Zhe. although most of them Lin Zhe has not come into contact with in the past 3 months, but Lin Zhe's reputation has long been resounding throughout the slum, and no one dares to stand up if Lin Zhe is the uncrowned king of the slum. Say what? Lord Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had just walked out of the slum when he saw the young cat girl, Felix, walking over. Felix respectfully greeted Lin Zhe with a knightly salute and began to lead the way. For Lin Zhe, the dragon carriage has been prepared for you, Mr. Lin Zhe. Please me of year. Nodding slightly, Lin Zhe and Felix got into a dragon carriage that stopped at the entrance of the alley. Sitting in the dragon carriage, Lin Zhe began to close his eyes. The manor of the Kyurkshu family was on the other side of the royal city, just opposite to where Lin Zhe was. Soon, in the speeding speed of the dragon carriage, Lin Zhe followed Felix to the family manor of Kyurkshu. The sun is almost in the middle of the sky. In a luxurious castle, a table full of various foods was placed on the grass in the manor. A white tablecloth has a background with white delicate plates, golden cutlery, plus a variety of cooked, fragrant foods. And good wine. A luxurious lunch was presented perfectly. Lord Lin Zhe, please sit down. After entering the manor, Lin Zhe sat down at the side of the long dining table under the guidance of Felix. The opposite position is still empty, where is the position of Kyurkshu. Just when Lin Zhe was thinking about what exactly Perseus had done to find him, Perseus with dark green hair came over in the distance. She was dressed in a green male military uniform, with an exquisite long sword at the waist, and her dark green long hair, tied with a white ribbon, tied into a bow, fluttered in the wind as she walked briskly and confidently. Perseus had a faint smile on his white face, and his amber slender eyes exuded a sharp look, giving him a dignified and upright impression like a sharp blade. Sitting down gracefully across from Lin Zhe, Kyurkshu raised his glass slightly, facing Lin Zhe at a distance, and said with a light smile, "Kyurkshu is very honored to be able to invite you, Lin Zhe." Lin Zhe raised the wine that Felix had already poured for him in front of him, and raised it towards Kyurkshu opposite. Without paying too much attention to Kyurkshu, Lin Zhe began to eat slowly. He didn't seem to care about the purpose of Kwarsh's invitation to come. Seeing Lin Zhe concentrate on eating without the slightest intention of taking care of him, Kyurkshu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Lin Zhe's actions made Kyurkshu swallow all the words he had prepared. Suppressing the urge to speak, Kyurkshu picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy the food. "I want to see how long you can endure this guy." Using a fork to pick up a piece of cut foie gras, Kyurkshu looked at Lin Zhe's unhurried look, and she couldn't help but want to compete with Lin Zhe. Therefore, Kyurkshu, who was supposed to talk to the destination where he invited Lin Zhe, sat opposite Lin Zhe and slowly ate the food. Time passed minute by minute. The food in front of the two also began to gradually decrease. Hirsch-sama seems to have a good appetite today, Nyan. Felix stood at one side of the long table, watching Kyurkshu eat piece after piece of food and drink glass after glass of wine. He didn't seem to want to stop. Felix, who knew that Kyurkshu didn't eat a lot, couldn't help but secretly wonder. The eerie silence continued. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 163. After seeing that there was not much food left on the table, Felix looked at Kyurkshu with a faint smile on his face. After he pondered for a while, he quickly arranged for a servant to bring a whole hearty food on the table. Hiss. Feeling that the food she had eaten was about to reach her throat, Kyurkshu looked at Lin Zhe, who was still eating unhurriedly. "I can't eat anymore." Felix the idiot. Just now, I was a little fortunate that the food in front of him had been eaten, and there was no need to compete with Lin Zhe anymore. Perseus saw that Felix and the servant who had returned and put new food in front of him again. Seeing Felix, clenched his fists and greeted herself with a smile. Kyurkshu still kept a light smile on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. She had scolded Felix a dozen times in her heart. Interesting. Lin Zhe has been eating a lot recently because of his practice of flowing water, rock crushing fist, and whirlwind slashing iron fist. Therefore, since Kyurkshu entertained himself, Lin Zhe was not polite and had been eating since he came to the castle. But what Lin Zhe didn't expect was that Kyurkshu didn't stop. At the beginning, Lin Zhe thought that Turkshu might have a big stomach or something, but slowly Lin Zhe noticed some slight twitches at the corners of Turkshu's mouth, and some obvious retching movements. Only then did Lin Zhe understand that Turkshu was not a big stomach king, but was simply stuffing something into his stomach. From the provocative glances that Turkshu looked at from time to time, Lin Zhe realized that Turkshu was secretly competing with himself. Seeing that Turkshu was holding a knife and fork and looking at the food in front of him, his face darkened. Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing. Chapter 243. Cough cough. Vomit. Cut a good piece of meat, rich in fat, flowing from Curious knife to both sides. Originally, this scene should be a scene that should make people's index fingers move, but it was a torment for Curious, who had eaten a lot of food. After a few coughs, she retched. The indifferent appearance that was originally maintained was suddenly destroyed by the flushed face that was held back after coughing and retching. My family is a little uncomfortable. Seeing the appearance of Curse, Felix realized that he had just made a mistake in Curse's intentions. He suddenly felt a coolness rise behind him, and he inadvertently made Turkshu make a new one in front of Lin Zhe, and a scolding was absolutely indispensable. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was still sitting quietly, Felixus helped Turkshu and bowed apologetically to Lin Zhe. Lord Lin Zhe, please wait a moment. Holding Curse, Felix couldn't help sweating on his forehead, feeling the coldness emanating from Curse. Although Curse is a young girl, it can be seen, from the fact that she has always been dressed as a man, how much violence is hidden in Curse's body. Felix even thought about whether he should directly find a reason to go out later, otherwise the high-level healing techniques he mastered would be used on himself. How long before we can get to the royal city? Above the dragon carriage, Emilia pulled open the curtain at the front of the dragon carriage and looked at the driver who was sitting at the front driving the dragon carriage. In the morning, after the dragon carriage from the royal capital arrived at Roswell's mansion, Emilia, Ram, and Ram got on the dragon carriage and prepared to go to the royal capital. The driver was a blonde-haired boy with a black top hat, and those who could drive a dragon cart were not ordinary people. The boy heard Emilia's question behind him, and while he continued to pay attention to the situation on the road, he answered Emilia's question. We will be able to resist the capital at noon tomorrow at the latest. If Emilia-sama feels bored, there are a few interesting things to share with Emilia-sama to relieve the boredom. After answering Emilia's question, the young driver, who also felt a little bored along the way, didn't stop his urge to speak. Out of courtesy, he politely said some polite words to Emilia. Emilia, who originally wanted to enter the dragon carriage to rest after getting the answer, heard the driver's words, and she felt a little groggy along the way. She couldn't help but become interested. Some expectations. Tell me about it. In the past few days, a major event has happened in Wancheng. In his professional habit as a young man as a driver, it is obvious that after inheriting his father's driving skills, he also inherited a lot of storytelling ability. As soon as he opened his mouth, he began to imitate the tone of his father's storytelling to hang people. Appetite. When the young man felt that Emilia was listening quietly behind him, he was obviously excited and then began to speak. Priscilla must have heard of Emilia-sama. In recent days, Priscilla's lover has done a great thing. Turning his head back slightly after seeing that Emilia was clearly interested, the driver continued, that guy named Lin Zhe defeated the Sword of the Kingdom, Julius. Julius is the genius of the Lucanica Kingdom. The more the young man spoke, the more excited he became. In his tone, the battle between Lin Zhe and Julius was described in an earth-shattering and excited tone, as if he had become Lin Zhe, and there was an unstoppable trend in this talk. The boy didn't stop until he talked about his hoarse voice. Maybe it was boring, or maybe it was because the story of the boy was well told, and Emilia listened carefully all the time. After hearing the boy finish speaking, Emilia returned to the carriage and sat down. From the time the teenager was talking about Lin Zhe's name, he was constantly excited. Emilia could hear the teenager's admiration for Lin Zhe. You can really hear about that guy anywhere. Leaning on the luxurious seat in the dragon car, Emilia couldn't help but sigh slightly, hearing about Lin Zhe frequently these days. Originally, she was just curious about Lin Zhe, but it gradually evolved to the point where she wanted to see Lin Zhe. Feel sorry. Qiu, who had eaten a lot because of his rivalry with Lin Zhe, appeared in front of Lin Zhe again after taking care of his awkward appearance. Different from the casual men's military uniform just now, she is more formal now. The upper body is a long dark purple-blue coat with white trim and gold epaulettes. The lower body is the same color trousers, knee-length boots, with white lace, white gloves and a blue hat with a white horizontal stripe in the middle. Coat of arms on left arm with Carlston's gold coat of arms on red background. Different from the strong stance just now, at this moment, Kurzai obviously softened his tone a lot. I will stop talking nonsense and directly tell Lin Zhe the purpose of inviting you this time. I hope you can be my knight, Lin Zhe. At this moment, the two were walking in the garden in the castle, and Qiu and Lin Zhe walked side by side. Because she was much slower than Lin Zhe, she couldn't help but slightly raise her head when talking to Lin Zhe. With Lin Zhe's strength, at a time like this, you can definitely make a difference. What to do? Hearing the intention of Qiu's solicitation, Lin Zhe just smiled slightly. He shook his head slightly, and his tone was extremely flat. The Karl Sten family has been one of the best families in the entire kingdom since the establishment of the Kingdom of Lutnica. Now that there is a problem with the royal family, my qualification for the election of the king is almost certain. Seeing Lin Zhe still looked uninterested, Curious did not give up persuading. If I become the new king, I will definitely be able to lead the entire kingdom to a new life. Thank you for the invitation. Lin Zhe didn't have any interest in listening to Qiu's long speeches, and Lin Zhe was not interested in things like being someone else's tool. Even if Lin Zhe wanted to have any thoughts about the kingdom of Lucanica, he would not be someone's subordinate. What's more, Lin Zhe has no such idea for the time being. Looking at Curious with a calm face, Lin Zhe refused without hesitation, but I have no interest in this matter at all. If nothing else, I'm going to say goodbye. Chapter 244. You. Hearing Lin Zhe's tone that showed no interest at all, Qiu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Originally, Qiu still had some guesses about whether Lin Zhe was waiting for her to reveal his bargaining chip. Then he deliberately put on a gesture of disinterest, but before Qiu could react from his doubts, Lin Zhe disappeared in front of Qiu with a flash of light blue light. Seeing Lin Zhe, who had disappeared, and Rana, who had no fluctuations at all, Qiu couldn't help but be surprised. He disappeared in front of him without using any magic. Such a strange ability made Qiu, who was already a little afraid of Lin Zhe, froze in place. Is that guy gone? Standing aside, Felix, who was a little limping while walking, stared at the place where Lin Zhe disappeared, a little stunned. Walking to Qiu's side, Felix subconsciously kept some distance from Qiu and hesitated for a while before Felix said, "It seems that Lin Zhe is really not interested in us, Maeve." Seeing Felix, who had been beaten by himself, distanced himself from him, Qiu couldn't help but want to laugh. Looking back from the place where Lin Zhe disappeared, a gleam of light flashed in Qiu's eyes. As long as we persevere, we can always persuade that guy. Holding the saber at his waist, Qiu added another sentence in a slow tone to the back, his voice getting smaller and smaller. If we can't convince that guy, we can't let him cooperate with others. Good to eat. In the big tree, Lin Zhe and Ferris, who had completely woken up, were sitting on the branches. Ferris took the chicken's drumsticks that Lin Zhe brought her from Qiu's manor in his hand and went to Qiu's manor. Lin Zhe was naturally not polite. A pair of fair and slender legs swayed back and forth on the branches. Ferris tore off a piece of chicken thigh, and his voice was a little vague. Just now. That widow came to you again. But seeing that Lin Zhe was away, she left some gifts and left. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 164. There are people who come to look for Lin Zhe these days. There are several groups that Firot has seen. As a friend of Lin Zhe, Firot is quite happy that so many people want to recruit Lin Zhe. But at the same time, also felt some reluctance and disgust in his heart. She has a sense of gain and loss for this matter. It's like a thing that you care about a lot is coveted by many people. Widow. Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile as he watched Firot tearing his chicken legs one bite after another. Firot was a person who couldn't hide his emotions. Hearing felt calling Priscilla a widow, the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth slightly arched. With a wave of his hand, the ability of the Dimension Square was activated by Lin Zhe, and then the extremely simple wooden box appeared in Lin Zhe's hand. The dimensional grid is used to store items, which is a very practical thing, developed by Lin Zhe when he develops and utilizes the function of the dimensional grid. In the world within the Dimension Square, there is a vast void space. Some of Lin Zhe's usual inconvenient things will be placed in this place by Lin Zhe. Usually when Lin Zhe wants to use it, he can take it out with just a wave of his hand, which is extremely convenient. Handing the small wooden box to Firot, Lin Zhe said lightly, "For you, I carved it when I was bored." "For me?" Seeing the small wooden box that Lin Zhe handed over in front of her, Firot's eyes flashed with surprise. She hesitated, and looking at her handful of grease, she quickly went down from the tree. "Wait for me." After getting down from the tree, Firot quickly ran back to the front of the log house, where she was. She first carefully washed the grease on her hands, and then returned to her log cabin. Opening a wooden box, Firot took out a dagger that was inlaid with exquisite gems and had not been made for a long time. "Where are you going, Firot?" Just after taking the dagger, Felt came out of the room when she met Lord Roma, who was passing by in front of her wooden house. Lord Rom shook his head when he saw the flustered Firot, but soon his eyes were attracted by the dagger in Firot's hand. Looking at the dagger in Firot's hand, Lord Rom's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he asked in disbelief, "For such an expensive magic dagger, Firot, wouldn't you put all your savings into it?" Or? Firot nodded, and her entire face suddenly turned red. She and Lord Roma waved, and then quickly disappeared into the distance. The dagger in Firot's hand, Lord Roma has seen. Not long ago, Firot said that he wanted to buy something and asked Lord Roma to take her there. Having lived in Wansheng for decades, where things are good, Lord Roma naturally has the most say. Therefore, Lord Rom took Firot around for a walk, and finally Firot took a fancy to a magic dagger, but after learning the expensive price of the dagger, Firot gave up. Originally, Lord Rom thought that Firot would take the risk of stealing the dagger she liked. But what Lord Rom didn't expect was that Felt actually bought the dagger. In Lord Rom's view, this is simply a very incomprehensible thing. As a thief, after seeing something, he actually bought it. With the logic of thieves, it can't be said at all. Looks like our Firot has grown up. Seeing Firot running to the yard where Lin Zhe was, Master Rom couldn't help but sigh. In just a moment, Lord Roma, who has lived for hundreds of years, figured out why Firot bought the expensive dagger as a thief. Felt didn't want the gift he gave to cause trouble to the people he cared about. Every craftsman will leave some special marks of his own when making weapons, especially like magic weapons. Although the chances of the dagger being found again are very small, it is still possible. Does Lin Zhe really live in this place? Outside the slum, Reinhard looked at the slums, where there were ruins and ragged people wandering around. He couldn't help feeling a little weird that Lin Zhe lived in this place. After learning the reason for Lin Zhe's residence from Julius, Reinhard rushed over to Lin Zhe. However, because of some illegal things on the road, Reinhard was delayed for some time, and he has only just arrived in the slum until now. Chapter 245. He came from one of the most prominent families in the kingdom of Lutnica. Reinhard has lived in the core area of the capital since he was a child, and although he has been to the slums, he is only passing by. It was never his turn to patrol a place like this. Not long after entering the slum, Reinhard noticed a very special woman. Long black hair, with some curly hair, and a red robe on his body. The clothes on his body show a lot of places, and his enchanting figure outlines a graceful curve. Bright lips are the color of roses. However, Reinhard could feel a smell of death from a woman's body, a smell that would only be contaminated or formed if you were to kill someone frequently or stay with 4 people for too long. Maybe to other people a woman is not very special, but in Reinhard's eyes the difference in that woman is as dazzling as the sun in the sky, obvious. Would you like to ask? Rubbing his chin, Reinhard frowned slightly on Reinhard's resolute face. He should have seen Lin Zhe long ago, because he had dealt with one after another of sinful people along the way, but it has been delayed until now. If he goes to track down that woman again, it will definitely delay a lot of time. An intuition tells Reinhard that the woman is not a simple answer. If you follow that woman, if you see Lin Zhe's plan, you will be greatly pushed back. Without struggling for too long, Reinhard made a decision to go directly to Lin Zhe. It's not that Reinhard gave up tracking the suspicious woman, but Reinhard found that the direction that the woman was going was exactly the same direction as the location of the sting that Julius told him. Watching the woman walk in the direction of a big tree in the slum, Reinhard did not hesitate anymore, and he followed it, but a doubt emerged in his heart. Will that woman have a relationship with Lin Zhe? What's the connection? Julius. Anastasia looked at Julius in front of her with surprise, who was already walking on the ground. She couldn't believe it in her tone. Are you really going to apologize to Lin Zhe? After being carefully treated by several top healing magicians, Julius, who had almost died, recovered again. Apart from the fact that his face was still very pale and his entire body was a little unsteady, Julius was much better than him. Hearing that Julius said that he was going to apologize to Lin Zhe, Anastasia couldn't believe it. For a knight, bowing his head to apologize to another person was a very difficult thing to accept. Every knight has his own pride and the honor guarded in his heart. Julius has always been a very strong person, and it is conceivable to make the decision to apologize to Lin Zhe. What kind of torment Julius experienced in his heart. Hearing Julius' request to apologize to Lin Zhe, Anastasia's eyes flashed with joy, but she was quickly suppressed by her. She looked at Julius, who was kneeling on one knee, and shook his head. Shaking his head, his tone was full of anger. That guy hurt Julius so badly. There is no way we can apologize to him. Let me go. Hearing Anastasia's angry tone, Julius felt a touch of emotion in his heart, and his somewhat unwilling tone was full of determination. If we can ask Lin Zhe's forgiveness, we will have a great chance of winning Lin Zhe. A lot of. In this way, Anastasia's wish to become a king will be more likely to be fulfilled. Thank you, Julius. Looking at Julius, who was swearing allegiance to her in front of her, Anastasia suddenly burst into tears, and she solemnly bowed to Julius, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. He helped Julius up. If Lin Zhe was here, he would definitely applaud Anastasia's superb acting skills. With just a few eyes and a few movements, she showed the image of a pitiful girl who cares about her subordinates. I don't know what Lin Zhe and the guy Turkshu talked about when they met. Worried, sent Julius away and returned to his room. Anastasia closed her door tightly. Her original cute eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by sharp and wily. 0. Flower 0. These kinds of expressions that don't match her tender face are intertwined on her face. Although Anastasia still has a smile on her face, it gives people an inexplicable and gloomy feeling. Anastasia naturally knew about the fact that Curtius invited Lin Zhe, but Anastasia didn't know anything about whether there was any deal between the two. The feeling that this kind of thing was out of her control made Anastasia extremely uncomfortable. It also seemed necessary to take a risk and get in touch with that guy. Anastasia soon made a decision to contact Lin Zhe in person. Although Lin Zhe gave her a very dangerous feeling, Anastasia no longer hesitated when she thought that her competitor might join forces with Lin Zhe. 0. Although Lin Zhe is very dangerous in her intuition, one she can win over, it will be a great help for someone like Anastasia who has no background. This guy. Shadow. Assassin Chapter 165. Above an abandoned windmill in the slum, Firot held a simple wooden box in his hand. After hesitating for a while, Firot slowly opened the wooden box. Immediately, a beautifully carved, lifelike wood-carving villain entered Firot's field of vision. Holding the wood-carving villain in her hand, Firot's movements were extremely gentle, and she was extremely careful with every turn. After reading it carefully several times, Firot reluctantly put the wood-carving villain into the wooden box in his hand. It's very sculpted. An evil voice came from not far away and felt subconsciously protected the wooden box in his arms. Lifting his head, Firot's eyes were full of alertness, but after seeing who was coming, Firot breathed a sigh of relief and said with some dissatisfaction, "What's the matter?" "I just came to remind you that the guy will be here tomorrow." Not far from Firot, a charming woman with black curly hair, decorated with purple fluffy hair accessories, looked at Firot with a smile. Her bright red tongue licked the dagger in her hand, and there was no tone in her tone. With a faint smile. After talking to Firot, the woman did not stop at all, turned around and left the place where Firot was. 8. Chapter 246. Hopefully everything goes well. Looking at the direction the woman was leaving, Firot fell into deep thought. This time, in order to buy the magic weapon dagger for Lin Zhe, Firot almost used up all his savings. Therefore, this commission is very important for Firot. She wants to get rid of her identity as a thief, so that she can save enough money to leave the slum and live in a better place. For this goal, she has worked hard for a long time, wandering the streets every day, looking for something to steal. Does Lin Zhe live there? Just as Firot was contemplating, a clear questioning voice interrupted Firot's thoughts. Firot raised his head subconsciously and immediately saw a young knight who looked like a noble walking towards his position. Hearing that someone was looking for Lin Zhe and the other party was a knight, Firot immediately became alert. She held the short blade slung across her waist with one hand and asked hostilely, "Who are you?" "This guy." Reinhard looked at the blonde and red-eyed girl in front of him, and he couldn't help but stun for a moment. With just one glance, Reinhard was aware of the speciality of the girl in front of him. In the girl's body, he saw very obvious royal features. Reinhard and his own Sword Saint family have always maintained a neutral state in the election of a king. As the patron saint of the Luknica kingdom, the Sword Saint family has a very powerful power. After the death of the king and the royal family, Reinhard's family also thought about supporting a person qualified for the king's election to participate in the competition for the throne, but they have never found a suitable candidate. In the end, I had to choose the neutral and safest solution to deal with this kingdom dispute. The moment he saw Firot, ideas emerged in Reinhard's mind, and the plan to support the girl in front of him to become the king's chosen person quickly grew in Reinhard's mind. "My name is Reinhard." After thinking for a while, Reinhard walked slowly to Felt's side, revealing a faint smile. Reinhard had some guesses from the girl's behavior of being on guard when she heard that she mentioned Lin Zhe. However, in order to get closer to the girl in front of him, he quietly replaced the question he originally wanted to ask. "I'm an admirer of Lin Zhe. Can you introduce me?" "Lin Zhe's admirer?" Hearing Reinhard's words, Firot's guarded appearance relaxed a little and her brows slightly wrinkled. After thinking for a while, Firot nodded in the direction of Reinhard. "I'll take you to see him, but that guy Lin Zhe may not necessarily meet you." "That guy is also the good hunter?" On the big tree, Lin Zhe was holding a carving knife in his hand and casually carved a piece of wood on a piece of wood. With a slight glance from the corner of his eye, Lin Zhe found that he saw a somewhat familiar figure. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Zhe suddenly remembered who the person who slowly walked out of the slum was. Gut Hunter Elsa. The first dangerous character to appear in the plot, from the Zero World. Suguru Naoki was killed by Elsa again and again, and finally almost collapsed without being played. Elsa's strength is not weak, and she also has the ability to heal quickly. She is a hybrid of vampires and humans, and her strength is not bad. If it wasn't for Naoki Suguru, who was the protagonist and possessed the ability to read files, he would have been killed long ago. But thinking of Suguru Ku, Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. According to the development of the plot, if Suguru Naoki appears in this world as in the original, if he dies, will he force everyone to read the file together? In fact, Lin Zhe had guessed this question when he was watching anime before, but he didn't expect that he would actually encounter it by himself. Maybe so. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe quickly came up with a solution. Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe was pondering, Felt's voice came from under the tree. Looking in the direction from which the voice came, Lin Zhe immediately saw a familiar figure, Reinhardt. Lin Zhe is much more familiar with Reinhardt than Elsa. After all, in the original book, Reinhardt is a ceiling of combat power from the Zero World. Firot raised his head and looked at Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the tree. This guy, named Reinhardt, said that he is your admirer and wants to get to know you. Admirer? The light blue light flashed. Lin Zhe immediately came from the tree to the tree, stood under the tree, looked at Reinhardt, who was standing faintly opposite him. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth could not help but slightly prop up an arc of zero. You don't need to think about Lin Zhe to know that Firot was deceived by the thoughtful and thoughtful Reinhardt. Since Reinhardt has met Firot, there are 9 out of 10. Recognized Felt's peculiar physical features. However, what Lin Zhe was more curious about was that Reinhardt did not directly take Firot away as in the original book, but came to see himself. My name is Reinhardt, and I'm a member of the Royal Guard Knights. When Lin Zhe looked at Reinhardt, Reinhardt also looked in the direction of Lin Zhe. Reinhardt was slightly startled by Lin Zhe's bizarre movement that instantly appeared from the tree to under the tree. I can't feel the slightest fluctuation of magical energy. This is the first time Reinhardt has seen this kind of movement. Looking at Lin Zhe, Reinhardt smiled lightly. Your Excellency gives a very special feeling. Oh. Hearing Reinhardt's evaluation, Lin Zhe became slightly interested and looked at Reinhardt. Seeing Lin Zhe focusing his attention on himself, Reinhardt continued, I noticed 4 auras in you, Lin Zhe. Although Reinhardt himself thought it was incredible, he did detect 4 completely different auras in Lin Zhe's body. 3 of the 4 auras gave Reinhardt a very dangerous feeling, and he immediately understood why Julius was beaten so badly by Lin Zhe. Even in front of Lin Zhe, he couldn't relax at all. Is that so? Lin Zhe was slightly surprised that Reinhardt could sense the different auras in his body in front of him. But after thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe was relieved. In the official setting, Reinhardt is the strongest swordsman of all dynasties and the son of the author of the standard. There are more than 40 kinds of blessings on him. Unordinary people are generally just a kind of protection. Therefore, it is not surprising that Reinhardt can keenly perceive the 4 kinds of aura Lin Zhe in his body. Chapter 247. Evening. The sun in the west is close to the mountains in the distance. The red glow dyed the entire slum a reddish red. Under the big tree, Reinhardt was a little overwhelmed with a skewer of barbecued meat. It was the first time he ate something like this, and he didn't know what to say. That's fine. Lin Zhe sat opposite Reinhardt, picked up a skewer of barbecued meat as a demonstration, and started to eat it. Because Lord Ram brought back a lot of meat from outside, and Felt was clamoring for the barbecue, Lin Zhe had to cook the barbecue in the yard. Reinhardt happened to be at the meeting, and he stayed because he wanted to know more about Firot's relationship. Originally, he wanted to take Firot directly, but because he was afraid of Lin Zhe, Reinhardt gave up his idea. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 166. From some details, Reinhardt noticed that the relationship between Firot and Lin Zhe was unusual, and Reinhardt could see that Firot cared about Lin Zhe very much. Lin Zhe's own strength is very strong. If he can pull both Firot and Lin Zhe into his own camp, then once Firot has obtained the qualifications for the king's election, the party he represents will finally have the chance of winning the final. The 06 will be greatly improved. So after thinking about it again and again, Reinhard prepared to have more contact with Lin Zhe and Firot, so that the two would agree with their own ideas. I don't know where you come from, Lin Zhe. Following Lin Zhe's appearance, he ate a bunch of barbecued meat. The special flavor made Reinhard's eyes shine. He slowly chewed the meat and raised his head slightly to look at Lin Zhe. Although this question is very rude, but I have reasons I have to know. Where am I from? Roasting the meat in his hand, Lin Zhe was not surprised by Reinhard's problem. As a member of the Royal Guard, Reinhard was responsible for guarding the safety of the capital. It is equivalent to the position of the chief police chief of the capital city. Especially in such an extraordinary period now, when the kingdom of Luknica is on high alert, it is only natural for a character like himself to suddenly appear in this place. Lin Zhe picked up a cup of hot tea, and the slightly bitter taste made the greasy in his mouth melt away immediately. With a faint smile, Lin Zhe said slowly, I come from a very distant country. A very far country? Lin Zhe's answer surprised Reinhard for a moment, then nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Although the answer given by Lin Zhe sounded a bit perfunctory at first, Reinhard could sense from Lin Zhe's frank eyes that Lin Zhe was not lying. From Reinhard's point of view, an expert like Lin Zhe is disdainful in lies. It's not that he hadn't thought about directly grabbing Lin Zhe for interrogation, but Lin Zhe's movement method he had never seen before made Reinhard have no confidence in catching Lin Zhe. And since he had the idea of making a good relationship with Lin Zhe, Reinhard completely forgot about the interrogation and Lin Zhe's thoughts. It doesn't matter whether Lin Zhe is a spy or not, what matters is that Felt can be persuaded to participate in the election. In Reinhard's view, only Firot, who has royal blood, is qualified to be a king, and it is unreasonable for others to become kings. Reinhard, won't you ask more questions? Seeing that Reinhard nodded slightly and agreed with his statement, Lin Zhe was slightly surprised. It was not the first time he had heard someone ask him this question. Priscilla had asked herself this question before, but like Reinhard, Priscilla had no intention of going any further. Reinhard shook his head and looked at the sky that was about to darken. After eating the last piece of meat, he stood up and said goodbye to Lin Zhe. Since you said it, Lin Zhe, I have no reason to believe it. I will visit again. There is one thing I want to get rid of, Lin Zhe. Picking up the robe that was lying on the ground, Reinhard turned his head to look at Lin Zhe, who was sitting indifferently with a sincere tone. Take care of Firot. I'll come back after I've dealt with some things. What a strange guy. Seeing Reinhard salute him before leaving, Firot, who was eating with a bunch of skewers, couldn't help but be confused. She looked at the direction Reinhard was leaving and remembered the phrase, let Lin Zhe take care of herself. She couldn't help but blush slightly, and her hostility towards Reinhard became less. Refilling Lin Zhe's cup with hot tea, Firot asked curiously, Lin Zhe, you have come here from such a distant place. You have something very important to do, right? After taking the hot tea handed over by Felt, Lin Zhe replied lightly. Felt's curiosity, Lin Zhe had seen it before and had a fight with Feng, so Lin Zhe didn't plan to say anything more. Think for a moment that I have been in this world for 3 months. It's time to act. Time flies to the next day. Although the capital has become a lot of riots after experiencing a collective accident among members of the royal family. But still busy. Where am I? A figure suddenly appeared from the void, a teenager in a high school uniform, staring at the scene in front of him and froze in place. Looking at the dragon carriage speeding down the street, and various demi-humans walking around, the plastic bag in the boy's hand almost fell to the ground. The boy is Lei Suguru, who came from across. Please come with us. Just as Lei Subaru was walking around in confusion, three figures came from a distance. After looking at Lei Subaru carefully, he nodded with satisfaction in comparison with a portrait in his hand. That's right. Lei Subaru looked at the three people in front of him, and no matter how he looked at them, he felt that the three of them looked like villains. May I ask who you are? Looking at the three men who were somewhat vicious, Lei Subaru subconsciously took a step back. It was obvious that the three people on the opposite side knew him, but he suddenly appeared in such a strange place and was suddenly recognized by others, which revealed a strangeness that Lei Subaru could not tell. Don't talk nonsense, our Lord Lin Zhe wants to see you. Before Lei Subaru hesitated, the tall and thin young man among the three took Lei Subaru's hand and started walking towards the slum. The three are the road trio in the original book. A Jin, A Han, A Tan. Staying in the slum in Lin Zhe has turned the slum into his own territory for a few months. The road trio naturally became one of Lin Zhe's subordinates. Just came to another world. Lei Subaru's mind was still a mess with doubts. He followed the three and started to go to the slum. Chapter 248. You stopped for me. Lin Zhe was sitting on the eaves of an attic, watching the street. Kira shuttled quickly through the crowd while Filu was behind Emilia chasing after him. Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of his mouth. A familiar scene. As in the original novel, not long after Emilia arrived in the capital, she accidentally got separated from Rem and Rem, who accompanied her to the capital. After that, Felt stole the emblem with a symbolic meaning of the qualification for the election of a king. Although Emilia's strength is not weak when it comes to escape skills, Felt, who has the protection of the wind, is obviously not something Emilia can catch up with. After going around a few alleys, Emilia completely lost Felt. Excuse me, have you ever seen a girl with blonde hair and red pupils, probably this tall? May I ask? After losing Felt's figure, Emilia began to ask passers-by everywhere in order to find Felt. But because she looks exactly the same as the legendary witch, passers-by who have been questioned by her either avoided her far away or ignored her at all. Asked from the street to the end of the street, but still no one was willing to pay attention to Emilia. Sure enough, no one is willing to approach me. Walking slowly on the street, Emilia couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. All she saw along the way was indifference and disgusting eyes. For such a thing, in fact, she has long been used to it. Beside a small bridge on the street, Emilia stopped for a while to calm down her bad mood. The importance of badges cannot be overstated. After calming down a little, Emilia took to the street again. Looking at the people on the street rushing along, Emilia hesitated several times, but didn't ask. But soon she noticed a young man who was a little different from the others. Different from other people who looked in a hurry, the young man walked on the street calmly, with slow and leisurely movements, completely different from the people around him. After thinking for a while, Emilia walked towards the youth's position. Although it was far away, Emilia could sense a different aura from the youth. What do you two eat? Inside a dim sum shop on the corner of Wangdu Street, Lin Zhe and Emilia sat opposite each other, and the waiter in the dress respectfully asked the two of them. Putting the robe he was wearing on the empty seat on the side, Lin Zhe replied lightly, "One hot soup and one toast." "Aren't you going to eat something?" Watching the waiter start recording, Lin Zhe turned his head slightly to look at Emilia, who was on the side. Emilia frowned slightly. She couldn't understand why Lin Zhe brought her here. Before Emilia asked Lin Zhe, as if she had asked others before, Lin Zhe came to this store after nodding her head. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was not in a hurry and was lighting something, Emilia couldn't help but ask questioningly, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 167. If you think I'm lying to you, you can leave. Lin Zhe didn't care what Emilia looked at him. This store was one of Lin Zhe's properties in the capital. In the past 3 months, Lin Zhe has not stayed in the slum all day. Lin Zhe, who has a system store, is much more relaxed than the previous worlds. With a huge reputation, it was very easy for him to open a snack shop in the capital. Lin Zhe opened this store as a place to pass his boring time from World Zero. Another function is to collect some information that interests you. Although Lin Zhe is a traveler who has read the original book, what is shown in the original book is only the tip of the iceberg of this world. I don't really care about Amelia Lin Zhe. The reason why Lin Zhe brought Amelia to this store is that Lin Zhe stopped by to eat something. Compared with Amelia, Lin Zhe was more interested in Roswell. The contact with Amelia was entirely because Lin Zhe wanted to see Roswell logically. Bring me a serving of the same food. Suppressing the irritability in her heart, Amelia looked at the waiter and asked for the same thing as Lin Zhe. Now, apart from Lin Zhe, she doesn't have anyone to ask for news. Instead of wandering around, it is better to wait patiently. Before the food was delivered, Amelia pondered for a while, then looked at Lin Zhe and asked, "Where did that thief go?" "What I have stolen is very important to me. If you really know where it is, please tell me." Lin Zhe raised his hand slightly, stopped Amelia from continuing, and said calmly, "I'll take you to find that thing after I've eaten. Then trouble you." Seeing that Lin Zhe finally gave a clear answer, Amelia nodded slightly in the direction of the opposite Lin Zhe. Now that she was separated from Ram and Ram, the only person she could rely on was Lin Zhe. "I don't know if that guy Lin Zhe is there." On the street, with dark green hair draped behind him, Kirkshu, dressed in a black military uniform with white trimmings, walked slowly on the street. Although Lin Zhe had clearly rejected him last time, Kirkshu disagreed. Curiosity believed that as long as he had enough patience, he could persuade Lin Zhe sooner or later. "Where does Lin Zhe live?" It was only after I walked into the slum, curious, that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Felix Lin where he lived. Just when Kirkshu was a little worried, she saw a girl with golden hair. Without any hesitation, Kirkshu stopped in front of the girl. "I'm Lin Zhe's friend. If you know if Lin Zhe lives, please tell me." Lin Zhe has a lot of friends. Firut just came back from outside, and after stealing the badge, she didn't stop and went straight back to the slum. Although she has always been very confident in her skills, only when she returns to the slum will she truly feel at ease. Looking at the girl who was obviously dressed as a noble in front of him, Firut's tone was a little sour. "Come with me, he should be back soon today." "Thanks." Hearing Firut's tone, Crucius easily judged that the girl he stopped in Lin Zhe would definitely not be unfamiliar. Therefore, she, who has always been somewhat arrogant, unconsciously softened her tone when facing the slum girl in front of her. Chapter 249. You and Lin Zhe are very familiar, right? Following Felt, Crucius took the initiative to find a topic. As a nobleman, although she usually dresses in men's clothes most of the time, her speech is simple and direct, and she advocates violence. However, he is not weak in terms of communication. As the head of the Carlston family, Curious is naturally not a simple person. After seeing Firut swear he looked towards him, Kurzayu had always had a somewhat dignified face and rarely showed a smile. That guy is said to have a partner who cares a lot. A friend who cares a lot. Firut's speed is not fast, although Curious seems to be kind, but it is still up for debate whether the enemy is a friend or not. While walking, Felt was also secretly looking at and observing Curious. Hearing Kirkshu's words, Firut was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but slow down a lot. She looked at Kirkshu with some hesitation. "Is what you said true?" "Certainly." Seeing the change in Firut's expression, the corners of Kirkshu's mouth twitched slightly. She knew that she had guessed correctly. The girl who led her way was very concerned about Lin Zhe, and the distance between Firut and Firut was shortened. The deputy recalled, "I invited Lin Zhe to my mansion yesterday, and he also mentioned it. It seems that the partner Lin Zhe cares about is you. Is that so?" Hearing Curse's words, Firut's vigilance against Curse was suddenly much less, and her original idea of taking Curse around in circles was also given up by her. "When will our deal start?" In a dimly lit old warehouse, the air was filled with a faint musty smell. holding a sharp crescent moonlit in her hand and her black high-heeled shoes on a wooden frame. Elsa swarmed a large number of empty and abandoned warehouses. Her tone was slow and impatient. Looking at Lord Roma, sitting on a dilapidated table in front of him, Elsa's eyes flashed a faint bloodthirsty light. That guy should have arrived early. Not long after Felt got the badge, Elsa, who provided information about Amelia's appearance, entered the slum. Before Felt appeared, Elsa couldn't help but feel agitated. As a killer, she only cares about the result, and she doesn't care what means Fira uses to get the badge. Guests, please wait. Lord Rom tapped the table with his thick fingers, and the woman in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. Although this is not the first time I have seen this woman, the expressionless look in the woman's eyes just now made Lord Rom's heart tighten. However, when he thought that in the slum it was Lin Zhe's territory, and Mr. Rom's originally worried heart let go slightly. After Lin Zhe came to the slum, the whole slum has become different, and the chaos has become orderly. At least Lord Roma never worried that someone would cause trouble. Playing with a crescent-shaped short plate in her hand, Elsa's eyes swept back and forth on Lord Rom's stomach. Looking at the bare scarlet skin of Lord Roma, she seemed to see the steaming intestines. In her mind, the feeling of moist, warm, sticky scarlet blood covering her hands makes her feel intoxicated. Wait for that guy to come. The intestines all over the floor must be very pleasant. Leaning slightly in the corner of the warehouse, Elsa remembered Felt's thin body. Compared with the oiliness brought by Lord Roma's fat intestines, Elsa felt more for Felt's small warm intestines. Some interest. She had a strange expression on her face hidden in the shadows, and her white fingers rubbed the dagger in her hand. Imagining using a dagger to open Fira's stomach and pulling out the steaming intestines inside the soft touch, just imagining it, made Elsa tremble all over. Her breathing was a little disordered, and she was slender and fair. The legs were bent inward. Elsa, who was caught in the imagination, couldn't help but blurry. In the darkness, her eyes flashed dangerously. I am back. Accompanied by a creaky door, Felt's crisp voice was exceptionally crisp in the empty loot warehouse. Fira looked at Lord Roma, who was sitting in front of a huge wooden table with eyes full of vigilance. She was full of smiles and couldn't help but froze slightly. Following Lord Roma's gaze, Fira saw the shadow hidden in the shadows. Inside, Elsa with weird knowledge. Feeling Elsa's bloodthirsty eyes, Felt couldn't help but take a step back. She looked at Lord Rom. Let's make an estimate first. After evaluating the price, start trading. Seeing Felt come in, Lord Roma breathed a sigh of relief. Although Elsa didn't come to the loot warehouse for a long time, Lord Roma could feel an inexplicable pressure. It was an extremely dangerous pressure. As a giant, he was tall, but facing the petite Elsa in front of him, Lord Rom couldn't help but feel goosebumps. This strange feeling became clearer the longer he was in contact with Elsa. Now that Fira has come back, he took the badge that Fira handed over, and Lord Rom quickly identified that this transaction he wanted to complete it as soon as possible. He didn't like the feeling of unease. That person seems to be waiting for you. On a small route in the slum, Amelia and Lin Zhe walked slowly. Looking at the less and less crowds and the increasingly desolate environment, although Amelia could not feel the slightest malice from Lin Zhe's shadow assassin VII Chapter 168, but she was still slightly vigilant. The two had just turned the corner of an alley when Amelia saw a dark green girl looking over from a distance in front of a small yard. The girl's slightly smiling expression and the look she looked straight at Lin Zhe were enough to prove that she and Lin Zhe knew each other. Which family is that guy from? Looking at the girl in the distance, Amelia couldn't help but stare at the golden family crest on the girl's left arm. While learning noble etiquette in Roswell's mansion, she also needed to pay attention to the various families in the Luknica kingdom. Identify the family crest. Therefore, seeing the family crest on the girl's left arm, Amelia had a feeling of déjà vu, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Lin Zhe. When Turkshu saw Lin Zhe coming from the corner of the street, she smiled slightly, but when she saw the girl next to Lin Zhe, her eyes could not help but narrow. Roswell publicly supported a girl who looked exactly like Capitulo, the Lust Witch, to participate in the election of a king, and Curious had already heard about it. Therefore, the moment he saw Emilia, Crush recognized Emilia. Chapter 250. Has that fellow Roswell also started to act? With a smile still on his face, Quirkshu walked towards Lin Zhe's position. Seeing the appearance of Emilia, a supporter of Roswell, Quirkshu began to guess in his heart. Lin Zhe's weight in Quirkshu's heart became even more important. As he walked, Quirkshu couldn't help but figure it out. With Roswell, the forces behind the candidates, who were known to participate in the king's election, had already been in contact with Lin Zhe. Thinking of this, Quirkshu couldn't help but firm up his idea of convincing Lin Zhe. Although she didn't know much about Lin Zhe's strength, being sought after by so many forces was enough to explain something from the side. Walking to Lin Zhe's side, Quirkshu said with a faint smile, "I heard that Lin Zhe's swordsmanship is superb, and it happens that I also practice swordsmanship." On the way, Quirkshu had already figured out why he wanted to contact Lin Zhe. Although Lin Zhe had only shown his boxing skills to the outside world when he saw the long sword that Lin Zhe was carrying at any time, Quirkshu vaguely guessed that Lin Zhe's swordsmanship is also not too weak. Because of his natural, wine-seeing blessings, Quirkshu can see the true wind and the wind of human emotion. For a swordsman, Kazami's protection can be said to be the protection worn for swordsmen. You can see the real wind, which allows Curious to find the most suitable attack trajectory when swinging his sword, and can also capture the trajectory of the enemy's swinging sword. And being able to see the wind of human emotions means that Curious can predict the enemy's attack intentions. Combining these two characteristics is actually equivalent to having a domineering look. This is also the reason why Quirkshu can become the head of her own family at a young age. In the family, her strength can be called the strongest. In terms of swordsmanship, her talent is very strong. In Quirkshu's opinion, if he wants to gain Lin Zhe's approval, he must at least have the strength to defeat Lin Zhe in one respect. Therefore, Quirkshu wanted to defeat Lin Zhe in swordsmanship to show his strength worthy of Lin Zhe's follow. Rubbing the sword on his waist, Quirkshu said confidently, "How about we have a chat sometime?" Whatever. Lin Zhe didn't show any interest in Curse's proposal, but since Curse brought it up, Lin Zhe agreed in order to completely cut off Curse's careful thoughts. "Then Lin Zhe, you are not allowed to go back on it." Having achieved her goal, Curious didn't wait any longer. She didn't want to be too eager. This would not do any good to his plan to recruit Lin Zhe. Therefore, Curious quickly bid farewell to Lin Zhe and left. Originally, she could have asked Felix to do it for her, but in order to show her sincerity, Curious still came in person. Curtius quickly bid farewell to Lin Zhe and left. "Where are we going now?" Seeing the back of Crusher leaving, Emilia couldn't help but regain her senses. Originally, Emilia didn't know Lin Zhe's name, but it wasn't until Quirkshu talked to Lin Zhe that Emilia realized that the young man beside her was the famous one she had been hearing about these days. Guy. Known as Priscilla's lover, Lin Zhe easily defeated the young genius knight Julius. Thinking of this, Emilia, who had always wondered what kind of person Lin Zhe was, couldn't help but get complicated when she looked at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe turned around, looked at Emilia, and at the loot warehouse in the distance. "Follow me." Naturally, Elsa's arrival could not be concealed from Lin Zhe. On the way in, Lin Zhe had already checked the information with the eyeliner he developed in the slum. The entire slum has long been built by Lin Zhe into his own exclusive territory. Then our deal is done. Throwing the bag containing the holy gold coins onto the table in front of Master Ram, Elsa nodded with satisfaction at the badge in her hand at the light shining in from the dilapidated window. She slowly walked towards the door of the loot store, her mouth slightly raised, her graceful body swaying, and a pair of fair and slender legs, which were revealed from time to time in her high-slit skirt. "Am I thinking too much?" Lord Ram counted the holy gold coins that Elsa left behind, and the heavy holy gold coins were quite a lot according to the previously agreed number. This made Lord Roma, who had been on guard all the time, puzzled. However, despite the doubts, the deal was reached, and Lord Rom was relieved. He withdrew his gaze towards Elsa, put the holy gold coins in his hand into the bag, and threw them to Feared on the side. 0. Flower 0. Boom. Just after taking the holy gold coin thrown by Lord Rom, Feared heard a loud noise from the door. Subconsciously, he looked towards the location of the loud noise. The light, coming in from the Chevy windows, allowed Feared to see the scene at the door clearly. The heavy door of the loot warehouse had fallen from the air at this moment, and a large amount of dust spread out everywhere when it fell hugely. Elsa, who was walking outside, turned her back to the gate and looked in the direction of Felton Lord Rom. I forgot to take something. Elsa casually placed her hands on the short blade, covered in crimson patterns, on her slender waist. 0. 0. Her dark red tongue licked her red lips like rose petals, and she looked at Feared wearing a leather armor that showed her navel. Her eyes stayed on Feared's white abdomen. The sharp high heels lightened the ground a little, and Elsa rushed towards Feared. Take your charming intestines with me too. Guest hunter. A blue light suddenly appeared in midair, and Elsa, who was attacking Feared, subconsciously raised her double blade to resist, and a huge force suddenly lifted her out. Then a tall figure appeared in midair, and Lin Zhe appeared in the loot warehouse. Lin Zhe didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation in his eyes when he saw Elsa, who was slashed and flew out by himself. Knowing the development of the plot, Lin Zhe naturally marked the dimensional grid in the loot warehouse. The moment he appeared in the loot warehouse, Lin Zhe waved the knife towards Elsa and went out. Is that guy? Feeling the severe pain from the blood-colored thin line on her forehead, Elsa looked at Lin Zhe, who was standing casually in the loot warehouse. Her pupil shrank. If it wasn't for her half-vampire bloodline, Lin Zhe's blow just now would have split her head in half. The flesh and blood on Elsa's head wriggled rapidly. Soon the bloodline that ran down from her forehead disappeared. Elsa had a slight impression of Lin Zhe. When she came to Feared for a mission, she had seen Lin Zhe from a distance. 8. Chapter 251. But at that time, Elsa was not interested in Lin Zhe. I just thought that Lin Zhe was also an ordinary person who came to the slum for a mission like her. However, after the fight just now, Elsa, who felt that Lin Zhe was powerful, naturally would not treat Lin Zhe as an ordinary person again. I didn't expect you to have helpers. Holding the crescent blade in his hand tightly, even though Lin Zhe was almost split open just now, Elsa, who has half a vampire bloodline, doesn't care at all. It is not that easy to kill her. The incident just happened suddenly. In Elsa's opinion, although Lin Zhe's strength is not bad, she is also fully capable of fighting. Looking at Lin Zhe's slender body and strong body, Elsa can't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Looking at Lin Zhe provocatively, it's just a futile struggle. Ka 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 ka. Bang! Just when Elsa was about to attack Lin Zhe, the huge boulder that had been blocking the door of the loot warehouse suddenly turned crimson and then covered with blue ice. Come on, Shadow Assassin, Chapter 169. Lin Zhe you. Emilia appeared at the door and just walked towards the loot warehouse with Lin Zhe. The moment Lin Zhe saw the boulder of the loot warehouse fall, he disappeared in place. Because Emilia rushed over later, she was blocked by the boulder outside the loot warehouse. Looking at the scene in the warehouse, Emilia didn't know what to do for a while, so she could only look at Lin Zhe, who was standing in the middle of the loot warehouse. A victory feast. Just stunned for a moment, Elsa charged towards Lin Zhe's direction. More and more people not only did not make Elsa feel fear, but made her feel excited. At the moment of rushing to Lin Zhe, she seemed to be able to see the empty duty warehouse full of blood plasma-soaking intestines. Stepping down on her black high-heeled shoes, Elsa half-jumped into the air. She seemed to have turned into a luxurious bat. The cold light on the two short crescent blades in her hands flashed away, and a faint trace of light could be seen. Red glow. PFFT. Elsa, who quickly charged towards Lin Zhe, swept up a burst of phoenixes. Her turtleneck robe rattled. Just when the short blade in Elsa's hand was about to cut to the neck of Lin Zhe, who was still standing still without moving. Her body was pinned in midair, unable to move at all. The golden beams of golden curse light suddenly turned into thousands of tiny threads from Lin Zhe's body and slashed towards Elsa. The golden light flashed away and then disappeared in midair. Elsa, who originally attacked Lin Zhe, stood there. The expression on her face seemed to be frozen. The whole body is covered with dense small straight red cracks. What is this? Power? Elsa looked at her hands in horror, and her hands began to dissipate quickly like sand blown away in the wind. The two crescent blades that Elsa originally held in her hand also fell to the ground. The smell of death spread rapidly on Elsa's body. Before Elsa could finish her terrified words, her entire face collapsed. The whole person quickly turned into a pile of fly ash. Elsa, who was clamoring to kill everyone to complete a feast of slaughter just now, was completely wiped out by Lin Zhe. After unlocking the complete Laotianshi template, Lin Zhe's use of the Golden Light mantra has already reached its peak. Therefore, it is not difficult for Lin Zhe to turn the Golden Light spell into silk thread. Lin Zhe naturally knew that Elsa had a vampire bloodline. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Lin Zhe directly applied the thunder method to his golden light spell, and the result was unexpectedly good. Directly burned Elsa to fly ashes. That's it. With a wave of his hand, the fly ash accumulated on the ground was swept away, and Lin Zhe picked up a badge with a dragon engraved on it from the ground. Walking in front of Emilia, Lin Zhe stretched out his hand. Take it, don't lose it later. Lin Zhe. Fear came from not far away, and the time from Lin Zhe's appearance to when Lin Zhe killed Elsa was too fast, and it was over before Fear could fully react. Seeing Lin Zhe returning the badge to Emilia, Fear looked at Lin Zhe suspiciously. Why give it back to her? It's you. With the help of the spot of light shining on the wall of the swag warehouse, Emilia could see the appearance of Felt clearly. Finding that the person who stole her badge before appeared in front of her, Emilia immediately exuded a strong killing intent. The badge is extremely important to Emilia, but she almost lost it completely because of the girl in front of her. All right. Looking at the two tit for tat beside him, Lin Zhe, who was standing in the middle, waved his hand slightly and said lightly, "Sit down and have a good chat." Hearing Lin Zhe's words, two people standing on both sides of Lin Zhe snorted in unison, then turned their heads away. However, although the two still had a cold expression on their faces under Lin Zhe's intervention, the two who originally wanted to attack each other stopped. Okay, you will be the waiter here from now on. Lei Subaru looked at the long bar in front of him, and the shop was full of customers. After listening to Azen's words, it took him a long time to regain his senses. After traveling to a different world and being arranged in a slum by Azen and the others, Lei Subaru was taken to this dessert shop again. Standing in the same place, Jaiji Lei Subaru finally sorted out some thoughts. He took the apron handed over by Asian and asked curiously, "When can I see Lord Lin Zhe?" Originally, Azen and the others were going to bring Lei Subaru to see Lin Zhe, but because Lin Zhe was not there, the three of them followed Lin Zhe's previous arrangement and brought Lei Subaru directly to the place of work. After being accepted by Lin Zhe, the rogue trio changed their business completely and became the waiters of this dessert shop, opened by Lin Zhe in the city. The three had no objection to Lin Zhe's arrangement. Before, the three of them lived without a fixed place and had no source of income, so they became hooligans. Now they can work in Lin Zhe's dessert shop, and they have a good place to live and pay. For the three of them, they didn't even dare to think about it before. Think of life. Hearing Lei Subaru's words, Azen rubbed her chin and thought, for a moment, Lord Lin Zhe also often comes to the dessert shop. You work here with peace of mind. The outside world is very dangerous. Chapter 252. Lei Subaru opened his mouth, originally wanted to ask some questions, but after thinking about it, he nodded. Although it has only been a day since he came to this world, Lei Subaru has seen the dangers of this world along the way. Although he was very curious about Lin Zhe, who arranged himself here, but since Ah Zhen had already made the arrangement, he had no choice but to do it. It's getting late. The sun in the sky disappeared in the blink of an eye. So it wasn't a simple matter for my badge to be stolen. In a bright and tidy room, on a clean dining table, Emilia, Lin Zhe, and Firot sat together. Each of the three had a plate of delicious food in front of them. Emilia cut off a piece of bread and chewed the bread, her brows furrowed. Compared to the daggers between the two before and Firot, the two seemed to be much calmer at this moment. At least you can sit and eat together in peace. Looking at Lin Zhe's direction, Emilia's eyes were full of doubts. But who would want to take away my badge? Who knows? Lin Zhe didn't plan to tell Emilia that Roswaal was the manipulator behind the scenes, and replied casually, the truth will come to the surface one day. Anyway, thank you Lin Zhe for this matter. I couldn't find the manipulator behind the scenes for a while, and Emilia didn't think about it anymore after thinking for a while. Standing up from her seat, Emilia bowed slightly towards the place where Lin Zhe was sitting. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have completely lost the qualifications for the king's election. Speaking of which, I have one more thing to ask Lin Zhe for your help. After sincerely thanking Lin Zhe, Emilia hesitated for a while before continuing. I came out this time and got separated from my servant. Lin Zhe, can you help me find them? After saying her request, Emilia couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Ever since she met Lin Zhe has been helping her, and after talking about her problem, Emilia solemnly promised, anyway, you've helped me a lot, Lin Zhe. If you have any request from Lin Zhe, please give Leah a chance to repay Lin Zhe. It's very late today. Lin Zhe took a sip of the hot tea in front of him, then raised his head to look at Emilia and glanced at the completely dark sky outside the window. Lin Zhe said slowly, tomorrow I will take you to find it. As for the reward you said, I have one thing I want to ask Emilia for your help. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with Emilia's sincere attitude, and did not take helping her as a matter of course. Lin Zhe thought about it for a while and expressed his thoughts. I heard that the family in Borridsville and the order the library is very rich. I have some confusions and have never been able to find the answer. I think you can take me to see Uncle Order, Emilia. Roswaal collected a lot of information in order to study the method to revive his teacher, the Lust Witch Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 170. Among them are a large number of forbidden magic books. Lin Zhe went to see Roswaal this time to get his research progress from Roswaal. Another purpose was to collect those books that recorded resurrection and rebirth. In the world of Inuyasha, Lin Zhe collected natural teeth and the jade of the four souls. When I came to this world, I naturally had to collect some things. I looked at Emilia Lin Zhe and said, I'm very interested in his collection of books. My pleasure. Without any hesitation, Emilia agreed. Lin Zhe helped her so much, but Emilia didn't know how to repay. Now that Lin Zhe made her own request, Emilia secretly decided to do whatever she wanted. I also want to help Lin Zhe. But after agreeing, Emilia thought for a moment and added, I'm happy to help Lin Zhe, no matter whether Roswaal is willing to borrow magic books to Lin Zhe. In the end, I will try my best to facilitate it. This matter. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. The original plan to contact Roswaal was considered to be a preliminary achievement. In fact, Lin Zhe didn't have to be so troublesome and could have gone to see Roswaal directly, but for the sake of safety, Lin Zhe chose this gentler way. In the world of Zero, many people cannot be killed. Although Lin Zhe's strength is unparalleled, it has not yet reached the level of immortality. Is this guy leaving? Felt sat in his seat and ate the food in front of him silently. Hearing the conversation between Lin Zhe and Emilia, Felt couldn't help but feel depressed. She grew up in a slum since she was a child, although she looks like she is not afraid of the sky, but in the deepest part of her heart, Firot also longs to get out of the slum and become a better person. Otherwise, Firot himself would not have been saving money desperately and wanted to leave the slum and start a new life. In fact, Lin Zhe once offered to help her leave the slum, but Firot refused. She has received enough gifts from Lin Zhe and felt doesn't want to make herself a moth-like character who can only ask for it. What are you dazed about? Just when Firot was thinking, Lin Zhe's voice suddenly came over. Then Firot couldn't help feeling a pain in his forehead, raised his head, and Firot saw Lin Zhe retracting the materialized golden light spell. Looking at Lin Zhe's gaze, Firot clenched his fists, then glanced at Emilia, who seemed to be waiting for her to go wild. Took a deep breath. Firot looked at Lin Zhe angrily. I want you to take care of it. You are leaving anyway. Even the meat on her plate, Felt couldn't help but feel more and more aggrieved. She remembered an incident that happened before she met Emilia during the day. On the street, Firot met Reinhard again. Reinhard told her that he wanted to support her to become the king's election, and also said what kind of royal family she was. Originally, Firot had no interest in who the king would choose. But recalling that during this time, one after another big man in the capital came to look for Lin Zhe, trying to win over Lin Zhe, Firot began to slowly realize the huge identity gap between himself and Lin Zhe. At this moment, looking at the girl who was closely related to Boyandian, Firot made a decision in his heart. She wants to participate in the election of the king. Only in this way can she no longer have such a big gap with Lin Zhe in terms of identity. Chapter 253. Anything on your mind? Lin Zhe was a little surprised when he looked at Firot, who was completely quiet after waving his fist at him. Just now, Lin Zhe teased her slightly when he saw Firot's silent look. According to Firot's usual habit, Firot wanted to jump up when he said something, but he started to stay stunned again. Lin Zhe thought about it a little and guessed that Firot had something on his mind. Lin Zhe had already prepared for Felt's arrangement. After getting along for this period of time, Lin Zhe has actually regarded Firot as his friend. Therefore, according to the original plan, after Lin Zhe left the slum, he will leave some properties in the slum and the capital to Firot to take care of. That way she wouldn't have to steal for a living. Lin Zhe. Just when Lin Zhe was thinking about when to explain his follow-up arrangements to Firot, Firot was the first to look at Lin Zhe and rarely looked at Lin Zhe seriously. I want to participate in the election of the king. Firot's tone was very firm. After thinking clearly, Firot made his choice without hesitation. Participate in the election of the king? While eating slowly, Emilia stopped cutting the food. She looked at Firot with a surprised look on her face, with a puzzled expression on her face. Wang Zuan does not mean that you can participate by participating. First of all, the first condition is that you need to have a strong enough family recommendation, but from knowing Felt to now, from Emilia's point of view, Felt doesn't seem to have the support of any big family, or else he wouldn't live in a slum and would have to rely on stealing to make a living. Then join inches. Although Lin Zhe knew, for a long time, after Reinhard met Firot, he would definitely let Firot participate in the election. However, Firot took the initiative to bring this matter up, which made Lin Zhe slightly surprised. You must know that even in the original book, the reason why Firot participated in the election was because Reinhard used Lord Rim as a threat. Just agreed. However, since Felt wanted to participate in the election, Lin Zhe naturally supported it. The situation seems to be getting more complicated. Originally Emilia thought Felt was joking, but after Lin Zhe expressed her support, Emilia no longer dared to take Felt's words as a joke. Lin Zhe was the target of many forces. After Emilia became curious about Lin Zhe, she began to pay attention to the news. After entering the city this time, Emilia had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Zhe. Seeing Felt, who was originally frowning, look at her provocatively after making a decision, Emilia couldn't help but show hostility to Felt again. Whether it was Felt who stole his badge before, or that Felt was very likely to become his competitor now, it was enough for Emilia to be unable to calmly respond to Felt's provocative gaze. Go back to rest after eating early. Looking at the two who became tit for tat again, Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head. Lin Zhe could have foreseen it if it wasn't for him here. The two said that they might not have fought long ago. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Emilia and Fira were about to collide with Sparks, but they all retracted them, each turned their heads to the side, and began to eat seriously. Is something wrong? In a steaming bathroom, a man, with a clown makeup, was lying in the steaming water. He was immersed in the water except for his head. Looking at the mysterious magic book floating in front of him, the man, with a clown makeup, couldn't help frowning. The man soaking in the bath was Roswell, and the magic book in front of him was a prophetic gospel. Roswell learned through the Gospels that someone would come to this world, but because he didn't know who it was, he arranged an accident and wanted to use Emilia to take that person who appeared from another world. People are brought out. But the Gospels, which had always pointed to clarity, suddenly became abnormal. Unable to provide Roswell with useful information again, he began to flip through himself randomly. Snapped. After being unable to get the information he wanted from the Gospels, Roswell no longer hesitated, waved his hand, and closed the Gospels that were fluttering in front of him. Things are getting more and more interesting. Closing his eyes, feeling the warmth from the hot water in the bathtub, Roswell's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In his opinion, the best way to solve uncontrollable factors is to erase them. As long as those uncontrollable factors are erased, then everything will be back on track again. Therefore, although he didn't know what had just appeared, Roswell had already sentenced this thing to death in his heart. Teacher. With a wave of his hand, an old-looking silk scarf appeared in Roswell's hand. He raised his head, spread a white silk scarf on his face, took a breath in fascination, and felt the smell of a witch belonging to his teacher. Roswell couldn't help but tremble, and his whole body was breathing. Became heavier. With his eyes closed and imagining his teacher, Roswell's shrill voice echoed in the bathroom, "I will resurrect you at all costs." After one day. After having arranged everything in the capital, I found Rem and Rem, who came to the capital with Emilia. Lin Zhe then got on the dragon carriage to Roswell's mansion, because of Emilia. "Lin Zhe, you bastard!" In front of the small yard where Lin Zhe used to live in the slum, Sirius held his sword with an angry look on his face. Originally, she and Lin Zhe made an appointment to discuss swordsmanship together, but when she came to the slum to look for Lin Zhe in high spirits, she found out that Lin Zhe had left, which made Quirkshu feel like he was being played by Lin Zhe. Felix, the cat-eared pseudo-mother, was standing beside Quirkshu, looking at the angry Quirkshu. Felix didn't know what to say for a while. Last time, Quirkshu invited Lin Zhe for a banquet. He misunderstood the meaning of Quirkshu, which caused Quirkshu to embarrass him. As a result, he was beaten by Quirkshu. Now Quirkshu is obviously angry. "How dare you speak? Let's go." Taking a deep breath, Crush tried to calm himself down. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 171. As one of the largest families in the Kingdom of Lutnica, this was the first time that Kurasi was given a pigeon. Kurzayu secretly decided that when she encounters Lin Zhe next time, she must make Lin Zhe look good. Chapter 254. Just as Curious walked back with Felix, who was following her tremblingly, she saw a familiar figure. Anastasia Hezin, who has soft lilac hair, a youthful appearance, and a white dress, looks very cute. She doesn't dislike Anastasia Kurgis, but she doesn't like it at all. With Kazami's protection, she can see some of Anastasia's disguise. Although the girl who was walking towards him in the distance had a smile on her face, Crush could sense the hidden hostility of the girl. "It's really nice to be able to see you, Welsh, here." Anastasia, who saw that Crusher brought Felix out of the small yard where Lin Zhe lived and brought Julius to Lin Zhe to apologize, was taken aback for a moment and then walked directly towards the two of them. She showed a pure smile on her immature white face. "Could you also come to look for Lin Zhe? That guy has left." Cruz had no plans to talk to Anastasia. She walked over to Anastasia, looked at Julius, who was still wearing a cloth belt, and shook her head. "Then go outside the slum." "Have you left?" Anastasia looked suspiciously at Cruz, who had left. She stood there, not knowing whether to believe Kirsch's words, for a while. After hesitating for a while, Anastasia turned to Julius and said, "Go and have a look." Upon receiving Anastasia's order, Julius quickly left and went to inquire about Lin Zhe's residence. It didn't take long for Julius to return to Anastasia's side again, holding a sign in his hand with a lettering left by Lin Zhe when he went out. Where did it go? Looking at the wooden sign that Julius handed over in front of her, Anastasia couldn't help but get irritated. She originally thought about a lot of ways to approach Lin Zhe as well as plans, but when Lin Zhe suddenly went out, her previous plans were useless. Leah? Inside a dragon carriage, a green light flashed in front of Amelia. The great elf Parker suddenly appeared in midair. Stretching, Parker looked around slightly and found that he was still in the dragon carriage. He scratched his head in confusion and looked at Amelia, who was sitting in a chair in a daze. "Have we not arrived at the capital yet?" "We have already dealt with the affairs of the royal capital, and we are rushing back now." Seeing Parker coming out of the green magic spar hanging around her neck, Amelia recovered from her daze. Amelia couldn't help but smile at Parker's words. She shook her head and said slowly, "Parker, you've been sleeping for a long time again." "Is that so?" After being hugged by Amelia from midair, he stuck his head out of the car window and looked at the vaguely familiar scenery outside. Only then did Parker completely believe that Amelia didn't play with it. "Who is this?" After investigating the situation outside, Parker looked back. Only then did it notice a young man with closed eyes on the other side of the carriage. When he thought that he had not been able to discover the existence of the young man, Parker's hair suddenly exploded. As a big elf, Parker's perception is very keen. However, those with such keen perception have never been able to detect the existence of Lin Zhe, which means that the young people in the carriage either have some special way to hide their aura, or the youth's strength is strong enough to obscure its perception. Either way, it is extremely dangerous for Parker. "That's Lin Zhe." Amelia put Parker down next to her. Hearing that Parker's voice was slightly louder, Amelia quickly covered Parker's mouth, lowered her voice and introduced Lin Zhe to Parker. "I lost my badge when I was in the capital, and it was Lin Zhe who helped me find it back." "Parker, you should be more polite to Lin Zhe." Nodding to Amelia, Parker's body, which was originally fried, slowly recovered. Parker turned his head curiously and replied in a low voice, "Got it, Leah." In fact, even if Amelia didn't say it, Parker didn't want to take the initiative to provoke Lin Zhe. Even if Lin Zhe didn't do anything, he just sat there with his eyes closed like a dormant beast. Make Parker want to stay away involuntarily. Is the big elf Parker? Although Lin Zhe still closed his eyes the moment Parker appeared, Lin Zhe had already sensed Parker's appearance. The great elf Parker is known as the Beast of the End. In its heyday, it can enter the second step level even in the entire Zero world. Lin Zhe didn't care about Parker's temptation because he completely controlled the relationship between the Password Assassin 7 template. Lin Zhe can definitely be regarded as a top-level existence in terms of hiding his breath. If Lin Zhe doesn't want to release his breath, it is no different from a stone. Where have we been? Opening his eyes slightly, Lin Zhe slowly walked towards the door of the dragon carriage. The driver was a young man with blonde hair and a black top hat. Hearing Lin Zhe's question, the sleepy young man was suddenly shocked. Because of the high IQ of Yelon, who pulls the cart, under normal circumstances, as long as he has run and followed the route once, they can all remember. That's why blonde-haired youths who drive cars can be lethargic. We're almost halfway there. After learning that Lin Zhe was sitting in his car, the young man was always excited. It was true that Lin Zhe's name was too loud in the ears of many young people in the capital. The fact that many forces are recruiting Lin Zhe is nothing new. As a driver of a dragon carriage, there are countless people who are in contact with each other every day, and they are either rich or expensive. The more things he heard, the more curious and admired Lin Zhe became. Therefore, compared to treating ordinary customers, the blonde youth is more respectful to Lin Zhe. I will rest in the front for a night at night. When I get to the place, I will call you Lord Lin Zhe. Facing the enthusiastic driver, Lin Zhe did not continue to listen to the idea of flattery. After nodding slightly, Lin Zhe returned to the carriage. Although the dragon carriage shook violently, Lin Zhe walked extremely steadily. It was soon evening. The golden rays of sunshine dyed the whole mountain into a golden color. The dragon cart stopped near a giant tree and began to rest. The fire was raised, and simple tableware was placed on top of the fire. Chapter 255. Lord Lin Zhe, this is your food in the hands of my sister. Lord Lin Zhe, this is your black tea in Rem's hands. Lin Zhe leaned his back against a big tree and sat near the fire, holding a carving knife in his hand, carving some small things at will. Rem and Ram came over with simple food and stood respectfully beside Lin Zhe. The two spoke neatly with almost identical expressions and tones. Impressive. Nodding slightly towards the two of them, Lin Zhe motioned for the two to put the food on the stone on the other side. Because it is in the wild, the food is extremely simple. A toast with a sausage, plus a pot of hot tea. Is Lin Zhe Sama Priscilla's lover? After delivering food to Lin Zhe, Rem didn't leave directly. She stayed where she was and waited for Lin Zhe's instructions. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was eating food, Rem asked curiously, Rem and my sister have been arguing about this issue for a long time. No. Hearing Rem's words, Lin Zhe couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and then Lin Zhe directly gave a negative answer. Lin Zhe never thought that even in another world, things like gossip would still not lose the market. Isn't it? Shadow Assassin Chapter 172. After receiving Lin Zhe's answer, Rem's eyes, who had been standing beside Lin Zhe, could not light up. She won the bet. In the bet with his sister Rem is inclined to Lin Zhe, not Priscilla's lover. Rem is the opposite. Rem pulled the skirt of her maid's dress and bowed slightly in Lin Zhe's direction. Is Lord Lin Zhe still satisfied with the food that Rem made? Not bad. Looking at the talkative Rem, Lin Zhe, who was eating food, couldn't help but slightly arch the corners of his mouth. Rem, who was wearing a maid outfit, looked delicate and weak, but Lin Zhe, who had read the original book, could be confused by appearances. As a ghost, Rem has only one horn, but his strength is far greater than that of ordinary humans. Rem, who wields a meteor hammer, can be terrifying. Therefore, Lin Zhe would not simply think that when Rem approached him, he was simply joking with himself. Rather, he is exploring himself. As Roswell's servants, Rem and Rem naturally had to investigate themselves, who went to Roswell's mansion. However, Lin Zhe didn't care much. Still talking with Rem indifferently. Along the way, at the beginning, because the scenery of the other world was different from the world where Lin Zhe was before, Lin Zhe was slightly interested. At the back, even Lin Zhe felt a little boring. Although I knew that Rem was inquiring about her own details, it was very good to have a chat with someone to pass the time. Lord Lin Zhe just likes it. Seeing that Lin Zhe had eaten all the food he had brought, Rem smiled faintly and added tea to Lin Zhe's empty cup. Is Lady Amelia here to spend the night with Lady Lin Zhe? Not far away, Amelia walked slowly with Parker and Rem, who was cleaning up the tableware that Lin Zhe had left behind after eating, bowed slightly to Amelia and joked at the same time, Rem, you will not disturb the two adults. Rem. When Rem said that, Amelia's face turned slightly red. She even forgot what she came to find Lin Zhe for because of Rem's interruption. I didn't know that guy was like this. In a manner, Firot was wearing a luxurious long dress and sat on a branch in the manor. In her fair hands, she held a delicately carved, lifelike wooden sculpture. After Lin Zhe left the slum, Firot also followed Reinhard to the manor of the Sword Saint family. After learning the noble etiquette for a whole day, Firot felt inexplicably irritable. After a dull day, Firot couldn't help but have a very empty feeling in his heart that he hadn't seen Lin Zhe for a day. Although when he was with Lin Zhe, Firot was often made to jump up and down by Lin Zhe, but in retrospect, Firot felt unusually nostalgic. Are you thinking about Lin Zhe again? Under the big tree, Mr. Ram held a can of wine in his hand, took a sip of wine, swallowed a piece of meat, and showed a bold smile on his face. It's not like that guy won't come back. I don't have one. Hearing what Lord Ram said under the big tree, Firot blushed like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. 0. Flower 0. Carrying his skirt, he quickly got down from the tree. Firot and Lord Ram met face to face and quickly fled back to his room. Master Ram looked at Firot, who was leaving quickly, and his wrinkled face couldn't help showing a smile. He shook his head slightly, and Master Ram couldn't help sighing. Is it still such a refusal to admit it? If Firot can be with Lord Lin Zhe. Although the lifespan of Lord Ram as a demi-human is much longer than that of humans, he has already entered old age, and he knows that his time is running out. In this world, the only person Ram can worry about is Firot. Therefore, after drinking some wine, Lord Roma couldn't help feeling sad, but when he thought of Lin Zhe, Lord Roma couldn't help but light up. 0. If Felt can be entrusted to Lin Zhe, then even if his lifespan has come to an end, he can rest assured. This guy just walks away. Priscilla shook the pink fan in her hand, thinking of Lin Zhe leaving without saying goodbye. She couldn't help itching her teeth. Sitting on the luxurious and spacious chair, Priscilla frowned slightly on her pale face, but soon she thought of something, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Although Lin Zhe didn't tell anyone where he went when he left, Priscilla still found out Lin Zhe's whereabouts through the use records of the dragon carriage in the capital. Because there was still a period of time before the election meeting, Priscilla was completely at leisure. After careful consideration, Priscilla decided to find Lin Zhe herself. Looking at Al, who was standing on the side, Priscilla said with a light smile, "Go get ready, we will go to Uncle Order's mansion tomorrow." But at this time, Priscilla, Al did not directly carry out Priscilla's orders as usual. As one of the candidates for the king's election, Priscilla is one of the popular candidates for the throne. Regime change is often very brutal. Al is very clear about this. In addition, although Priscilla's strength is very strong during the day, her strength will be greatly weakened at night. 8. Chapter 256. So in any case, going out at such a critical period is a very rational thing. Needless to say, let's do it. Priscilla waved her hand. She has always been an extremely strong person, no matter what. Since she has decided to win Lin Zhe, she will not give up so easily. Compared to the girl who looked like a witch, Priscilla felt that she had an advantage. Al obeyed. Without saying anything more, Al clenched his right fist on his chest and gave Priscilla a knightly salute. As Priscilla's first knight, Al naturally knows that once Priscilla decides, no one can change it. Is my sister killed? In the former loot warehouse in the slum, a black mist lingered throughout the warehouse. An indistinct figure slowly emerged from the black miasma. The scarlet eyes flashed dangerously, and a large number of poisonous insects crawled out of the miasma, quickly filling the entire loot warehouse. The densely packed poisonous insects searched on the ground, and soon these poisonous insects began to devour some fine dust on the ground. It was not until all the poisonous insects stopped moving and were wrapped in miasma that the figure slowly walked out. With a tender face and a short body, this is a very cute little girl. However, unlike ordinary little girls, her eyes were not innocent and cute, but a strong killing intent, and she was a little confused. This is a pair of eyes without the slightest emotion. Even the soul was annihilated. The dust-devouring worms gathered around the little girl, and with a wave of the little girl's hand, it suddenly turned into a black miasma and disappeared. The only thing left is a pile of powder and dust on the ground. Unable to notice the slightest fluctuation of soul aura, the little girl's originally expressionless face suddenly turned hideous. There's a breath left. Grabbing a handful of powder, a green bug crawled out from the little girl's sleeve. After carefully identifying the powder, the worm nodded to the little girl. Looking at the movement of the bug on her hand, the little girl showed a strange smile on her hideous face. I will find you. The little girl's childish laughter echoed in the empty duty warehouse. Although her voice was extremely clear, it gave people an unusually infiltrating feeling. The laughter slowly disappeared, and the little girl who was standing there turned into a black miasma and disappeared into the night. Soon it was the afternoon of the second day. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 173, so boring. In an empty castle, all kinds of magic books are completely occupied by all kinds of magic books. The cream-colored, light-colored long hair is braided into a double curly ponytail in the form of vertical curls. The dark red dress on her body has gorgeous frills, and the girl is holding a slightly yellowish magic book in her hand. Flipping through the magic book in her hand, the lowly girl couldn't help but sigh softly. She has been guarding the Forbidden Library for 400 years, and she is faced with a room full of magic books every day. In addition, because of the relationship restricted by the Covenant, the girl has nothing to do by herself. How long will this life go on? The girl is an artificial elf, created by a witch, Beatrice, or she can become Betty. Since being created by the Lust Witch, Betty began to wait day after day, and she needs to wait for the person who can make the Book of Wisdom respond to the Lust Witch's mouth. But after waiting for 400 years, Betty still couldn't wait for that person. I don't know how many times, in the boundless loneliness, Betty wanted to end her life at the cost of ending this contract, with almost no hope. Just when Betty was in boundless pain and confusion, she felt that someone had entered the manor. As a great elf, Betty, who is proficient in yin magic, is also extremely powerful in perception. After a little hesitation, Betty stood up. She wanted to go out and have a look. It doesn't belong to the taste of this world, is that guy here? Just after walking through the long corridor and entering the hall, Betty saw Emilia, Lin Zhe and others who pushed in the door. Suddenly Betty focused on Lin Zhe, who gave her a very special feeling. After feeling the different aura on Lin Zhe's body, Betty's eyes lit up. She thought of a possibility she had been dreaming of for 400 years. Betty, you actually walked out of the room sometime. Seeing Betty coming down the stairs, Parker, who was still a little listless, immediately flew from Emilia's shoulder to Betty's side. Also, as Big yells, there are more topics between them than with other people. Usually, Betty calls it brother, and the intimacy of the relationship between the two is evident. Is this the new guest? Watching Parker fly in front of her, Betty laughed happily. She looked at Lin Zhe's direction and asked lightly, is it your friend Emilia? Feeling that Betty's perception surrounded him, the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth slightly arched. She is still somewhat interested in Betty Lynch. After all, she has mastered the Library of Forbidden Books. Although she didn't know whether there was anything she needed in the Forbidden Library she was guarding, there was a high possibility. In addition, Lin Zhe is also somewhat interested in magic, so Betty is the most interested person in the entire Order Mansion except for Oswald. To a certain extent, it is far more than Emilia and Ranrum. This is Lin Zhe. Seeing Betty coming out of the room, Emilia was also a little surprised, but she still introduced Lin Zhe to Betty. Lin Zhe, what a special name. Betty nodded politely to Lin Zhe and then left with a magic book in her hands. Although she also wanted to know whether Lin Zhe was the person she wanted to wait for, she was not in a hurry to prove it. In the past 400 years, the disappointment again and again has made Betty have a fear of the result. So she was very calm. In addition, Lin Zhe had just arrived at the castle, and she didn't know anything about Lin Zhe except her name, so how could she easily entrust her biggest secret to a stranger like Lin Zhe? So out of prudence, Betty wanted to observe for a while before making contact with Lin Zhe. Chapter 257. Betty doesn't really like to be around strangers. Seeing Betty disappear into any door, Emilia looked at Lin Zhe thoughtfully and explained, it's hard to see her usually. Lin Zhe nodded slightly and smiled at the random door where Betty disappeared. In Lin Zhe's perception, there was one more mark on the dimension grid. Although the contact time with Betty was not very long, Lin Zhe still marked Betty's body with a dimensional grid. Without these marks, it would not be easy to find this arrogant elf. After all, Betty's location hidden in any door is uncertain. Lord Lin Zhe. Rem came down from the stairs of the attic. She looked like Lin Zhe and made a slight invitation. Rem just reported that Lord Roswell is waiting for you in the living room. Lord Roswell is very interested in you who helped Emilia-sama. Lin Zhe did not hesitate to walk upstairs under Rem's guidance. Is that so? In the cool, toned living room, there are dark red floor 06 carpets, luxurious and heavy wooden tables, and large, exquisitely mounted oil paintings on the walls. Roswell looked at Rem in front of him, his eyes swayed in his two-color pupils, his slender fingers tapped the table in front of him, and his brow slightly wrinkled. After Rem returned to the manor, they came to report the situation to Roswell. Regarding the arrival of Lin Zhe and what happened in the capital, Roswell quickly understood the whole story after the report between the two was over. Lin Zhe. He is no stranger to Lin Roswell. As a warder and a court magician, he is known as the strongest magician in the Lupnica Kingdom. The king has his own exclusive intelligence-gathering organization. Therefore, not long after Lin Zhe appeared in Wangdu, after gaining some fame, Roswell had already obtained information about Lin Zhe. Yo, Emilia, you are back. Just as Roswell was thinking, the slight footsteps outside the living room interrupted his thinking. Restraining his dignified expression just now, Roswell put on a smile on his face with clown makeup. Looking at Emilia walking in, Roswell's tone was full of exaggeration. I haven't seen you in a few days. I'm very worried about you, Emilia. Thanks. Walking into the living room with Lin Zhe, Emilia couldn't help showing a hint of disgust when she heard Roswell's words. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one to support her, Emilia would really not want to cooperate with Roswell. Roswell gave Emilia a very uncomfortable feeling. But no matter how much she dislikes Roswell, now she can only rely on Roswell to have the opportunity to participate in the royal election and compete for the throne. This swordsman must be Lin Zhe. Without waiting for Emilia's introduction, Roswell focused his attention on Lin Zhe. Although Lin Zhe had no record of using swordsmanship in his information, he gave Lin Zhe according to a person who had never seen Lin Zhe at all. A reasonable guess. Pretend to be in contact with Lin Zhe for the first time. Still sitting in his chair, although Roswell was full of enthusiasm in his words, he kept the distance from Lin Zhe without leaving a trace. I don't know if Lin Zhe came to my mansion. What can I help with? Is it? Speaking of which, I really have something I want to talk to you about. Lin Zhe walked slowly to the table in front of Roswell, but there was no expression on his face. Wee looked at Lin Zhe with a little surprise. Roswell stopped his fingers that tapped the table, and a weird and funny smile appeared on his face again. It seems that I need to chat with the guests alone. Lin Zhe. Feeling the slightly different atmosphere, Emilia looked at Lin Zhe worriedly. Although she didn't know what the two of them were saying, it was not harmonious from the eyes they kept looking at each other. Waving his hand slightly, Lin Zhe signaled to Emilia not to worry. Soon after the door of the parlor was closed by Rem and Ram, only Lin Zhe and Roswell were left in the entire empty hall. It's just the two of us now. Roswell stretched out his pale hand, and suddenly a small magic ball condensed in his hand. With a flick of the ball, it spread out in all directions, and a magical barrier was formed. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was still not flustered, the smile on Roswell's face slowly turned into a serious expression. I heard Rem and Ram say, you are here to look for I borrowed magic books. That kind of reason is really not bad. Standing up from where he was sitting, Roswell looked at Lin Zhe, and the killing intent rushed out unscrupulously. His dark red magic robe was windless and fluttered behind him. Walking in front of Lin Zhe, Roswell rubbed a small magic light ball with his hands. Although the blue magic light ball was not big, the magic fluctuations contained in it had a feeling that was enough to destroy everything. You've been trying to revive your teacher, the Lust Witch, haven't you? Not caring at all about the destructive magic ball in Roswell's hand, Lin Zhe's mouth curved slightly and said lightly, I'm very interested in your resurrection method. Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 174. Who are you? As soon as Lin Zhe's words came out, Roswell's complexion suddenly changed. He was the only one in the world who knew about resurrecting his teacher, the lustful witch. It is no exaggeration to say that this is his biggest secret. Therefore, in just an instant, Roswell rushed towards Lin Zhe's location. He wanted to completely control Lin Zhe and ask the whole story. Seeing Roswell rushing towards him, Lin Zhe was unmoved. Chang! Roswell's movements were very fast. Almost instantly, when he charged towards Lin Zhe, he released the magic intent of the fire element to trap Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe was faster than he thought. Before the magic in Roswell's hand could be inspired, the magic knife in Lin Zhe's hand was already driving on Roswell's neck. You seem excited. Holding the magic knife and 1,000 blades in his hand, Lin Zhe looked at Roswell, whose eyes were a little dull. It was obvious that Lin Zhe's attack was almost beyond the scope of Roswell's cognition. No matter how exquisite Roswell's magic is, there is no possibility that it can be used at the moment. Chapter 258. Lin Zhe would never give his enemies a second chance. Feeling the stinging pain from his neck, the horror in Roswell's eyes almost overflowed. Lin Zhe's speed was so fast that even if he just used wind magic to speed up himself, he couldn't match it. Feeling the breath of death emanating from the 1,000 blades of the magic knife in Lin Zhe's hand, Roswell had no doubt that as long as Lin Zhe moved slightly, his head could be chopped off. It has been too long since he felt the breath of death, so long that Roswell even thought that no one in this world could threaten him. Even if it was obscured by the clown's makeup, the expression on Roswell's face changed, but some clues could still be seen. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat in a short time. After hesitating for a while, Roswell spoke again, but he was slightly exaggerated and had a slightly different tone from before. At this moment, his tone was obviously softened a lot. I can offer whatever Lord Lin Zhe wants. Superior. But before that, can Lord Lin Zhe make our conversation easier? As you wish. Seeing such a big change in Roswell's attitude towards him before and after, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of his mouth. The magic knife in his hand and blade was taken back by him. It's not that Lin Zhe is not cautious enough, but after the confrontation with Roswell just now, Lin Zhe has already figured out the approximate strength of Roswell. As long as Lin Zhe wanted to kill him, he could do it at any time. Lin Zhe was not at all afraid that Roswell would play tricks in front of him. This guy is really not easy. Seeing that Lin Zhe had put back the sharp blade on his neck, Roswell was immediately relieved. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was so casually standing opposite him without caring, Roswell couldn't feel any resistance in his heart. Even if the fight with Lin Zhe ended so quickly, but Roswell, who has lived for more than 400 years and has extremely rich experience against enemies, can infer that Lin Zhe's strength is definitely not strong. Weak. Weakly lowered his hands, Roswell's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He also thought about attacking Lin Zhe the moment he let go, but at the last moment, Roswell gave up. Roswell couldn't afford to gamble. If he lost the gamble, then maybe he would be stabbed to the head by Lin Zhe. Lord Lin Zhe, please sit down. After Roswell measured in secret for a while, his dull face returned to the funny smile he had before. Roswell knows everything. Lin Zhe sat in the main seat of the living room. If Roswell had dared to show any intention of attacking just now, Lin Zhe might have cut off his head at this moment. Lin Zhe won't conflict with that guy, will he? In the long corridor, Emilia was slowly walking to her room, remembering the slightly weird atmosphere between Lin Zhe and Roswell just now. Emilia's brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. Lin Zhe has helped her a lot along the way. What should I do if something happens to Lin Zhe at Roswell's mansion? Thinking of this, Emilia, who was about to go back to her room to rest, stopped her steps. She didn't hesitate anymore, but walked directly towards the living room. Leah, are you worried? Parker just came back from Betty, looking at Emilia with a dignified expression. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Brows are wrinkled. It's fine. Emilia smiled slightly at Parker, and she couldn't help but speed up as she walked towards the living room. Suspended in midair, Parker looked at Emilia with some doubts. As Emilia's contract elf, Parker and Emilia can communicate with each other so it can perceive all of Emilia's emotions. Out. So Emilia lied. Parker could feel Emilia's anxiety and hesitation, which also aroused Parker's curiosity. It flew in front of Emilia and asked curiously, "Are you in love, Leah?" I felt a different breath in Leah. Hearing Parker's words, Emilia was stunned, and her face quickly turned red. Grabbing Parker from the air in front of her, Emilia said angrily, "If Parker says that again, I'll ignore you." Hey, doesn't Leah care about Parker anymore? Seeing Emilia's appearance, Parker Cat showed a humanized smile on his face, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Parker is so pitiful. All right. Hearing Parker's words, Emilia left immediately. She was disturbed by Parker, and the anxiety on her face was much less. But she didn't say anything to Parker. Because the living room is already in front of you. Lord Lin Zhe has anything to do in the future, just give him an order. Seeing that the door of the reception hall was opened, and Lin Zhe and Roswell came out one after the other, Emilia was slightly stunned. Roswell treated Lin Zhe with respect, making Emilia, who was worried about what Lin Zhe would suffer just now, in disbelief. The imaginary scene of Lin Zhe being embarrassed by Roswell did not appear at all. Instead, it became the scene in front of him. Is this what happened? Although Emilia and Roswell have not been together for too long, she also has some understanding of Roswell. Emilia. Although Roswell has always respected himself after he decided to support himself in the election of a king to Zeo. But Emilia could see that Roswell's respect for him was only superficial. Compared with Roswell's respect for Lin Zhe, Emilia could feel that it was a different kind of respectful servant. Rather than being respectful, it is more appropriate to use jealousy. Rem, you will be responsible for the daily life of Lord Lin Zhe. At the door of the reception hall, Rem and Rem stood respectfully at the door, looking at Roswell's attitude towards Lin Zhe. Both of them were confused. Hearing Roswell's order, Rem was stunned for a moment, and then respectfully saluted in Lin Zhe's direction. As Roswell's maid, Rem didn't know Roswell as well as her sister, Rem, but she also knew that Roswell was so arrogant as a border boy. Chapter 259. At least after Rem entered Roswell's mansion, it was the first time he saw Roswell bow his head to others. Lord Roswell. Looking at Roswell's expression, the doubts on Rem's face were difficult to disperse for a long time. She was one of the participants in the matter in the Capitulo this time. Because of the loss of the horn, Rem was unable to condense the mana in the atmosphere through the horn, and could only rely on Roswell to replenish her. And in order to protect his sister, Rem has been working hard to show loyalty to Roswell to gain Roswell's support. Seeing that Roswell, who was usually aloof, turned into such an appearance in front of Lin Zhe, the surprise in Rem's eyes was much stronger than that of Rem. She became more and more curious about what happened between Lin Zhe and Roswell. Master Crucius, is this going out? Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 175. On the road out of the capital, there are endless dragon carriages, coming and going. A lot of dust was thrown into the air by the dragon carriages, and soon after the dragon carriages left the capital, they began to divert in different directions. The crowded scene gradually disappeared. On the road leading to the border, Pure Zayu sat in the dragon carriage the most, feeling a little bored. She stuck her head out of the car window and immediately saw another dragon outside the car window that was parallel to her family's dragon carriage. Car. just when Curious was a little puzzled and was about to look carefully at the dragon chariot to find the family crest on the parallel dragon chariot, Priscilla's head poked out of the dragon chariot. Without waiting for Quelchus to speak, Priscilla's voice came over again. Could it be that you are also looking for that guy? What a coincidence. Hearing Priscilla's words, Quelchus was slightly taken aback. This time, Lin Zhe left without saying goodbye, which made Cruxu think about it for several days. Since she was born, no one has dared to play with her like this, and the more he thinks about it, the more irritable he becomes. Even if she couldn't win Lin Zhe, she didn't want Lin Zhe to cooperate with Roswaal in the end and mix them together. But what surprised Cruxus was that Priscilla actually coincided with him. Accelerate. After looking at Priscilla, Crusher took his eyes off the car window and walked to the cockpit, dissatisfied with Priscilla being able to run alongside her. The driver was instructed by Cruxu and immediately accelerated the speed of the driving. The situation that was originally parallel with a dragon carriage on the side was suddenly broken. Interesting. Priscilla was a little puzzled by the sudden withdrawal of her gaze and returned to the carriage, but when she saw the carriage in which he was driving away, she saw the intention of him and quickly returned to the carriage. Priscilla ordered to the driver, "Give me the dragon carriage ahead of me." Soon, a dragon car speed competition started in the contest between the two. Two long dust tornadoes were pulled up on the ground level. Lord Anastasia. In a manner, Julius gently pushed open the slightly open door, looked at the girl who was holding a book and was watching. Julius reported respectfully, "I just received the news. You and Priscilla both headed towards the Roswaal mansion. Is that so?" Hearing Julius' report, Anastasia, who was holding the book, immediately frowned. She slowly put the book in her hand back on the shelf, and after tidying it up, she walked to the window. Outside the window, dark clouds covered the entire western half of the sky, but the places closer were still illuminated by the golden sunlight. After pondering for a while, Anastasia looked at Julius on the side. "Go and prepare. We will leave early tomorrow morning." "Are we going to get involved too?" Julius looked at Anastasia suspiciously. In Julius' memory, Anastasia would always consider repeatedly before doing something before making a decision. However, he suddenly made the decision to go to the order without much thought, which surprised Julius. Anastasia saw the doubts in Julius' eyes. She shook her head slightly and said worriedly, "Just to meet those guys for a while. Maybe this time we can have a big harvest." It was a very irrational thing to rashly leave the king at this critical period, but after thinking about it, Anastasia no longer hesitated. Now, because everyone has not yet fully determined the reason why they can qualify for the election of the king, all are going through a very cautious time. After all, no one knows that the person who is offended now will become the target that he must win over because he loses his qualifications for the election of the king. It is for this reason that now is the safest period. Although everyone is a competitor, they will not overdo each other because of uncertain factors. Thinking about the joints, Anastasia's originally slightly frowned brow suddenly stretched. Lord Lin Zhe. In a room dominated by warm colors, Lin Zhe sat behind a large desk. The table is filled with various magic books sent by Roswaal, thanks to the ability to automatically acquire all the languages and characters of the current world by traveling to the next world, this time travel setting. No matter which world Lin Zhe travels to, he can read all the books in that world. In front of Lin Zhe is a pile of magic books. Although Lin Zhe has many templates, he still has some interest in magical Lin Zhe. Therefore, he settled down temporarily in Roswaal's mansion. Lin Zhe decided to take a good look at these magic books. After all, many of the ways to increase lifespan recorded in some of the information provided by Roswaal use magic. Just as Lin Zhe was looking at the book attentively, Rem came in with a wooden tray in his hand. As Roswaal's designated servant to take care of Lin Zhe's diet and daily life, Rem started to get busy again after bringing Lin Zhe to the living room. clean up Lin Zhe's house, help Lin Zhe measure the size of his clothes, and deliver food to Lin Zhe. Putting the tray in her hand on the table in front of her, Rem respectfully brought a cup of hot tea to Lin Zhe. Lord Lin Zhe seems to like reading. Rem doesn't know any of these mysterious ancient magic words. Picking up the hot tea from Rem and touching the bottom of the thin cup, Lin Zhe couldn't help but nod it slightly at the right temperature. These books are very interesting. Chapter 260. Hearing Rem's words, Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Lin Zhe was a little strange before why Roswell sent the information he wanted in the magic book to him without any hesitation. Hearing Rem's words, Lin Zhe immediately understood. Roswell thought he couldn't understand these magic books, so he sent them over without hesitation. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Zhe, who had the system, could completely understand the books in front of him. If that guy knew that I could understand, I don't know what kind of expression it would be. After some reading by Lin Zhe found some good things. There are indeed good things in the things that Roswell sent. One of them recorded an ancient magic book called Devil's Wings, which surprised Lin Zhe. That's an ancient method of practicing flying magic. Although Lin Zhe's strength has reached a very high level so far, he has never been able to fly in the true sense. The appearance of this magic book just made up for this shortcoming of Lin Zhe. Can I learn ancient magic from you, Lord Lin Zhe? Seeing Lin Zhe holding the magic book in his hand with relish, an idea popped into Rem's mind. As a ghost, her older sister lost her horns, and she was reduced from a genius ghost girl to the current ghost who can hardly use the power of a ghost. Every once in a while, Roswell is relied on to replenish her older sister Rem's mana. Over the years, Rem has also found countless ways to make his sister recover. But as one method failed after another, Rem could feel that her sister had already fallen into despair. However, the modern magic methods cannot completely restore his sister, which does not mean that those ancient magic methods cannot do it. According to legend, ancient magic has greater power than current magic, and is closer to the power of original magic. So when I saw that Lin Zhe could understand that even Roswell couldn't fully understand it, he could only understand a small part of ancient magic books. Rem decided that no matter the cost, she would try again and learn from Lin Zhe. Although they were taken in by Roswell, their lives improved a lot. There will be no danger. And his sister usually has a smile on her face, but Rem can clearly see that the unwillingness that her sister Rem has hidden in her eyes is still there. Rem had also accidentally seen the fact that his sister was hiding in the corner, crying to herself. Learn ancient magic with me? Lin Zhe was slightly surprised by Rem's sudden request. However, from the reverence Rem looked at him, Lin Zhe could tell that being able to understand ancient magic was definitely a valuable thing. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe looked at Rem, who was looking at him expectantly. A hint of slyness flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes, and then she said lightly, Rem, what price are you willing to pay? I am willing to follow Lord Lin Zhe for the rest of my life and do anything and everything for Lord Lin Zhe. Rem knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and when she thought of the opportunity to recover her sister, Rem no longer hesitated and said what she was willing to pay. Do anything? Hearing Rem's voice slowly getting lower, Lin Zhe couldn't help but nodded slightly. Lin Zhe could hear how much the girl, dressed as a maid in front of him, cared about this matter, and he could also hear the determination revealed in Rem's tone. Seeing Lin Zhe looking at him with a thoughtful expression, Rem thought of something, and his face became slightly hot. He nodded slightly in Lin Zhe's direction. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 176, then let's start tomorrow. Putting down the ancient magic book in his hand, Lin Zhe replied. Rem was busy with herself before, and Lin Zhe was very satisfied with many details, so she gave a little gift to the girl in front of her, and Lin Zhe didn't feel anything wrong at all. Thank you, Lord Lin Zhe. Because Lin Zhe never gave an accurate answer, Rem couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and she was completely relieved until Lin Zhe agreed. 0. Flower 0. A happy smile appeared on his pale face. Looking at the smiling Lin Zhe, she smiled slightly. Lin Zhe, who did not know how important ancient magic books were to Rim, even though she could not understand why Rim was so happy, Lin Zhe could clearly perceive it. Rim's smile came completely from her heart, instead of the polite smile before. Lord Rosval, are you all right? On the attic of the castle, the curtains were pulled extremely tightly, and only a few magic crystal balls were glowing faintly. Roswal sat gloomily on the chair above the attic. He held a white silk cloth in both hands and put it on his nose, frowning tightly, and said nothing. 0. Roswal sitting on the chair was like a block of icy ice, and Ram standing beside Roswal could feel the chill and coldness emanating from Roswal. Looking at the silent Roswal, Ram asked in a low voice, "Do you need me to do something?" Roll. Roswal still maintained his previous posture, and his tone was extremely simple and cold. Hearing Roswal's words, Ram, who had always thought that Roswal was a gentle gentleman, was a little bit in disbelief when she saw Roswal's furious appearance for the first time. "I'll let you go." Feeling that Ram in front of him did not move for a while, Roswal, who had been silent, roared. The anger that flickered in his two-colored pupils almost gushed out. "Yes, Lord Roswal." Seeing Roswal getting angry, Ram quickly saluted Roswal and quickly disappeared into the attic. She had a feeling that the scheming and light-hearted Lord Roswal had disappeared. From the sound of Roswal's roar, Ram could sense that there was panic, unwillingness, and inability to do anything at the same time. Combined with what happened before, Ram had some guesses in his heart. Something unknown must have happened between Roswal and Lin Zhe, and judging from Roswal's performance, it must not be a good thing. 8. Chapter 261. What the hell did that guy do? Walking slowly on the stairs of the attic, Ram couldn't help but fell into deep thought. She couldn't help but become more curious about Lin Zhe. Maybe Ram knows the answer. After thinking for a while, Ram remembered his sister Ram. Ram, who was assigned to take care of Lin Zhe, should know about Lin Zhe. Thinking of this, Ram couldn't help speeding up his pace. Roswal, who used to be her great respect, now gives Ram a very terrifying feeling. Maybe this is the true side of Lord Roswal. Walking into the long corridor, the scene of Roswal's rage just now appeared in Ram's mind. Roswal, who has always been wearing clown makeup, has always given people a feeling that it is difficult to see clearly, but Ram can't help but be a little surprised when he thinks about it now. "You look pretty good here." In the Forbidden Library, Betty was watching quietly with a magic book in her hand. From the way she held the magic book upside down, it could be seen that Betty was not thinking about the magic book at the moment. Suddenly Betty felt a flash of blue light in the Forbidden Library she was guarding. Then Lin Zhe's figure appeared in front of her. After Rim left, Lin Zhe activated the ability of the dimensional grid and teleported to Betty's side. Looking at the dense magic books around, Lin Zhe couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Lin Zhe suddenly appearing in front of her, Betty was stunned for a moment, and then she became alert, with an extremely indifferent tone. "Bastard, how did you come in? What do you want to do?" Looking at Betty, who was glaring at him, Lin Zhe smiled slightly and ignored her. She looked at herself alertly, and she had already gathered magic in her hand. He stretched out his hand to a book in the library. After sensing the barrier on the magic book, Lin Zhe smiled slightly and waved it casually, and then the magic book that could not be opened was immediately opened by Lin Zhe. In front of Betty, Lin Zhe nodded, satisfied with a method of opening the barrier he had just learned from the ancient magic book. Looking at the magic book in his hand, Lin Zhe said slowly while looking at the book, "I heard that you have a lot of books here. So I'll come and take a look." "You." Seeing Lin Zhe, who easily entered the library of forbidden books, where her arbitrary door was located, and removed the powerful barrier on the magic book with a wave of her hand, Betty couldn't help but stay in place for a while. Even the magic that wanted to attack Lin Zhe was released by her. Intuition tells Betty that she is far from the opponent of the man in front of her. Although Betty is an artificial elf, created by a witch of lust as a great elf, Betty is not weaker than any natural elves. Helplessly putting down her hand, Betty sat down opposite Lin Zhe. She thought of her previous suspicions about Lin Zhe. In the agreement with a lust witch, Betty needs to wait for a book that can enter any door and can read the Book of Wisdom in the Forbidden Library. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but the magic book that Lin Zhe took down just now was the Book of Wisdom. Seeing Lin Zhe's relish and no longer caring about her existence, Betty couldn't help but her heart beat faster. 400 years of waiting and countless sufferings at night made Betty even lose her desire to live, but at this moment, Betty's world, shrouded in darkness, was completely illuminated by the arrival of Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe's serious look, Betty hesitated several times, and this time said, "Can we read this book? Do not you understand?" Lin Zhe looked at Betty in front of him strangely. His eyes still stayed on the magic book. Lin Zhe didn't expect that he had picked up a magic book, but judging from the contents, it was obviously not an ordinary book. Magic book. Hearing Lin Zhe's rhetorical question, Betty was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. The promise with a lust witch is to find the person who is waiting and teach that person magic. Thinking of this, Betty looked at Lin Zhe again. The desire for freedom made Betty no longer care about her usual indifference. She looked at Lin Zhe in front of her very eagerly, and her tone was much gentler than before. "I teach you to learn magic. Or I can teach myself." Lin Zhe is not very interested in Betty's proposal. After loading 3 templates, Lin Zhe's self-learning ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Just like Lin Zhe just read it once before, those very difficult ancient magics were learned by Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's reason for refusal made Betty speechless. As a powerful great elf, Betty also has her own pride. In the past 400 years, she has practiced the magic of the entire Forbidden Library more than once. Because she could hardly feel too much mana from Lin Zhe, Betty couldn't help but feel a little funny about Lin Zhe's statement. The practice of magic is not an easy thing. In this world, there are magic messengers and spirit messengers that can release magic. The magic messenger relies on himself to absorb the mana in the air and then releases the magic, while the elf messenger relies on his own covenant spirit to absorb the mana and then release the magic. From Lin Zhe's performance, although Betty didn't know why Lin Zhe could understand the Book of Wisdom, Lin Zhe looked like a person who had not been in touch with magic for a long time. It is a very difficult thing to succeed in magic practice, at least Betty has never heard of it, who can become a powerful magic messenger by relying on self-study. Teach herself. When we thought about Betty, she thought of a way. She made a move, and a magic book floated over from the bookshelf in the distance, and placed the magic book in front of Lin Zhe. The corners of Betty's mouth curled slightly. "Don't be arrogant. How about you try this magic?" "Yes." Hearing Betty's questioning tone, Lin Zhe smiled lightly, and then took the magic book that Betty handed over. He had learned in the ancient magic book a way to directly use the mana between heaven and earth to release magic. Therefore, there is no need to absorb mana into the body at all. Turning over the magic book that Betty handed over, Lin Zhe waved his hand, and a wind blade appeared in Lin Zhe's hand. Lin Zhe flicked his index finger, and this tiny wind blade moved towards Betty, flew over. How can that be? A golden magic circle appeared in front of Betty, and it easily blocked the small wind blade that Lin Zhe bounced over. Although the wind blade was blocked, Betty was not happy at all. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 177. Chapter 262. As a big elf, Betty's understanding of magic and perception of mana are extremely thorough. Lin Zhe directly used the mana in the air to release magic, which is very difficult for her even as an elf. While feeling surprised, Betty suddenly lost. Originally, according to Lin Zhe's performance, it completely met all the conditions set by the lust witch when she signed a contract with her. But what Betty couldn't have imagined was that she would become unable to teach Lin Zhe because of Lin Zhe's extraordinary talent. This is a situation that Betty has never imagined, even if she has imagined countless situations in the past 400 years. Are you going to give up like this? Looking at Lin Zhe, who read a book after releasing a small windblade magic, Betty couldn't help but flash a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. After waiting for 400 years, and finally waiting for Lin Zhe to appear, she would not give up anyway. However, asking her to take the initiative to let Lin Zhe learn magic with her would also make Betty, who has always been a little arrogant, unacceptable. Her inner pride was shattered by Lin Zhe after Lin Zhe showed his magical talent just now. But to do something to Lin Zhe, who had just been rejected by Lin Zhe, for Betty, it would make her feel more uncomfortable than killing her. Because of the entanglement in her heart, Betty sat blankly in front of her desk. For a while, her hands were a little overwhelmed. She picked up a magic book, but she couldn't see it anyway. Actually, I still have some questions that need your help. With a slight glance, Lin Zhe saw that Betty, who was still arrogant when she entered the forbidden library, turned into a little girl who was at a loss, and couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of her mouth. After all, there are so many magic tricks. Books, I need someone who can help me get books and find them. You. Hearing the first half of Lin Zhe's words, Betty, who was in an uneasy position, became calm and happy again, but Lin Zhe's subsequent words made Betty go wild in an instant. She looked at Lin Zhe, who was looking at her with a light smile, her chest heaving violently, but she endured it because she had always had a grumpy temper, and she didn't say the threatening words in her mouth. In the end, he just sat opposite Lin Zhe, with his hands on his hips. He looked at Lin Zhe opposite him angrily, as if he never wanted to talk to Lin Zhe again. Lin Zhe looked at Betty, sitting across from him, his eyes full of anger, and he couldn't help showing a sly smile. Although Betty looks hot-tempered, indifferent and arrogant, she is a very warm-hearted and kind person. Soon, the atmosphere became a little colder because of the relationship between the two people in the Forbidden Library. The only thing that could be heard was Lin Zhe's voice, reading the magic book. I don't know how long it took. Lin Zhe closed the magic book in his hand and looked at Betty, who was still sulking. I'm a little thirsty. Hearing Lin Zhe's voice, Betty was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't bear it any longer. She activated her own magic and prepared to forcibly drive Lin Zhe out. She couldn't help it anymore. Betty was afraid that if she went on like this, she would be directly mad at Lin Zhe. With a wave of his hand, Lin Zhe immediately disappeared in place. Betty moved to another location with a forbidden library. It looks good. Just when Betty was relieved for sending Lin Zhe out, with a flash of blue light, Lin Zhe reappeared in the position where he was sitting just now, and even the movement of reading a book did not change in the slightest. Bastard, I don't believe that there is no way to expel you. Betty opened the random door again, Lin Zhe disappeared again, and then appeared again. The unwilling Betty tried again and again, but without exception, all ended in failure. You. After launching the random door more than a dozen times in a row, Betty couldn't help but stand in front of the table, in front of Lin Zhe, holding the edge of the table. She gasped violently. In addition, after so many failures, Betty also knew one thing, that is, she couldn't send Lin Zhe out of the Forbidden Library at all, and looked at Lin Zhe angrily. Betty could hear it in the middle. A trace of anger. You wait for me. Wait. Hearing Betty's violent gasp, Lin Zhe smiled slightly. The elf girl's words made Lin Zhe curious. Seeing Betty's disappearing figure after she had spoken, Lin Zhe couldn't help but become slightly curious. Is Lin Zhe that kind of person? In the kitchen of the manor, Ram and Rem were busy, chatting about some topics, while they were busy. Because of his curiosity about Lin Zhe, after Ram came back from Roswell, he chatted with Lin Zhe, who was taking care of Lin Zhe's diet and daily life. After some conversation, Ram had some understanding of Lin Zhe. In fact, Ram and Rem had heard of Lin Zhe a long time ago. At that time, Lin Zhe was known as Priscilla's lover. Therefore, in the eyes of Rem and Ram, they always thought that Lin Zhe was a character like a prodigal son. But after contacting Lin Zhe, Ram and Rem realized that their past judgment on Lin Zhe was completely wrong. Lin Zhe is not only powerful, but also very knowledgeable. At least it can be seen from Lin Zhe's proficient in ancient magic characters. In addition, Lin Zhe is not as unbearable as the rumors, becoming Priscilla's plaything. Instead, he was a handsome gentleman with the appearance of an aristocrat. I want a cup of hot tea, the hottest one for me. Just as Rem and Ram were in a daze, recalling the content of the conversation just now, Betty walked in from outside the kitchen, and she looked angry, which made Rem and Ram both puzzled. Beatrice, do you want the hottest? Rem was full of doubts about wanting the hottest hot tea with Betty, because to prevent Betty from making a slip of the tongue, Rem confirmed it again. Don't you usually drink tea? It's going to be the hottest. Betty confirmed it again, and now her mind is full of Lin Zhe's light-hearted look, and Betty feels like she is going to explode. Unable to drive Lin Zhe away, Betty couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She had a feeling of helplessness towards Lin Zhe. On the one hand, Betty hoped that she could use Lin Zhe to fulfill her original agreement with a lust witch. On the other hand, Lin Zhe didn't need her at all, which made her full of frustration. Chapter 263. Although she felt puzzled that Betty suddenly asked for a hot tea, Rem did as Betty asked. Soon a cup of steaming hot tea was placed in front of Betty by Rem. After taking the wooden plate in Rem's hand, Betty waved it, and then she disappeared in place. Here's your hot tea. Lin Zhe was just a little confused about why Betty suddenly disappeared. Looking at the hot tea in Betty's hand who was returning in front of him, Lin Zhe understood. Taking the hot tea that Betty handed in front of him, Lin Zhe picked up the cup and was about to drink it, but Betty cut it off just after drinking it. That tea is very hot. Seeing Betty's hesitant action, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly and immediately recognized Betty's. When Betty appeared in front of him with hot tea, Lin Zhe could feel how hot the hot tea in front of him was, but for Lin Zhe's strength, it was easy to dissolve the temperature of the hot tea. Moreover, Lin Zhe also knew that Betty served such a hot cup of hot tea, most likely, because she wanted to embarrass herself and relieve her anger, but at the last moment, Betty's words to stop herself was enough to see the kindness in Betty's heart. Putting the hot tea in his hand aside, Lin Zhe raised his head slightly and looked at Betty, who was still a little puffed up. Although these magics are very simple, if there is a big elf who can solve my confusion, I think it will be a very nice thing. What do you mean? Betty was a little surprised by Lin Zhe's words. She, who had just been rejected by Lin Zhe, couldn't believe it. She looked at Lin Zhe and wanted to make sure again. Do you need me to clarify your doubts? You may think so. In Betty's worried eyes, Lin Zhe took a sip of hot tea and then took the magic book he just took out to the place where he took it. After finishing, there is no trace of being passive at all. Looking at Betty, Lin Zhe said goodbye in a flat tone. Let's come here first today. See you next time. This guy. Looking at Lin Zhe, who disappeared in the forbidden library and the neat bookshelf organized by Lin Zhe, Betty's resentment towards Lin Zhe just now disappeared. Sitting where Lin Zhe had just sat, Betty couldn't help but mutter to herself, it looks pretty good. After returning from Betty after setting up the barrier, Lin Zhe began to rest. Now that he has initially taken control of Roswell's mansion, Lin Zhe can be considered to have completed a small goal of his own from World Zero. Time flies. After a night, the dense dark clouds in the sky covered the sky, and the cloudless scene of the past few days completely disappeared. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 178. Boom! After a dazzling lightning flash, the deafening thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. The moist water vapor that can already be felt in the air began to gather more and more, and the atmosphere that the storm was about to come was fully brewed. Near the Roswell mansion, outside the barrier, is an endless jungle. In this kind of weather, the dense forest, which was originally very dark, almost seemed like night had fallen. Is it there? The black miasma floated out from the dense forest, and all the trees where it passed were withered and turned into rotten dry wood. Soon a large amount of miasma gathered and accumulated, and a little girl appeared outside the dense forest. Looking at the dense forest in the distance, the little girl's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and her scarlet eyes were extraordinarily strange in the dim environment. Elsa, I'll let them all be buried with you. Holding the demon beast in her hand, the little girl bounced back to the jungle again. Her cheerful tone was full of seriousness. Boom bang. In the manor, the muffled sound in a line echoed throughout the manor. Lin Zhe, who was using the whirlwind-slashing iron fist, turned into an afterimage, and it was impossible to see where his figure was at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily quest. Practice the whirlwind-slashing iron fist 100 times, and reward the Hungry Wolf template proficiency, progress of 0.08%. Lin Zhe stopped when he heard the system prompt. System, character template system. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, life in a different world from zero. Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%. Strongest Celestial Master Zhang Ziyi, 100%. God level Hungry Wolf, %. Reputation value, 3.5 million. Owned worlds, Scarlet Eyes, in Ayasha. System all omitted. Looking at the increased proficiency, progress on the system template, Lin Zhe nodded slightly, although the increase in proficiency was not much every day, but it accumulated as much as 10%. This kind of attack. Emilia stood not far from Lin Zhe, looking at Lin Zhe, who had just finished her daily tasks, in a daze. Relying entirely on the strength of the body, it can become an afterimage and make a sonic boom, which is almost impossible in Emilia's view. Even a swordsman in this world has to rely on the existence of protection to achieve extraordinariness, but Emilia observed it for a while, but saw the slightest shadow of protection in Lin Zhe. Although Emilia was very puzzled why Lin Zhe did not use the power of protection, what shocked her even more was that she had never seen or heard Lin Zhe's attack method that completely relies on physical force. Then, after a while of doubt, Emilia walked in the direction of Lin Zhe and greeted Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, what you just showed is really incredible. Drops of rain have already fallen in the sky, and there is a trend of getting bigger and bigger. Lin Zhe withdrew his gaze towards the sky and nodded slightly to Emilia. Just some simple boxing techniques. Is it going to rain? Okay. Light green light spots appeared in front of Emilia, and then they converged into a cat-like elf, which was Parker. Palm size. Feeling the raindrops falling, Parker subconsciously shook his body and looked at Emilia, who was on the side. Leah, are you dating Lord Lin Zhe? It's not. It's not. Hearing the yawning Parker's words, Emilia couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then she explained in a panic, I'm walking with Lin Zhe. Is that so? Parker stood on Emilia's shoulders, tilted his head and looked at Lin Zhe with a curious look on his face. It seemed to want to find the answer it was interested in on Lin Zhe's face. That's it. Taking Parker off her shoulders, Emilia pointed to the small pavilion in the distance and motioned for Lin Zhe to go there together to avoid the rain. Chapter 264. Soon Lin Zhe and Emilia sat down in the small pavilion. Wow wow wow. The rain was heavy, and at first it was just drop by drop, but as time passed, it soon became a huge rain curtain. The rainwater above the small pavilion poured down and gathered into a thick stream of water, making a rushing sound. Lin Zhe, do you have any plans for the future? Emilia raised her voice because of the dense rain around her. After contacting Lin Zhe for a few days, an idea appeared in Emilia's mind. Are you going to? Looking at the increasingly dense rain all around, Lin Zhe thought for a while and gave Emilia's answer, I don't have any plans for now. Naturally, Lin Zhe would not tell Emilia his true thoughts, so he gave an answer that was not an answer. Since you have no plans, Lin Zhe, then stay here for a while. After receiving Lin Zhe's answer, Emilia immediately became happy. Because she didn't have many friends, Emilia always hoped to get to know a few more friends. And Lin Zhe gave Amelia a different feeling. That is, Lin Zhe's eyes made Amelia very comfortable, unlike those other people who would show disgust when they saw them. From Lin Zhe's eyes, Amelia saw something called purity. Looking at Lin Zhe, Amelia's tone was full of expectation. In this way, Leah can spend more time with Lin Zhe. Stay a little longer. Lin Zhe tapped on the table and didn't answer Amelia's question. He turned his eyes to the extreme distance. Even if he was far away, Lin Zhe could sense that something was coming from a distance. Seeing Lin Zhe turn her head away, Amelia also looked in the direction of the rain screen. Bang! A loud bang came from the door of Roswell's manor, and then the thick door shattered into a pile of fragments, which shot out in the rain and flew far away. The ground began to vibrate. Even though Lin Zhe and Amelia were a little far from the gate, they could still feel an extremely strong tremor. Roar. Immediately afterwards, the intense roars of beasts rang out, and the scarlet eyes in the rain curtain gradually revealed, and one after another huge monsters appeared in the field of vision of Lin Zhe and Amelia. In a very short period of time, hundreds of monsters surrounded Lin Zhe and Amelia. A monster almost as tall as a small pavilion rushed towards the two of them first. His claws, as large as grinding discs, were heavy on the ground. Every time his claws fell, he stepped on the water on the ground to splash, and the ground was dented. The extremely fast speed made this huge beast look like a black streak. Lightning general. Almost hundreds of meters were crossed in an instant. The gigantic fangs, like long swords, flashed a dangerous cold light, and Amelia, who was standing in the small pavilion, was taken aback by the sudden attack. The oncoming stench made Amelia wake up immediately, and she realized that she was too late to attack, so she subconsciously wanted to pull Lin Zhe away together. Just when Amelia reached out to look for Lin Zhe, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and when Amelia reacted, she realized that she had been hugged by Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe disappeared with Amelia in his arms, the attacks of the black behemoth immediately followed. With a sound of bang, the sturdy little pavilion suddenly turned into ruins and a pile of rubble under the claws of the giant beast. In front of the giant beast, the small pavilion is as vulnerable as a pile of wood. Is there a problem with the barrier? Hearing the sound in the manor, Rem and Ram ran out of the castle, and Rem had the meteor hammer in his hand. Looking at the dense array of magical beasts in the manor, Rem's brows could not help wrinkling. There is a barrier around the manor, and the barrier is constructed to prevent it from being surrounded by large-scale monsters. In this world, the number of monsters is very large. Therefore, enchantments are generally arranged for protection in places where there are human settlements, and there are no human activities at all in places without enchantment protection. Shadow Assassin Chapter 179. Although the strength of some monsters is not very strong, the gathering of a large number of monsters can make up for the disadvantage of a single monster. Often, as long as you are surrounded by monsters, it is difficult to get out of trouble. Whether it is a magic messenger or an elf messenger, the speed of absorbing mana is limited. Once surrounded by monsters and exhausted, there will be no chance to escape. Bang! The chain in his hand shook, and the meteor hammer that Rem was dragging was sent to untie her. A monster that rushed towards her and her sister was instantly smashed into pieces by Rem's blow. Meet. Although in the Ghost Clan, Rem is not very talented because he only has one horn, but the Ghost Clan has the characteristics of strong body and great strength, but Rem has inherited all of them. Subconsciously standing in front of her sister, Rem watched another monster attack, and she couldn't help showing a bit of bitterness on her face. There are too many monsters. Her attack was nothing to the entire group of beasts. At this moment, Rem saw and felt a gust of wind blowing, and Lin Zhe, holding Amelia, appeared beside her. Wait here. Lin Zhe put Amelia down, and then looked at the group of monsters that were charging towards him and others. Chang! Taking a step forward, the 1,000 blades of magic on Lin Zhe's waist suddenly shot out, and then the 1,000 blades of magic knives disintegrated into thousands of pieces with blue light. Go! With a wave of Lin Zhe's hand, all the fragments suddenly began to accelerate, turning into thousands of light blue streamers in a short period of time. Across the almost connected rain curtain, thousands of light blue streamers cut towards the group of demon beasts. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of thousands of sharp knives slicing through the body suddenly sounded, and then one after another, bloody words bloomed in the group of monsters, and the monsters who were running towards Lin Zhe and others were all short. A beast that was just so hideous just now fell to the ground. Fell into a piece. Lin Zhe's magic knife thousand blade fragments still did not stop. Thousands of light blue streamers formed an incomparably huge cutting matrix, beheading them all the way. Wherever he went, no monster was spared. In a short period of time, the monsters that originally filled the entire manor turned into a pile of minced meat twitching on the ground. Chapter 265. Roar! The biggest beast, because it felt the danger, jumped up and avoided the attack of the thousand blades fragment matrix when the shards of the magic knife blazed past. When it landed on the ground again, the giant beast looked at the beasts that had turned into pieces of meat. It suddenly roared, and a huge wind blade was spit out from its mouth. He slashed towards Lin Zhe's direction. Crack! The wind blade slashed over, and everything on the path was cut in half by the wind blade more than 10 meters wide. Whether it is a building or a tree, it is vulnerable and cut off by the wind blade. And the speed of the wind blade is extremely fast, spanning dozens of meters in a short period of time, and slashing towards Lin Zhe and several people. Standing in front of several people, Lin Zhe looked at the wind blade, which was already close at hand in the distance, without any panic. The wind blade, which was still sharp just now, encountered Lin Zhe's enchantment and suddenly lost all of its strength, and quickly disappeared. It's up to me next. Looking at the demon beast running towards him in the distance after spitting out the wind blade, Lin Zhe showed an interested gaze. Then Lin Zhe disappeared in place. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Emilia and the others were looking for Lin Zhe's disappearing figure, a dense, muffled sound rang from the beasts, who were running and rushing in from a distance. Like a beast, like a hill, its originally huge body suddenly froze in midair, and then its body that was rushing over at a very fast speed, turned into a bow shape and flew back at a very fast speed. In midair, it was like a ball thrown into the sky, and under the attack of an almost invisible black shadow, it continued to fly into the sky. Lord Lin Zhe. Rem stared blankly at the body of the beast that was rising in the sky. Although Rem couldn't see Lin Zhe's attack clearly, as a noble, she could find Lin Zhe's location by smell. The huge monster like a hill was kicked into the sky by Lin Zhe. In Rem's eyes, it was as shocking as someone kicking a mountain into the sky. As a noble, Rem's power is much greater than that of ordinary races, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she suddenly felt that Lin Zhe was a noble and she was a human being. So looking at the sky, Rem couldn't help muttering to himself, what a powerful force. Finally clean. Just when Emilia, Rem, and Rem were still looking at the monsters in the sky, a gossip pattern appeared beside Emilia, and then Lin Zhe appeared beside everyone. Looking at the huge monster still flying towards the sky, in the sky, Lin Zhe looked to the side of Rem who still hadn't recovered. The next step is to work hard for Rem and Rem. What? Hearing Lin Zhe's voice, the three of Rem, who had been staring blankly at the sky, turned around and looked at Lin Zhe who was already standing beside him and others. Lin Zhe's strange attack method made the three of them indigestible. Bang! As soon as Lin Zhe's voice fell, the huge monster corpse that flew into the sky exploded. Then the whole sky that was still raining started to rain blood. The sky was scarlet, and pieces of the corpse of the demon beast fell from the sky. Hiding under the eaves of the castle of the manor, watching the whole world turn red, the three of them stood there, speechless for a long time. Is it that direction? Ignoring the stunned three people, Lin Zhe looked into the distance. The corners of his mouth slightly arched, and then disappeared in place. Failed. A little girl, wrapped in miasma in the jungle, looked at the King of Warcraft bursting out in the sky. Her face suddenly turned pale. In order to take revenge on the guy who killed her companion, the little girl who could control the monsters summoned almost all the monsters in this jungle, and there was a king among them. But what she didn't expect was that the group of beasts who thought they could easily wipe out the enemy died in a short period of time. Even the very clever king was beaten to pieces. Looking at the direction of the castle, the little girl didn't hesitate at all. She turned her head and was about to leave. As a killer who was raised from a young age like Elsa, the little girl is far more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. Intuition told her that if she didn't go, she would never be able to go again. 0. Flower 0. TFFT. At the moment when the little girl was surrounded by miasma again, a light blue knife flashed by, and then the little girl fell straight down. There was no panic or surprise on her face, only regret and unwillingness. Is it this guy? Lin Zhe retracted the magic knife and lit in his hand into the scabbard. The little girl Lin Zhe had a slight impression that she was the one who held the puppy in the village in the original novel and cursed Liu Subaru several times. No matter who the other party is, Lin Zhe doesn't have the slightest psychological burden to kill someone who is trying to hurt him. Having experienced several worlds, Lin Zhe has long understood the cruelty of the world. 0. No matter which world you are in, any soft-heartedness will bring you endless trouble. What's more, it is still in a place where all kinds of strange powers emerge in an endless stream from 0. Is it over yet? At the entrance of the manor, a group of 4 looked at the corpses of monsters all over the manor and froze in place. These 4 people are curious: Priscilla, Felix, and Al. They noticed that there was a monster attack from a long distance just now, so the 4 of them let the dragon chariot driver speed up. But what several people didn't expect was that although the speed of the dragon carriage was fast enough, it was still unable to catch up with this battle. Cruxu looked at the broken flesh and blood on the ground in front of her. She couldn't help shrinking her pupils. Although these monsters were not too powerful monsters, from the breath of the corpse, there were so many monsters in such a short period of time. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to be killed. Priscilla was holding an umbrella, and the scarlet fan in her hand was flapping gently. There was a faint smile on her face, and she had the protection of the sun. Even if the battle just now was blocked by the rain, Priscilla was still. You can clearly see Lin Zhe's attack with the help of the power of protection. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 180. Having fought against Lin Zhe many times, Priscilla had never seen Lin Zhe draw her sword. Before, Priscilla thought it was because Lin Zhe's sword was just a decoration. But now Priscilla found she was wrong. 8. Chapter 266. Lin Zhe's sword is not for decoration, but is really powerful. Walking into the manor slowly, Priscilla's idea of wooing Lin Zhe became firmer. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Zhe's true strength. After having known Lin Zhe for so long, she still couldn't see Lin Zhe's true strength. Every time Lin Zhe made a move, it would give her a fresh feeling. Thinking of this, Priscilla couldn't help but quicken her pace. She wanted to see Lin Zhe earlier and understand Lin Zhe's current position. It's really trash. In the attic, Roswell looked through the window at the bloody water on the ground in the yard, as well as almost covered with debris of demon beasts, and his brows could not help frowning tightly. Originally, Roswell had some expectations when he saw the monster attacking the manor. However, the densely packed thousands of Warcraft couldn't even take Lin Zhe's blow, and they turned into crumbs, and even the strongest king of Warcraft was beaten to blood by Lin Zhe, which made Roswell just rise to look forward to it. Was completely shattered. Lin Zhe's strength was stronger than Roswell expected. How many cards does that guy have? Looking back, sitting down on the chair, Roswell recalled all the information he had collected about Lin Zhe, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. With a contact with Lin Zhe, Roswell felt that instead of knowing more about Lin Zhe became more mysterious as the contact time with Lin Zhe became longer. Roswell couldn't determine the approximate level of Lin Zhe's strength and the range of attack methods he mastered. In Roswell's eyes now, Lin Zhe was like a fog that couldn't see anything clearly. Originally, Roswell was strongly unwilling to be instantly restrained by Lin Zhe before, but now seeing Lin Zhe take action again, his original unwillingness was forcibly suppressed by him. At least until the level of Lin Zhe's strength was thoroughly understood, Roswell decided that he would never try to fight against Lin Zhe easily. Although he has lived for hundreds of years, Roswell has always been a very life-threatening person, and he likes to control everything behind the scenes rather than take risks himself. Thinking of this, Roswell shook his head and walked downstairs. In any case, he had to go out to deal with such a big thing in the manor, especially when he needed to explain to Lin Zhe why he was not there just now. I didn't expect that I would actually be reduced to this level. Walking slowly on the stairs, Roswell's low and unwilling voice became smaller and smaller in the dim manor. Soon it was night time. I am honored to have both of you here. Bright magic crystal lamps hang from the ceiling, and a long table, covered with white tablecloths in the hall, is filled with food. Roswell sat on the side. He raised a glass in his hand, looked at Priscilla and Curse on the side. He was full of smiles, with a clown makeup, and his thin singing voice made his voice a little bit weird. Holding the wine glass like this, Roswell looked at Curious and Priscilla, who were ignoring him at all. After being stunned for a while, he chuckled and sat down. Eat it all. Lin Zhe sat in the main seat and slowly ate the food in front of him. Feeling the gazes from Curious and Priscilla, Lin Zhe stopped slightly and looked at the two of them. What are you looking at me for? Lin Zhe, have you forgotten our promise? Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Curious picked up the fork on the table in front of him and inserted it into the meat on the plate with force, looking at Lin Zhe with a look of resentment in his eyes. Thinking of Lin Zhe leaving without saying goodbye, Curious' teeth itched with anger. She wanted to see what kind of answer Lin Zhe would give herself. After drinking a sip of hot tea, Lin Zhe had a thoughtful expression and then looked at Curious with a dazed expression. Promise? What promise? Asshole. Seeing Lin Zhe's innocent expression, Curious immediately stood up from his seat. She held the saber at her waist in one hand and had the intention of drawing the sword and rushing towards Lin Zhe. But when Curious looked at the people around her with an expression of watching the fun, she sat down depressed again, even if at this moment she had the urge to fight Lin Zhe to vent her dissatisfaction, but she was frustrated by herself. Her competitors watched the fun, she would never do it. Forcibly suppressing his anger, Curious showed a ruthless smile. It's the promise to accompany me to practice swordsmanship. Is that the thing? Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw Curious forcibly suppressing his anger. Lin Zhe knew about Curious' temper. Although she was a girl, her temper was always the same as that of a man. Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head with a slight smile at Curious. He didn't expect that when he said casually, Curious would follow him so persistently. And the agreement between us. Chrissy stood up from where she was, walked behind Lin Zhe, and put both hands on the chair that Lin Zhe was leaning against. Her extremely gentle tone and intimacy made the eyes of everyone present stunned, attracted to the past. Seeing the glances from Curious, Emilia, and others, Priscilla's face suddenly showed a smug smile. She smiled tenderly and said, I'll be in the room at night waiting for Lin Zhe to come over. Are the rumors true? Emilia ate the food on her plate quietly, looking at Priscilla's smug smile not far away. She couldn't help but stop when she was eating. She remembered the previous rumors about Lin Zhe and Priscilla. Thinking of this, Emilia couldn't help but feel a touch of loss in her heart. Is Leah worried? Parker sat beside Emilia, who was lying on the table, holding a white fruit in its paws. Because of the relationship with Emilia, Parker can clearly perceive Emilia's emotional changes. Feeling Emilia's mood suddenly drop, Parker couldn't help but raise his head to look at Emilia and asked worriedly, You seem a little lost. It's nothing, Parker. Being noticed by Parker, Emilia smiled at Parker, but her smile was a little far-fetched in Parker's eyes. Parker scratched his head, and he couldn't understand why Amelia wanted to hide his feelings. Chapter 267. But it didn't ask more. Parker could feel that Amelia didn't want to talk more at the moment. Since the signing of the contract with Amelia, this is the first time Parker has seen Amelia so lost. Seeing Amelia like this, Parker can't help but ponder. Its gaze moved back and forth between Amelia and Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe slowly eating the food, Parker flew around Amelia several times before he said, "Lord Lin Zhe, please go on a date with Amelia." Parker can feel that Amelia was very happy when she was dating Lord Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe. You. Originally Amelia was eating the food on her plate in a depressed mood, but Parker's sudden suggestion made Amelia's head go blank in an instant. Especially after Parker finished speaking, she felt the gazes cast from all around the dining table, and Amelia suddenly changed from bewilderment to panic, and hurriedly greeted Lin Zhe with a blushing face. Amelia 06 also left the restaurant. Seeing Amelia leave in a hurry, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile lightly. Although Amelia is hundreds of years old, because she has been sealed most of the time, and she has lost part of her memory at this time, there is no difference between Amelia and a teenage girl. This is one of the reasons why Amelia is so simple and kind. What's wrong with me? Leaving the restaurant in a hurry, Amelia returned to her room. Lying on the bed, Amelia could clearly hear her heartbeat, and Amelia could feel that her recent emotional changes seemed to gradually increase. Lying on the bed, Amelia felt a mess in her mind, and this feeling made Amelia a little at a loss. From the appearance of Priscilla and Crucius, Amelia felt a slight irritability rising in her heart. Am I cursed by something? Sitting by the bed, Amelia really couldn't understand the reason for her emotional change, so she couldn't help muttering to herself, "Would you like to go see Betty? It's really annoying. Leah, you don't wait for me either." Just when Amelia was tossing and turning on her bed, unable to fall asleep, Parker flew in from the door, and while approaching Amelia, he muttered in a low voice, "I've already arranged a date with Lin Zhe for you." Parker had his hands behind his back and was talking to Amelia solemnly. The reason why it was so slow to keep up just now was not because it was too slow, but because Parker was thinking about how to make Amelia be happy. After thinking for a while, Parker appeared in front of Amelia again after thinking of a way Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 181. Amelia looked at Parker with a serious face in front of her, and it took her a while to say, "Who is going on a date with that guy?" "Is that so?" Looking at Amelia's slightly red face, Parker shook his head, "Since Leah doesn't want to date, then I'll go tell Lord Lin Zhe that the appointment is cancelled." And many more. Seeing that Parker was about to fly out from the door, Amelia immediately changed her tune, stopped Parker, and said in an extremely weak voice, "Since it's been agreed, then follow the agreement." Seeing Amelia's appearance, Parker, who was originally serious, immediately rolled on the bed with a smile. He didn't actually help Amelia make an appointment with Lin Zhe just now, but Parker wanted to divert Amelia's attention and make her happy. Therefore, after seeing a series of changes in Amelia's expressions, it couldn't hold back any longer and left. Parker. Seeing Parker's appearance, Amelia suddenly realized that she had been deceived by Parker. She grabbed the pillow on the bed and threw it at Parker. Soon Parker and Amelia got into trouble. It's ironic. In the bathroom, Roswell stood in front of a mirror. He looked at himself with a clown makeup in the mirror and said jokingly, his tone was extremely cold, "This manor seems to have changed its owner." Changed the owner. Suddenly, Roswell stretched out his pale hands, his sharp nails pierced into his pale face instantly. Looking at the bright red in the mirror, blood spurted out of his pale face. Roswell's two-color pupils suddenly lit up. He licked the blood on his face, and his pale hands were frantically grabbing his face, as if he didn't care about the pain at all. It was not until the end, when a face was completely torn off by him, that Roswell really stopped. Looking at the bloody face in the mirror and the face in his hand, Roswell's blood-filled mouth curled up slightly. Ha 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 ha, I will make you pay the price. Presumably those guys will be very interested in you. Late at night. Dim yellow light shone in the room. Kurasi walked back and forth in the room. Although she had tried many times, she still could not calm herself down completely. Asshole, bastard. Bastard. She casually took out a flower from a vase in the room. Every time she murmured, she tore off a petal. In a short while, her feet were covered with petals all over the place. However, the number of flowers in the vase is limited after all, and it didn't take long for the flowers in the vase to be emptied by her. Master Crucius. Felix came in from outside. He looked at the flower petals on the ground, and the depressed Curious, his voice unconsciously became much smaller. I just learned something from the maid in the mansion. Lin Zhe has not made it clear who he wants to support. After he finished speaking, Felix watched Crucius just stand there silently without any further movement. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and even the cat ears on his head stood up from a drooping state. Looking at the trembling Felix Crucius, he was slightly taken aback, and then quickly adjusted his expression and emotions. Recently, because of Lin Zhe, she would fall into a state of berserk from time to time. Thinking of this, Crucius couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Taking a deep breath, Curious looked at Felix, who was on the side, so we still have a chance. On the surface, it looks like this. Seeing that Crucius was completely back to normal, a relaxed smile appeared on Felix's face. That guy might be up for sale. Chapter 268. Is it up for sale? Hearing Felix's words, Curious was slightly taken aback, and then nodded. As the head of the family, Crucius is naturally not a stupid person. She pondered for a while and came up with an idea. Thinking of how Priscilla looked very familiar with Lin Zhe, Crusher couldn't help feeling anxious. The family was handed over to him by his father, and Crusher naturally couldn't let his family go into decline. That's why Crucius has always wanted to draw Lin Zhe into her camp. It is so that his family can stabilize in this chaos, or even go further. Maybe I can try that guy Priscilla's way. Walking slowly in the hall, Crucius frowned and thought. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Crucius' mind, and she thought of a way. All the books you want are here. In the warm room, Lin Zhe sat in front of the desk and looked at the magic book seriously. Betty walked in from the outside with a stack of books, and looked at Lin Zhe seriously looking at the book. She couldn't help but startled slightly. I didn't expect you to be quite serious. Lin Zhe didn't look up and was still looking at the book in his hand. Hearing Betty's words, he just nodded. Betty looked at Lin Zhe with a look of ignoring her. She was stunned for a moment, with a hint of anger on her face. Isn't there even a polite thank you? Thanks. Seeing Betty pouting and looking unhappy, Lin Zhe raised his head slightly and thanked him casually. Looking at Lin Zhe helplessly, Betty swallowed the words she wanted to say. Although she didn't get along with Lin Zhe for a long time, Betty had basically figured out Lin Zhe's family style of doing things. Therefore, Betty was angry with Lin Zhe's perfunctory response, but she didn't take it to heart at all. Sitting down beside Lin Zhe, Betty picked up a magic book. I heard that your lover in the Capitulo is following you. Lin Zhe flipped the book for a while, looking at Betty, who held her chin in front of her, her green pupils wide open like a doll. Lin Zhe shook her head slightly. The pursuit of rumors has always been regardless of race. Boom. Just when Betty stared straight at Lin Zhe, trying to get some answer she wanted from Lin Zhe, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead. Lin Zhe! Covering her still aching forehead, Betty's tone rose several times, and she even wanted to get revenge in the simplest and rude way regardless of her image. Betty rushed towards Lin Zhe's location. She was very close to Lin Zhe, and Lin Zhe didn't expect her to have such a big reaction. Betty immediately jumped on Lin Zhe's body. because he was worried that his actions would hurt Betty's relationship. Lin Zhe didn't do much. Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the chair originally, fell over because Betty suddenly rushed over. After the bang, the chair Lin Zhe was sitting on fell down, and Betty looked at Lin Zhe, who was next to her, at a loss. "Are you going to spend the night like this?" Feeling Betty, who could almost feel her body temperature and her heartbeat in front of him, Lin Zhe's mouth curved slightly. After Lin Zhe reminded her like this, Betty suddenly recovered from her daze. She wanted to refute something, but she didn't know what to say for a while, and she quickly stood up, with a blushing face. Embarrassment on his face. She didn't stay in Lin Zhe's room for too long before Betty left. Before leaving, she, who was holding the magic book, didn't forget to snort at Lin Zhe. It seems that this way, the self, who has just made an embarrassment, can slightly restore some of the dignity that belongs to the girl. With a wave of her hand, Betty walked into any door, and then disappeared. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Not long after Betty left, Lin Zhe, who was drinking hot tea, heard a knock on the door again. "Please come in," holding up the hot tea in his hand. After Lin Zhe allowed the knocker to come in, he turned his gaze to the magic book again. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, a figure walked in slowly. The long dark green hair is stretched down, the upper body is a luxurious long skirt, and the fair skin is looming through the hollow design of the skirt. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 182. The slender and straight long legs are particularly eye-catching under the flickering lights. Lin Zhe. Just when Lin Zhe was a little puzzled why did the visitor enter the room without making a sound, for a long time a white hand appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Interrupted Lin Zhe's movement to continue watching. There was something abnormal in the slightly familiar voice, and Lin Zhe gathered his eyes. "Am I pretty?" Lin Zhe looked at Capitulo, who was wearing a skirt in front of him, and his every move was extremely gentle and was slightly startled. Especially Capitulo's words made Lin Zhe keep smiling. It has always been suggested that men's military uniforms should be the main clothing, and even made an oath many years ago not to wear women's clothes in this life. But now Capitulo is uncharacteristically not only wearing a luxurious long dress, but also his usual rough behavior has changed. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe, who could sense the aura of Capitulo, Lin Zhe wouldn't even recognize him. It's okay to see it. Feeling Capitulo's urgent gaze, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile. He obviously just wanted to read the magic book, but what Lin Zhe couldn't imagine was that several people came to interrupt him one by one. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe gave a perfunctory comment. "The good Zayo is better than before." Fuck. Just can't see it. Hearing Lin Zhe's extremely casual evaluation, Zayu, who was looking forward to it, immediately rushed to Lin Zhe's face from anger. Superior. However, when she was about to get to Lin Zhe, Capitulo suddenly remembered the purpose of her coming to Lin Zhe. He came to win over Lin Zhe, not to fight with Lin Zhe. After thinking about this, Capitulo's expression became exciting. From anger to tenderness. Even the already clenched fists loosened in a short time. Trying to squeeze out a smile, Capitulo looked at Lin Zhe gently. "Is there any bright spot?" "No." Lin Zhe put his arms around his arms, watching Capitulo speak gently to himself while holding back his anger. A hint of slyness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 269. This guy is so disgusting. With a faint smile still on his face, Capitulo sat down on the chair beside Lin Zhe. But Capitulo's heart was not as peaceful as the expression on her face. Even in her mind, Lin Zhe had been beaten several times by her. "Didn't you come here just to make me admire your dress?" Lin Zhe looked at Capitulo, sitting on the chair beside him, with a stiff smile on his face. He couldn't help but smile slightly, and asked lightly, "I'll rest in a while. I do have something." Seeing Lin Zhe looking at him, Capitulo slightly tidied up her skirt. She, who had never worn a skirt before, felt uncomfortable at the moment. Wearing a skirt, she felt as if she was in chains. After adjusting a few times, Kyurkshu finally adjusted to a position she thought was suitable. Just when she was secretly relieved when she stood up and wanted to get closer to Lin Zhe, there was a click sound. Crucius was stunned. Because she got up too quickly, her skirt got stuck in the gap of the chair and it was torn apart in such a way. Crucius was stunned and she sat down again with only her torn skirt in her head. Crucius didn't have the heart to think about anything at this moment. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Zhe. Embarrassed, her whole body began to heat up, and her face suddenly turned red. As the head of the family, she is more like a helpless little girl at the moment, daring to make a move. Curse, you are here. While Crucius was thinking about how to resolve the current embarrassing situation, Priscilla's voice came from not far away. If Crucius just wanted to have a crack in the ground to crawl into, now he even thinks it would be nice if he just turned his head and ran out. Why is this guy here? Bastard, blame that bastard. Seeing Priscilla walking towards her position, Crucius felt that the time had lapsed extraordinarily long. She couldn't help but turn her head slightly and looked in Lin Zhe's direction. At that time, she had the urge to rush over and beat Lin Zhe. However, when she saw Lin Zhe's expression that she didn't care about the threat at all, Kyurkshu suddenly became discouraged. She turned her head, kept a stiff smile, and looked at Priscilla. I'm talking about something with Lin Zhe. Why did you come here? As soon as she came in from the door, Priscilla noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a little weird. She looked at Kyurkshu and Lin Zhe in the room, trying to see something from their expressions. But after watching it for a while, apart from seeing some unnatural expressions on Crusher's face, Priscilla was not able to perceive anything of value. Not finding anything of value on Lin Zhe's body, Priscilla turned her attention to Curse, and Curse's long dress immediately alerted Priscilla. Also, as the big family in the royal capital, Priscilla and the Serge family have always cooperated. Therefore, the two are still familiar with each other and usually have a lot of contact. Priscilla knew that Crusher never wore women's clothes, and the whole kingdom knew it. And Kyurkshu not only wore a skirt tonight, but also dressed up carefully and even came to Lin Zhe's room. Has this guy done it to such an extent? Looking at Kyurkshu, Priscilla couldn't help but sigh to herself that Kyur not only wore a dress she never wore in order to win Lin Zhe, but she might have decided to pay a higher price. Seeing Kyurkshu's somewhat unnatural expression, Priscilla's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. She smiled and looked in Lin Zhe's direction. Her tone was extremely natural. Of course I am here to fulfill my role as Lin Zhe's wife. Obligatory. I do not believe. Hearing Priscilla's slightly provocative tone, Crucius almost stood up, and she denied Priscilla's statement in one bite. Immediately, he turned his eyes to the side of Lin Zhe. She is deceiving, isn't she? All right. Lin Zhe looked at the two who were about to quarrel again and couldn't help shaking his head, interrupting the conversation between the two. Looking at Priscilla, who had just come to his room, Lin Zhe said lightly, I'll talk about it tomorrow if I have something to do. See you tomorrow then. Priscilla didn't do much entanglement, and it was a principle she had always followed since she and Lin Zhe contacted. Therefore, after hearing Lin Zhe's words, she withdrew. Seeing Priscilla exit the room, Crusher couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Priscilla knew that her skirt was torn, it might not be long before everyone in the capital would know about it. Thanks. Seeing Lin Zhe approaching, Kyurkshu sincerely thanked Lin Zhe. I was almost discovered by that guy. Let's go. When Kyurkshu was thinking about how she was going to get back, Lin Zhe's indifferent voice made her come back to her senses. She couldn't help thinking to herself, is this guy trying to drive me out? Do not move. Just as Kyurkshu was thinking wildly in her heart, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and then Lin Zhe's huge cloak was draped over her. By the time Kyurkshu reacted, she and Lin Zhe were already in the corridor outside her room, only a dozen paces away from her room. So warm. Slightly raised his head and looked at Lin Zhe's tough face, and there was a powerful force surrounding his body. The feeling of being protected made Kyurkshu stunned. The world is cruel. When Kirkshu was very young, she was also a delicate little girl, but she experienced some things later which made her understand that no one can replace her strength except herself. That's why Kurase desperately practiced swordsmanship and kept improving his strength. Wear a men's uniform to prove that you are no worse than men. But the more a person shows, the more he often lacks. The same is true of Curious. The more she shows that she is very powerful and does not need protection from others, it is actually because she longs to be protected in her heart. And Lin Zhe's unintentional action made Kirkshu, who had not felt protected for a long time, have this feeling again, like a beam of light shining into the dark space. I'm going back. Lin Zhe walked in the corridor with Kirkshu in his arms, and Lin Zhe stopped in the guest room. Chapter 270. Gently put down to Kirkshu, Lin Zhe was about to go back to sleep. Originally, Lin Zhe planned to take a good look at the magic book, but he was disturbed by a few people and interrupted several times. Lin Zhe decided to continue reading when he had time. After being put down by Lin Zhe and stepping on the thick carpet, Kirkshu looked at Lin Zhe with a rare tenderness in his eyes. Shadow Assassin Chapter 183. Until Kirkshu walked to her room, everything that had just happened was still haunting her mind. Lying on the bed, Kirkshu couldn't sleep for a long time, and Lin Zhe's figure kept appearing in her mind. You said that Lin Zhe would miss me? On a big tree, two figures were sitting side by side. The white one was a rabbit-like monster, and beside the rabbit was a blonde-haired girl. The girl, it felt, looking at the huge moon in the sky, felt held the wooden carving in his hand and talked to the white monster. Since agreeing to Reinhard to participate in the election, Fira has been honestly studying with the ceremonial officer that Reinhard brought her every day. It was fine at the beginning, although Fira felt bored, she could persevere. However, after Lin Zhe left, for a few days, Fira began to feel uncomfortable. Especially after she found out that Priscilla, Crusher, and Anastasia had all headed to the border, Fira felt more and more irritable. Shut up. Hearing Felut's words, the white rabbit demon beast looked at Felut in doubt and called out. It wasn't because it understood what Felt said, but if it didn't respond, it was inevitable to be beaten by Felt. You don't understand. Hearing the cry of the rabbit monster beside him, Fira raised his hand and slapped the rabbit monster on the back. What are you screaming? Shut up. Feeling the pain from the back, the rabbit demon beast squatted on the branch, looking at Fira on the side, and let out another weak cry. Since that guy Lin Zhe doesn't come to me. Seeing the aggrieved expression of the rabbit monster beside him, Fira couldn't help showing his little tiger teeth and laughed. Her legs were dangling on the branches, and her tone was full of excitement. I can find him. Thinking of this, Fira quickly climbed down from the tree. She ran quickly towards the west. Halfway through, she turned back and dug out a small wooden box under the big tree. Inside the wooden box are all the belongings she once accumulated. It doesn't look like much. In fact, Fira's small box was supposed to be full, but later, because Fira bought a magic dagger for Lin Zhe, she almost spent all her money. This time to see Lin Zhe, she naturally needs to be a dragon carriage. She didn't want to be known by Reinhard this time, so she had to go alone, and because of this she didn't have much money at all. She had no choice but to take out the money she had saved up for her dream and go to see Lin Zhe. The next day, Lord Lin Zhe. In the manor in the castle, after a night of hard work, I ran the yard that was originally completely covered by corpses and flesh and blood. At this moment, except for the smell of blood, I can't see it at all. What a fierce battle here has been. Lin Zhe carried out daily tasks in the courtyard of the manor as usual. Julius and Anastasia entered through the gate of Roswell Manor, and after seeing Lin Zhe, the two walked straight towards Lin Zhe. Julius, who had the experience of being almost beaten into meat sauce by Lin Zhe once, did not dare to speak to disturb Lin Zhe. He and Anastasia kept watching Lin Zhe practice boxing until Lin Zhe's last punch fell. Only then did Julius speak. We came here specially to apologize to you, Lord Lin Zhe. What happened in the ghetto was my fault. Julius glanced at Anastasia next to him, then he no longer hesitated, walked towards Lin Zhe, bowed and apologized to Lin Zhe. I shouldn't attack Lord Lin Zhe rashly. That's it for now. Lin Zhe waved his hand and almost beat Julius to death. In fact, Lin Zhe had already forgotten about it. If the two had not come to him again, Lin Zhe would have almost forgotten about it. Ignoring the two of them, Lin Zhe continued to walk forward. He had no interest in the two of them. 0. Flower 0. Thank you, Lord Lin Zhe. When Julius heard Lin Zhe's words, he bowed to Lin Zhe again. Would you like to follow? As an ordinary person who cannot practice magic, the current Anastasia has become a member of the king's election qualification, so the possibility of her encountering danger is much higher than that of ordinary candidates. But after thinking for a while, Anastasia looked at Lin Zhe's back, and after hesitating for a while, she asked her first knight to wait at the manor while she followed behind Lin Zhe. Anastasia is very aware of how serious her disadvantage is. Apart from a Julius and the support of the family behind Julius, she has very little power to use. 0. Therefore, Anastasia, who wanted to become a king and depended on the economy to change the status quo of the kingdom of Luknica, decided that no matter how much she paid, she would try to win Lin Zhe's support. Are you following again? Lin Zhe was walking slowly on the path in the manor. Hearing the unhurried footsteps behind him, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly and stopped. Anastasia. Lin Zhe has been in contact with him more than once. In fact, if you put aside birth, talent and other things, she can definitely be called a genius, from the slum to a businessman and then to the current candidate for the throne. Every time a circle is crossed, it is a fantasy for the people of this world. From this, it can be seen that Anastasia is definitely not a little girl with a short answer. Lin Zhe. Anastasia's soft lavender hair radiated a faint glow in the sun, her facial features seemed to have a tender look, and the white dress she wore gave a very cute feeling. When she stopped in front of Lin Zhe, Anastasia had a faint smile on her tender face. We will become neighbors in the next period of time. I discussed it with Roswell. My room is right across the door from Lin Zhe's room. Oh, really? Hearing Anastasia's words, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. At the same time, Lin Zhe could also guess that there must be an exchange of interests between Anastasia and Roswell. 8. Chapter 271. In fact, Lin Zhe didn't reject Anastasia very much, at least she got to where she is today by relying on her own talents. At the beginning, Lin Zhe also considered bringing Anastasia to his subordinates to do something for him. After all, if he controlled the Chamber of Commerce, the things that Lin Zhe could do would be greatly increased. However, due to some delays, Lin Zhe let go of this idea. But now that Anastasia came to the door, Lin Zhe naturally had another plan to pick up this little plan. Lin Zhe didn't plan to talk nonsense with Anastasia and asked directly, you came to me this time for more than just apologizing, right? Lin Zhe. Anastasia didn't speak immediately. She first observed Lin Zhe's expression and couldn't see anything more from Lin Zhe's expression before she said tentatively, I want to know your position. My position? Seeing Anastasia's cautious look, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Regarding her position, Anastasia was the first to ask this question. Although Lin Zhe knew that several other people wanted to ask this question, but Anastasia was the first to ask this question. West Asia is the most direct. It has to be said that for Anastasia, who has no resources, this approach is undoubtedly very shrewd, because she is not like other people who can have resources to waste. Lin Zhe smiled slightly and did not directly answer Anastasia's question, but threw a question. Does Anastasia think that she can win the final victory? Final victory. Hearing Lin Zhe throw the question back, Anastasia didn't speak immediately. She began to think about it. It's not that she didn't think about this question, but it was the first time that it was brought up like this, and she wanted to win support of important figures. She couldn't help but prevaricate it. After thinking again and again, after weighing the pros and cons of various answers, Anastasia said slowly, I don't have the slightest confidence in this matter. But if you are willing to help me, Lin Zhe, I will definitely win the final victory. What if I won't help you? In response to Anastasia's slightly old-fashioned answer, Lin Zhe couldn't help but nodded slightly to the young girl in front of him and then looked at Anastasia with interest. What would you do if Lin Zhe won't help me? Anastasia quickly gave her answer. Just before the two talked, she had already thought about the possible endings and how she should react to Lin Zhe's final choice. Looking at Lin Zhe, Anastasia said regretfully, then all I can do is try not to be your enemy, Lin Zhe. Actually, you still have a choice. Lin Zhe didn't care too much about Anastasia's regret expression. For this extremely smart girl in front of her, controlling her expressions and emotions was as simple as eating and drinking. Sitting down in the pavilion inside the manor, Lin Zhe became a little more serious, that is to become my subordinate. Your affiliation? Anastasia was surprised by Lin Zhe's words, but she suppressed her surprised expression very well and did not show it at all. Like many people, Anastasia always thought that Lin Zhe was up for grabs. Shadow Assassin Chapter 184. I want to get the maximum benefit by swaying among the many families and get the answers and commitments I want. But at this moment, Anastasia realized that the man in front of him had never thought about who he was going to be. He had his own ideas. Looking at Lin Zhe's serious expression, Anastasia showed a faint smile. I need to think about this matter. Although Anastasia was full of doubts about Lin Zhe's words, she didn't say it to the deaf. Prudence is her biggest support in this cruel world. Whatever. Lin Zhe didn't say much. He mentioned this matter only on a whim. For Lin Zhe, having a chamber of commerce of his own is just the icing on the cake for Lin Zhe's plan. Speaking of which, I brought you a lot of gifts for Lin Zhe this time. Anastasia was still observing Lin Zhe's expression, and she couldn't see Lin Zhe's expression of disappointment or anger after she politely refused. Anastasia felt a little lost in her heart. From Lin Zhe's expression, she could see a lot of things. Lin Zhe didn't particularly need her. This also made Anna puzzled. Is Lin Zhe really confident that he can become a force by himself? However, although Anastasia was very puzzled, she still kept a faint smile on her face and changed the topic. I will let Julius bring the gift for you to Lin Zhe later. Go into the room. Lin Zhe nodded slightly, and Lin Zhe's small movements of Anastasia, observing her expression, had long been noticed by Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe didn't care at all. Now he is no longer the young firewood salesman who was extremely young, struggling to survive. Now he does things more freely. This guy is exactly the same as Lord Capitulo. In a slightly dark room, the huge windows were covered by heavy black curtains, but there was a small gap in the middle, and the sunlight from the outside came in through the gap. Create a bright beam of light in the room. At the end of the light is a man with bulging eyes, a face like a skull, dark green hair, and a man in a brown robe. His eyes are looking at the portrait of the girl in his hand, and his two eyeballs are pointing in different directions. Move. Pat pat pat. The green-haired skeleton man gave people a very strange feeling. He seemed to be unable to control his emotions. He screamed madly for a while and then burst into tears. Holding the portrait in his hand, he smiled strangely. Catch her, catch her. Dim dim dim. In the manor, the sound of intensive fencing continued for a long time. Two figures were intertwined on the grass. One was a tall young man and the other was a petite and agile girl. The two were Lin Zhe and Kirkshu. Just after Lin Zhe parted with Anastasia, Curious came over with his sword. Different from wearing a long skirt yesterday, she changed back to a military uniform today. The two of them had almost no courtesy, they just drew swords to face each other. Chapter 272. Such a speed. Not long after the fight, Curious felt that it was getting harder and harder for him to resist Lin Zhe's attack. as she has the protection of Kazami, because she can detect the wind that ordinary people can't see. Crusher can clearly see the opponent's attack trajectory and then use it to counterattack. However, Lin Zhe's speed is too fast. Even though Kyurkshu could foresee Lin Zhe's attack trajectory, her body was unable to respond in time, which caused Kyurkshu to completely lose his innate ability in front of Lin Zhe. The advantages. 1. Soon, Lin Zhe and Kyurkshu, who were originally intertwined, stopped, and Kyurkshu felt the coldness of her neck. She loosened her grip on the sword, and the long sword suddenly fell to the ground. Looking at Lin Zhe, who didn't even have the slightest chaotic aura in front of him, the brilliance in Kyurkshu's eyes couldn't help but dim, and his head lowered slightly. I lost. Originally, Kyurkshu wanted to use his superb swordsmanship under the protection of Kaziji and to convince Lin Zhe, but after seeing Lin Zhe's swordsmanship, Kyurkshu himself felt a little ridiculous about this idea. Take it. He waved his hand lightly, and the long sword that Kyurkshu had dropped on the ground was caught by Lin Zhe from the ground under Lin Zhe's 06 time machine. Looking at Kyurkshu, who was extremely low in front of him, Lin Zhe's tone was a little slow. Your swordsmanship is not bad. Is it really good? Kyurkshu, who had just been abused by Lin Zhe, had some doubts about his life, but at this moment, his eyes lit up when he heard Lin Zhe's painless praise. Being defeated by others in the area where you are most proud. This is simply an unacceptable thing for Curious, who has always been strong. From the end of the competition to the present, Crusher felt that her head was blank, and the confidence she built on the basis of swordsmanship was shattered. Pulling Lin Zhe's arm excitedly, Kyurkshu was very concerned about Lin Zhe's evaluation, but she soon realized that her behavior was too agitated and withdrew her hand. Kyurkshu looked at Lin Zhe again, but I've been passively defensive just now. Lin Zhe looked at Kyurkshu, who was holding his hand and swaying, and retracted his hand like lightning. He couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded lightly. Although I didn't use all my strength, but just now you've done a great job. It didn't work out. Originally, Kyurkshu's low mood was pulled back a little by Lin Zhe's words just now, but Lin Zhe's next words were like a basin of cold water pouring on her head again. Walking slowly behind Lin Zhe, Kyurkshu's thoughts became erratic. Is there no way? Looking at Lin Zhe's back, Curious thought slowly. The failure of the battle with Lin Zhe did not dispel Kyurkshu's determination to win over Lin Zhe, but instead strengthened Kyurkshu's determination to win over Lin Zhe. But she has almost exhausted all the ways to think of it, and in the current situation, she has no good way. Thinking of this, Kyurkshu's brows could not help frowning slightly. What do you think? Kyurkshu walked forward with her head lowered. Suddenly, she felt her eyes darken and bumped into something. When she looked up, she realized that it was Lin Zhe. When he bumped into Lin Zhe's chest, Kyurkshu couldn't help but froze. He raised his head and looked at Lin Zhe, looking down at her. Curious closed his eyes subconsciously and opened his hands slightly at a loss. Practice your sword well. Lin Zhe looked at Kyurkshu, who had bumped into his arms, and closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly arched, and he quickly touched Kyurkshu's red lips with his palm, then left a light sentence and went straight. Gone back. I was just given by that guy. Feeling the ephemeral warm touch from his lips, Crucius froze in place, closed his eyes tightly, and took a long time to regain his senses. Seeing that Lin Zhe had long since disappeared, Kyurkshu remembered the scene just now, and his fair face was suddenly covered with red glow. Lord Lin Zhe, this is your breakfast. Rem was setting breakfast for Lin Zhe, and then a blue light flashed in the room, and Lin Zhe suddenly appeared in the room. For something like this, Rem has long been aware of it, taking care of Lin Zhe's daily life. Rem has seen Lin Zhe's strange space movement more than once. After all the food was put away and the tableware was placed, Rem looked at Lin Zhe respectfully again. I didn't expect Lord Lin Zhe's swordsmanship to be so powerful. When Lin Zhe was competing with Kurzayu, Rem was preparing food for Lin Zhe when he happened to see the competition between the two from the window. Rem is getting better at talking. Lin Zhe took a small bite of the toast. Rem's words made Lin Zhe smile slightly. After getting along with Rem in the past few days, many details of Rem's work made Lin Zhe very satisfied. Looking at Rem standing respectfully, Lin Zhe asked casually, "Can you still remember those ancient magic words yesterday?" All remembered. Seeing Lin Zhe eating with grace and calmness, Rem couldn't help but stay for a while, and when she heard Lin Zhe's question, she was stunned for a while before she could react. As long as she has free time these days, Lin Zhe will teach her some ancient magic words. Because it is far from the common words in the world today, it is extremely difficult for Rem to learn. However, Rem didn't give up her studies because it was extremely difficult to learn. Instead, she started to study with more art, almost to the point of sleepless nights. For Rem's seriousness, Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. If it wasn't for the direct blessing of the system, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Zhe to learn those things. Shadow Assassin Chapter 185. How long will Lord Lin Zhe stay here? After tidying up the table where Lin Zhe finished breakfast, Rem asked softly, "Following Master Lin Zhe these days, Rem has learned a lot. It should be a while." Lin Zhe thought for a moment, although things were complicated these days, but Lin Zhe actually only came to this mansion for a few days. In Lin Zhe's plan, controlling Roswell's mansion was only a small step in the plan. This guy. Just when Lin Zhe was thinking about it, Lin Zhe felt Rem fall forward, and he was about to fall to the ground. Lin Zhe raised his hand and immediately supported the fallen Rem. Feeling Rem's normal breathing, Lin Zhe hugged Rem and put her on the bed to let her rest. Lin Zhe also probably knew the reason why Rem fell asleep due to exhaustion. Shaking his head and walking to his desk, Lin Zhe continued to read. Chapter 273. After an unknown amount of time, Rem, who was asleep, slowly woke up. "Open your eyes slowly." Rem looked at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling, and she couldn't help but frown slightly, turned her head slowly, and looked to the side. As soon as she turned her head, Rem immediately understood where she was. She saw Lin Zhe sitting by the window and reading a book. Looking at himself lying on the bed, Rem suddenly felt a warm heart. Apart from his sister, this was the first time Rem felt cared for. Even though Roswell showed great trust and concern for them, Rem always had a feeling that Roswell didn't really care about them. Lord Lin Zhe is really gentle. Lying on the bed, the comfortable feeling made Rem, who was busy cleaning up the filth in the mansion, taking on a lot of housework, and memorizing ancient magic words all night, had the urge to lie still. She is really tired. For so many years, she not only has to worry about her sister's safety, but also undertakes extremely heavy servant work. Rem herself couldn't remember the last time she was lying on the bed so relaxed. Although the time to take care of Lin Zhe was not long, it was enough for Rem to remember. Compared with other guests, Lin Zhe obviously did not treat himself and his sister as servants. This made Rem more relaxed when taking care of Lin Zhe's diet and daily life. Go to sleep again. Although the bed was very comfortable, Rem struggled to get up after lying in peace for a while. There were still many things in the mansion waiting for her to do. Keeping her sister busy by herself, Rem always felt in her heart. Some are unsteady. But just as Rem lifted the quilt, she heard Lin Zhe's voice. "It's still early, so there won't be too many things to be busy with." Hearing Lin Zhe's slightly commanding tone, Rem nodded and looked at the sun that was still hanging high in the sky outside the window, with a calm smile on the corner of her mouth. Lord Anastasia. On the rooftop, Julius and Anastasia were standing side by side. Seeing Anastasia's frowning, Julius hesitated for a while before asking worriedly, "Have you encountered any problem?" "As your first night, I have an obligation to share for you. I want to be alone." Looking at Julius, who was half kneeling in front of her, Anastasia shook her head and motioned for Julius to step back. After returning from Lin Zhe, Anastasia has been thinking about what Lin Zhe said. Become a subsidiary of Lin Zhe. If someone else said this sentence, Anastasia would definitely sneer. But this sentence was said by Lin Zhe, so the meaning of it became different. Anastasia has learned a lot about Lin Zhe's strength through constant contact during this period of time. Even the contemporary sword Saint Reinhardt once gave up testing Lin Zhe's true strength, and this alone is enough to explain a lot of problems. As one of the 5 candidates with the weakest background, Anastasia has always maintained a high fighting spirit in front of her own camp that supports her. Every time he talks to his subordinates, he is full of confidence, but only Anastasia knows that. Underneath her calm appearance, she was actually hiding a restless heart. This time, the king election is actually a process of standing in line for the major forces of the Luknica kingdom. Anastasia knew that although she seemed to be one of the candidates respected by everyone and looked bright, she was just a pawn in the eyes of those big families who supported her. It is possible to be abandoned at any time, so Anastasia also knows very well that if she can win the final victory, it is a good thing, and she can fulfill her ambition and long-cherished wish. But if you fail, it is not a rare thing to be abandoned at that time. How terrifying the struggle for power is, even Anastasia, who was born in a slum, has a deep understanding of it after experiencing contact with several big families. As a business wizard, Anastasia is fully aware of the coexistence of risks and benefits, and that doing anything is risky. But now, with great difficulty, she has managed to stand out from a small slum, jumped out of the class of commoners, and vaguely touched the threshold of the nobles. If this bet is lost, Anastasia knows that the guy who becomes the king in the end will definitely not. He will be too forgiving to himself and others who used to be his enemies. Even if the new king is a magnanimous person, the forces behind him will not let him off so easily. Originally, Anastasia hadn't thought about the matter so deeply before. However, after talking with Lin Zhe, some of Lin Zhe's views made Anastasia begin to reflect on her strengths and weaknesses. In the end, after thinking about everything clearly, she couldn't help but fall into a kind of entanglement and hesitation. That's why Anastasia wants to be alone. In order to achieve her goals over the years, Anastasia has been using her immature appearance to disguise herself. This made her feel deeply lost and empty after she achieved the success she wanted. She has always created a false self, but the real self has never appeared in front of others. No matter how good Anastasia herself was at calculating and disguising herself, she couldn't get rid of the fact that she was just a girl. Really? Wandering among the major forces and dealing with the shrewd leaders of the forces, she was actually exhausted for a long time, but she never showed it. Wait a minute. Taking a deep breath, Anastasia opened her hands as if she wanted to embrace the sun in the air. Lord Kirch is not sick, right? Felix looked at not far from standing in front of a huge French window. His white fingers pinched the corner of his clothes, and the whole person smirked and looked at Kershaw outside the window, and he couldn't help but feel worried. Ever since Kershaw came back from Lin Zhe in the morning, he has become what he is now. Is it a curse? Frowning and thinking for a moment, Felix began to search in his mind about Curse's current symptoms and what kind of curse effect it matched. Chapter 274. As a leading healing magician in the kingdom of Luknica, Felix has a high talent and achievement in the field of healing magic. Looking at Kershaw, who was still in a daze by the window, Felix, the pseudo-girl cat-eared boy, began to condense healing magic in his hands. In a short time, his hands were haunted by small green light spots. Felix's condensation magic finally woke up the dazed Kirsch. Seeing Felix condensing the healing magic and walking towards him, Kershaw was full of doubts. Is someone injured? No. Seeing that Kershaw suddenly became normal again, Felix couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He knew that he had made a mistake in his judgment. In order not to be discovered by Kershaw, Felix hurriedly explained, I just suddenly thought of a more good way to condense magic. Just give it a try. Call. After explaining, Felix couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and he suddenly felt a sense of escape. You think I'm sick? Just as Felix squinted his eyes and smiled with a smile, Sirius walked over with a dark face. With the protection of Kazami, she can clearly identify some lies, so the moment Felix spoke, she judged that Felix was lying. A pair of eyes looked directly at Felix, and Kurtz's tone was full of coercion, so give me treatment. Yes. Shadow. Assassin VII Chapter 186. Seeing curious, fierce look at him, Felix's heart tightened, and he said with a sad face, "Can you play it lightly? Am I really sick?" Just when Felix thought he was going to be beaten again, Sirius, who was about to beat himself, turned his head and walked outside the house. While walking, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that guy's relationship?" Looking at the back of Kurt's leaving, Felix couldn't help but condense the healing magic that Felix had just dissipated. It was the first time he had seen such an abnormal situation as Curtis, who grew up with him, and it was as if he was possessed. Could it be that Curtis likes that guy? Suddenly Felix thought of a possibility. After returning from the meeting between Kurtz and Lin Zhe, he looked like he couldn't let go. Thinking of this, Felix rubbed his chin, feeling more and more that his guess was correct. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. When he thought that it was originally just to win over Lin Zhe, but in the end it turned out that Kurtho fell in love with Lin Zhe, which made Felix have a headache. He felt that this action was starting to get out of control. It started to develop in an inexplicable direction. Eat slowly. Lin Zhe couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile when he looked at Ferret, who was gobbling down in front of him. Ferret sneaked out of the capital to find him, and Lin Zhe was slightly moved by the accident. In this special period now, although there is a tacit understanding among the major forces, they are quietly waiting for the start of the Wangzhou qualification meeting. However, it cannot be ruled out that some more radical forces will take risks and kill some of their own competitors in advance. So it was a very risky thing for Fel to sneak out alone. Handing the cold hot tea to Ferret, Lin Zhe's tone was slightly warm. "It's very dangerous for you to come out alone." "I'm not afraid, I have this." After taking the hot tea handed over by Lin Zhe and drinking it in one gulp, Ferret took out a wooden carving brand from the small bag he carried with him, which was the amulet that Lin Zhe once gave Ferret. Hearing the caring tone of Lin Zhe's words, Ferret couldn't help laughing and said happily, "Not to mention, if someone bullies me, Lin Zhe will help me, right?" Seeing Ferret looking at him expectantly, Lin Zhe nodded. At this moment, Lin Zhe regarded Ferret as his true friend. Compared to the past, he could only be regarded as half a friend. At this moment, Lin Zhe fully recognized Ferret. "Lin Zhe." Seeing Lin Zhe nodding, Ferret's smiling eyes almost narrowed to a slit. She stood up from where she was sitting, and her dignified appearance, when she just arrived at Roswell's mansion, disappeared instantly. In front of Lin Zhe, Ferret completely relaxed. Even though she was wearing aristocratic clothes at the moment, when she relaxed, she suddenly changed back to that naughty girl. Taking advantage of Lin Zhe's own words to attract his attention, Ferret immediately jumped on Lin Zhe's back. Holding Lin Zhe's neck tightly, Ferret's tone dropped. "I regret it. I have to learn a lot of etiquette every day, and I feel like I'm going crazy." On Lin Zhe's back, Ferret suddenly opened the chat box and began to ramble and pour bitter water with Lin Zhe. Ferret separated himself from Lin Zhe and talked about everything that happened when he left Reinhardt's manor and came to Roswell's mansion. I talked to Lin Zhe about everything in detail. Lin Zhe didn't despise Felt's battle on his back, but just listened quietly. Time turns, the sun in the sky is moving slowly. From the scorching sun, it slowly turned into a gentle sunset. The two of them talked and listened to each other, and it was late in the evening when Ferret stopped. "Are you asleep?" Hearing Felix's voice gradually getting smaller, from continuous to intermittent, to disappearing, Lin Zhe couldn't help turning his head slightly, only to find that Felix on his back had already fallen asleep. Although he had recited Felix for a long time, Lin Zhe did not choose to put Felix down. Instead, he stood with Felt behind his back. Lin Zhe cast his eyes out the window. It was already dark. Rarely good weather, a very clear full moon has risen. Are we going to wait like this? Al was sitting cross-legged at the door of Priscilla's room. Every night was when Priscilla was at her weakest, and he needed to be on guard. Especially after he left the capital, Al was more cautious than usual, because he had no family power to protect him. Looking at Priscilla standing at the window looking at the moon outside, Al didn't hesitate. It's too dangerous here. If it goes on like this, Priscilla's risk of exposure will increase. Priscilla didn't speak, and Al's words made sense. Located on the border, Roswell's mansion may at any time cause an attack by an enemy country if the whereabouts of his group are exposed. Chapter 275. After all, this group of people can be regarded as important figures for the Empire. But just leaving like this, Priscilla was extremely unwilling. For the throne, Priscilla was actually not that interested. She just wasn't willing to lose to her competitors. I am unwilling to spend my whole life under the title of a bloody bride. However, thinking that she had been unable to make any progress in winning Lin Zhe to her own camp, a huge sense of frustration rose in Priscilla's heart. Because of the protection of the sun, since childhood, things will be corrected in the way she wants, so Priscilla has almost never encountered failure. The failures Lin Zhe encountered were almost the sum of Priscilla's failures. Therefore, to Priscilla, who has always been very strong, Lin Zhe was like a slash that could never be passed. As long as Lin Zhe couldn't succumb to herself for one day, Priscilla would not be able to completely calm down. So now making Lin Zhe submit to himself has become Priscilla's biggest goal, even surpassing that of gaining the throne. I won't admit defeat. Thinking of Lin Zhe's unspoiled appearance, Priscilla's teeth itched with anger. Compared with the others, Priscilla's energy into Lin Zhe's body can definitely be said to be the most. Slightly clenching her fists, Priscilla's heart was filled with frustration, but her fighting spirit soon filled her. That is, just when Priscilla was about to go back to her bed to sleep, she was completely attracted by the distant scene. Under the moonlight, dense dark shadows rushed over from the far edge of the mountain. Even though it was far apart, the sight that almost filled the horizon made Priscilla's pupil shrink. Run! The witch teacher is here! At the foot of the mountain, in a small village, people fled in panic, and the barrier surrounding the village was only blocked for a moment by the endless beasts and countless black-robed men. A woman pulled a little girl and ran away quickly. The roar of the monsters behind her made her head go blank. TFFT. Not long after they ran out, a jet-black streamer shot from a distance, immediately piercing the running mother and daughter. Crack-clap. Interspersed together, the woman who had not died for a while turned her head in desperation to look at her daughter again, but she did not wait for her to turn her head. A group of monsters rushed over, and after a while, the woman was torn to shreds by more than a dozen monsters, and then became food for the monsters. Under the attack of the army of monsters, Zayashan village completely disappeared after just a while, and was completely leveled by two shadow assassins. VII Chapter 187. The army is still moving forward completely, and the small mountain village is not their goal. Boom! In the front is a group of giant wolves. Each of them has a huge body size, about 3 meters in height. The giant wolves that were running were like trucks that were out of control, rampaging. The ground left a huge footprint under their stampede, and the trees on their way were smashed into debris. The ground shook violently, and the rumbling sound was like thunder. Behind the giant wolves were countless ordinary wolf-shaped beasts. Although they were average in size, the number was amazing. Title: Chapter 53. All over the mountains and plains, as far as the eye can see, there are black and shiny wolves, with red rays of light in their eyes. And the last one is a group of witch cultists, with various weapons. Among them were some people wearing black magic robes. From the tightness of the surrounding protection, it could be seen that they were the main force of this attack. What happened? Fear rubbed her eyes. She slowly woke up from Lin Zhe's back, and she was full of doubts, listening to the faint roar in the distance. Hearing Philip's words, Lin Zhe put Philip down from his back. When a large number of monsters appeared on the periphery, Lin Zhe noticed it, but because Philip was still sleeping, Lin Zhe didn't do anything. Although he still didn't know what was going on with this attack, for Lin Zhe, he didn't really care about monsters or anything. But since the other party was obviously rushing in his direction, Lin Zhe couldn't just sit still. 0. Flower 0. Wait for me here. Lin Zhe put his hand on Philip's head and gave Philip a reassuring smile. Just woke up from her sleep, Philip was still a little confused, but although she didn't know what happened from the violent shaking of the ground and the huge roar of the monsters outside, Philip could tell that there was someone outside. How dangerous. Thinking of this, Philip couldn't help but want to go out with Lin Zhe, but when she looked at Lin Zhe again, Lin Zhe had disappeared. Without any hesitation, Philip quickly opened the door of the room and ran outside. It's you. 0. 0. As soon as they ran around the corner, Philip and Emilia met, and what happened before the two could be considered to know each other. After glancing at each other, the two of them rushed out of the door in unison. As soon as the two of them arrived at the door, they encountered the shock again. It was Ram, and Kirsch and Anastasia. Without any hesitation, Kirsch looked at Lin Zhe emerging from the air in the distance, and she also ran over. Philip was even one step ahead of Tuerkshu, and she was very fast, with the protection of the wind. There seems to be a lot of people coming. Lin Zhe was suspended in midair, and the black magic wings on his back were flapping gently. This is the ancient magic, Devil's Wing, that Lin Zhe learned from the ancient magic book provided by Roswell. Looking at the army of beasts running in the distance, the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth slightly arched. It seems that those talisman inventory can be cleaned up. After Lin Zhe came to this world when he had nothing to do, he painted a large number of talismans, usually stored in the void of the dimensional grid. Go. The black winds behind him slammed lightly, and Lin Zhe shot out immediately, and a large number of talismans were shot out from Lin Zhe's hands. Originally supposed to be a soft talisman, under the strength of Lin Zhe, it suddenly turned into countless streamers and flew towards the group of beasts. From the ground, the light blue talisman cast by Lin Zhe looked like a meteor streaking across the night sky. 8. Chapter 276. These streamers were quickly woven into a giant net in the sky, covering the monsters, just like falling meteorites in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the blue streamer touched the ground, the group of beasts that were rushing towards them emitted a dazzling light, and then a violent explosion began to sweep all around. One after another, the small explosion storms were connected together, forming a whole piece. The entire sky, within a range of more than 10 miles, turned crimson. A large amount of soil and trees were thrown into the sky in the explosion, and the densely packed monsters were directly smashed and blown apart. And those giant monsters at the front, although they were not lifted up by the wind and waves of the explosion like the small monsters that followed, they were covered by the explosion. These giant monsters were instantly burned to black. They, who were originally running towards the manor very viciously, became a mess in an instant with the sound of the explosion. Started running around. As for the witch cult followers at the back, the first group, at the moment when the light blue streamer fell, a large number of them were directly blown into scorched corpses. The only thing that didn't matter was the mysterious people in black robes. At the moment when the explosion fell, magical barriers of various colors were condensed by them to resist them. Go together. Seeing that the battlefield turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in a short period of time, a witch teacher leader watched as the enthusiasm in the eyes of the crowd dissipated. Go. Kill him. Although Lin Zhe killed a large number of demon beasts in a blink of an eye, turning the mountains and forests into a sea of fire with a wave of his hand, those fanatical witch cultists still did not stop. Some people were even covered in fire, but they were still crazy. Charged towards the location of the mansion. except for the witch cultists, who were madly charging towards the manor on the ground. Those people in black robes who had just used magic to resist the massive talisman that Lin Zhe swayed down, but now they are condensed in the crazy condensed mana, and all kinds of magic are condensed in their hands. Buzzing. The energy of the magic fluctuated, shaking the air, and the entire space began to vibrate. 2. Felix stood in front of the manor, watching the overwhelming group of monsters that had attacked the manor, but in an instant, Lin Zhe cast out a stream of light that blew it into pieces. Felix's face was blown by the glowing blast, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It's not uncommon to see large-scale magic Felix, but it is almost impossible to achieve such a quick activation as Lin Zhe. And range attacks are extremely mana-consuming. Even some forbidden magic can reduce the lifespan of the spellcaster. But looking at Lin Zhe in the sky after performing such a large-scale attack, he still looked like a light cloud in wind, which made Felix even doubt whether what he saw was real. How much power does that guy hide? Julius clenched his long sword tightly, watching Lin Zhe wipe out the despairingly large group of demon beasts with a wave of his hand, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Originally, I came to apologize to Lin Zhe this time. Although Julius didn't have any displeasure on the surface, he was actually very resistant in his heart. As a knight, he had his own pride. But now, all the resistance in Julius' heart had disappeared. He was even a little grateful to Lin Zhe for not killing him at the beginning. Call out. Boom. Boom. While Lin Zhe was dealing with a group of monsters, Emilia, Ferret, Perseus, Ram, and others who came out of the castle had also arrived at the outskirts of the castle. Although the large-scale attack released by Lin Zhe was powerful, there were still some fish that slipped through the net and rushed out of the sea of fire. Among them were many scorched giant monsters that had been blown up. In front of the battle, everyone did not say much and launched an attack directly. Amelia kept releasing ice cones towards the attacking beasts. With the assistance of Parker, her magic attacks were well organized, and with every blow, the beasts fell in the ice cone she inspired Shadow Assassin Chapter 188. Not far from Amelia is felt, holding a short blade in her hand. She walks quickly around the tall beast. Every time she steps over, there will be a burst of blood. With her extremely agile body, she was able to handle the giant beasts with ease. Aside from the two of them, even Turkshu turned into the wind. The long sword in her hand chased the wind, slashed at the wind, and the whole person seemed to have turned into the wind from behind. Turkshu was transformed into a human-shaped meat grinder, and wherever she went, all the monsters were dismembered and smashed by her. Ram, on the other hand, was much simpler and more direct, waving the meteor hammer in her hand constantly. Every time she swung it, her jet-black meteor hammer would blow up the blocked beast at the end of the trajectory. In a gentle-made outfit, with a bloodthirsty meteor hammer in her hand, Rem has completely integrated violence and softness into one. However, although everyone was dealing with the monsters in front of them with all their hearts, there was no exception, and everyone had to look in the direction of Lin Zhe from time to time. Interesting. Lin Zhe was suspended in midair, watching the various magics attacking him from a distance. The corner of his mouth could not help but slightly arched. I don't know when it started. Lin Zhe has long been unable to find fun in battle. Therefore, it was rare to meet a group of opponents who seemed to be okay, and Lin Zhe couldn't help but be a little more serious. The demon wings on his back fluttered slightly, and Lin Zhe instantly disappeared in place. Bang! On the ground, a witch-taught black-robed magician just condensed magic. He lost the position of Lin Zhe in the sky. In the next second, a burst of severe pain was instantly transmitted from his abdomen to all parts of his body, and then his body was knocked out by a huge force, and his body changed from a bow shape to a V shape. Flying upside down in midair, the blood in the black-robed magician's mouth was too late to spurt out, and in his only consciousness, his heart exploded. At this time, the only thing he could see when he was dying was Lin Zhe's tall back and his despairing fist that was bombarded again. More than a dozen black-robed magicians, like broken sacks, one after another, were knocked into the air by Lin Zhe. Chapter 277. Lin Zhe waved his fist, and he was extremely fast in the whirlwind-slashing iron fist. After many magicians were knocked into the air by Lin Zhe did not stop there. He waved his fists and charged towards the others again. Boom! Boom! Under the blessing of extreme speed, Lin Zhe seemed to have turned into a black lightning bolt, and the fanatical witch cult believers were like watermelons wherever they went. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Zhe's fists exploded one after another. In a short period of time, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of blood and flesh, and even the moon in the sky seemed to turn scarlet. This. Run, he's the devil! As the number of people killed by Lin Zhe continued to increase, those fanatical witch cultists were awakened by the sight in front of them, restoring clarity from a frenzy. Although the followers of the witch cult are fanatical, most of them are ordinary people. No matter how fanatical beliefs are, they are not worth mentioning in the face of death. At the beginning, the reason why they had the courage to attack Lin Zhe was because they were led by powerful beings in the witch cult. In the past, the external attacks of the witch sect were always led by powerful magic messengers who first drove those monsters to attack, and then the magic messengers in the team launched long-range magic attacks. Finally, they charged up and killed the enemies who had not yet been killed. In this way, almost none of the battles they are involved in has ever failed. Without a single defeat, in the long run, they have formed an illusion of invincibility of the witch cult, which is one of the reasons why they are so fanatical. On the other hand, Lin Zhe was only a mere person, and they not only had powerful monsters to open the way, but also the sin priests of the witch sect participated in this attack. With such a disparity in strength, it seems to them that it is impossible to encounter any resistance this time. Totally a carnival. But the appearance of Lin Zhe turned this battle into another situation that many witch cult believers didn't want to see from the very beginning. A situation they never imagined could happen. Originally, everyone thought it was their own unilateral slaughter, but the reality was that Lin Zhe slaughtered them unilaterally. The gap in this makes everyone feel an extremely unreal feeling. Therefore, most of those who were blown up by Lin Zhe were still in a stunned state the second they were blown up. Before they could even react, they were already dead. Dang dang. Of course, there were some people in the crowd who had reacted. After realizing the huge gap in strength between themselves and Lin Zhe, they didn't hesitate, they didn't pay attention to their beliefs or not, and even the weapons in their hands felt cumbersome. Throwing down the weapon, turned around and ran. So the battlefield, which was still shouting and killing, suddenly became chaotic. Some people shivered in place because of fear. Some people were still scared and screamed in horror. But more people are fleeing frantically. When they come, the many mad believers of the witch sect are a well-disciplined army that swept away everything. But now they are a group of headless mice, and they have completely lost their minds, occupied by fear. Finished? Emilia gasped for breath. Although the duration of the battle was much shorter than she expected, the continuous magic attack just now made her feel extremely weak. Looking at the witches who fled in the distance to teach everyone, Emilia couldn't help but feel a particularly solid feeling when she saw Lin Zhe standing in the battlefield. Recalling the scene of staying with Lin Zhe, Emilia couldn't help but feel a little ripple in her heart. Whether it was helping him retrieve his badge when he was in the Imperial capital, or the last time he killed a group of magical beasts that suddenly invaded, and this time he easily resolved the crisis of the witch sect attack. Lin Zhe's calm appearance made Emilia, who was not yet guarded by a knight, have a little thought in her heart. Leah. Seeing Emilia standing blankly on the spot, Parker couldn't help but look at Emilia with some doubts, full of doubts. Why is your face red? No. No. The stunned Emilia came back to her senses when Parker said this, and she explained in a panic, maybe it's Parker, you read it wrong. Leah, do you like Lin Zhe? Falling on Amelia's shoulder from midair, Parker approached Amelia's ear mysteriously and asked curiously, "I found out that Leah has learned to lie since you met Lin Zhe. And more time spent in a daze." Parker stroked his chin and straightened his beard several times, looking very researched. "It seems that another enemy is coming." When Amelia was told by Parker, her face turned from pale pink to red. Seeing a figure walking out in the dark night in the distance, Amelia hurriedly changed the subject. "Let's go over there." "Asshole." Fear just got out of the battle, and while she was resting on the side, she heard the conversation between Amelia and Parker. She looked at Lin Zhe in the distance and couldn't help but puff up her face. Seeing that Amelia blushed because of Parker's words, she ran away. She couldn't help but have a kind of irritability bred from the bottom of her heart. Without too much hesitation, Fear kicked a small stone on the ground and immediately charged in Lin Zhe's direction. The man I saw was really strong enough. Standing at the gate of the castle, Priscilla looked at the situation that had been completely controlled by Lin Zhe, and she couldn't help muttering to herself. Night is her weakest time. Usually, at night, she will try to hide. However, Priscilla finally came out of the room when she saw so many monsters surrounding her. Even if she can't play in person, she definitely doesn't want to be a person who can only shiver in the room. Does it work? Al was on guard near Priscilla. He looked at Priscilla, who was holding a sword in her hand, looking weak. He couldn't help sighing, just taking such a big risk for that guy. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 189. You do not understand. Priscilla stood up slightly, her strength was greatly weakened, and she looked different now and in the daytime. If during the day Priscilla was a domineering person, she now feels weak but tenacious. Looking at Lin Zhe's back, Priscilla had an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 278. Priscilla had a hunch that if she was in danger, Lin Zhe would never stand by. Although she didn't have any evidence herself, she intuitively told Priscilla that this was the case. Are they all dead? Along with the sound of the footsteps, a man with green hair, a skeleton-like appearance, and bulging eyes appeared in front of Lin Zhe. The man twisted his neck strangely, speaking at an extremely fast speed, giving people a feeling of being mentally abnormal. Fictitious Ramani Kanti. The moment he saw the man, Lin Zhe recognized who the man in front of him was. The witch sect's sin priest, Sloth, a man who became crazy because some of his memories had been erased. He was a witch who taught the Big Sin Bishop to be lazy, but his character was not lazy at all. Instead, he was full of energy to the point of perversion. Following the descriptions of the Gospels, he is more active than any witch cultist. He is also one of the most dangerous and well-known in the witch cult, and regards diligence and love as the meaning of survival. In fact, before laziness appeared, Lin Zhe had guessed that the person who came here would be laziness. As an active member of the witch cult, laziness appeared in front of him, and Lin Zhe was not surprised. But as for why the Church of the Witch appeared, Lin Zhe already had some guesses. You killed them. Sloth twisted his head off and immediately turned in one direction. His speech was extremely fast, and the expressions on his face changed so quickly that it was difficult to see clearly. His body was twisted into a bow shape by himself, and his eyes were staring in Lin Zhe's direction, looking extremely funny. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from where Lin Zhe was, and a huge pothole appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, who knows Sloth very well, naturally knows that Sloth's power is invisible. Therefore, Lin Zhe was always on guard against possible attacks due to his fighting instinct. The biggest reason why the invisible hand is powerful is that it cannot be detected. There is no air fluctuation, which makes it hard to prevent. However, Lin Zhe has a way to detect this kind of attack. After Lin Zhe practiced one of the 8 magical skills, the Luo Cave Temple, although Lin Zhe temporarily cultivated to a too high level, Lin Zhe's insight ability was not enough. It has been greatly improved. Although Lin Zhe couldn't see the invisible hand, his body could automatically avoid danger. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing Lin Zhe dodging his attack, his lazy index finger turned into a clone, and his bulging eyes, he couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise. However, he did not stop his attack. Controlling the invisible hand, he lazily twisted his neck back. Dozens of huge tentacles immediately attacked Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe just disappeared, and the ground was pierced again. Bang! Just when the lazy attack failed to find Lin Zhe, a crisp sword cry suddenly sounded. Dozens of invisible hands that can't be lazy to activate themselves are firmly guarded around their body, intending to protect this clone of themselves. Block it, block it. Proof. Looking at the 1,000 blades of the magic knife that was blocked by an invisible hand in midair, a smile appeared on the lazy skeleton-like face. But the smile didn't last long. The smile on Sloth's face hadn't fully unfolded yet. Starting from his forehead, the flesh burst open to both sides, followed by the skull, and then his entire body was quickly divided into two halves, from top to bottom. Is it really a clone? Seeing that the lazy corpse that was split in half by himself disappeared quickly, Lin Zhe smiled lightly and didn't care too much. Sloth has the ability to possess cultists called fingertips and people with good spirits. The 10 witch believers with special spells are called fingertips as preparations for possession at any time. Soon after Lin Zhe killed one of Sloth's clone, the siege of the witch sect came to an end. The manor that became lively because of the witch cult has returned to peace again. Looks like we'll be busy again tomorrow. In front of the manor, Rem and Ram stood together, looking at the corpses scattered all over the floor. Ram sighed lightly, but I actually like this kind of cleaning task. Looking at the corpses of witch cultists all over the floor, Rem instantly understood what Ram meant. The nobles that Rem and Ram belonged to were destroyed by the witch cult, so for Rem and Ram, all the witch cult people should die. The hatred for the witch cult has been carved into his bones. Ram will always remember the feud of genocide. So even though it would be very tiring to clean the corpses all over the floor, Ram was very happy. In any case, with Lord Lin Zhe, we all owe a big favor. Ram and Rem stood together, looking at the moon that was about to be submerged in the mountains. Rem took his sister's hand, and his tone was full of tenderness. I really want to stay with Lord Lin Zhe all the time. Rem. Hearing her sister's words, Rem was a little surprised. Having grown up with Rem, it was the first time she said she wanted to be with someone other than herself. Rem felt the tenderness in Rem's tone, and she couldn't help laughing happily. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she saw her sister show such a look. Looking at the bright moon in the distance, Rem couldn't help showing a hint of slyness in his eyes. Is Rem trying to abandon your sister? Sure enough, Rem, who is immersed in love, is very heartless. Not at all. When Rem said this, Rem gave his sister a blank look, and looked at Rem seriously. We can stay with Lord Lin Zhe together, beg. Is this really possible? Rem was stunned for a while, and then looked at Rem, who didn't expect her sister to share this matter with her. She shook her head, and Rem approached Rem's ear and whispered. Can Rem really give his favorite Lin Zhe to Rem? Who likes Lord Lin Zhe? After Rem said that, Rem hesitated a little, and even her tone of voice became a little flustered. She turned her head, looked in the direction of the kitchen, and changed the subject. It's almost dawn, we should prepare breakfast. Rem. Looking at Rem's evasive gaze, the smile on Rem's face slowly turned serious. You must be brave in pursuing your own happiness. Chapter 279. Hearing her sister Rem's words, Rem, who was halfway there, turned her head and nodded subconsciously without speaking. For Rem, being happy is actually very simple. That is, when her sister is happy, she is happy. But now there is one more thing she is happy about, and that is to take care of Lin Zhe's diet and daily life. The reason why Rem has such an idea is because Rem will unconsciously produce a strange feeling when she is by Lin Zhe's side. Something called hope. Lin Zhe brought her hope, so that Rem could see the hope of her sister's recovery. Lord Lin Zhe. In the dense forest, Roswell's face, with clown makeup, couldn't see the same expression. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his tone was a little panic. Are you dissatisfied with me? Feeling the coldness from his neck, Roswell couldn't help but sank. Originally, he led the witch sect to the mansion to get rid of Lin Zhe. On the other hand, it was to test Lin Zhe's true strength. The last time Roswell was controlled by Lin Zhe, he didn't even have time to release the magic. He was extremely unwilling in his heart, so Roswell wanted to try again to see what level Lin Zhe's strength was at. This is a safe and prudent approach. If the witch cult is strong enough, it is best to get rid of Lin Zhe. If Lin Zhe cannot be eliminated, he will not be implicated. But what Roswell didn't expect was that Sloth, the great sin priest of the witch sect, led the team to deal with this matter, but Lin Zhe didn't even hurt Lin Zhe's skin. Just when he was glad that he didn't make a move, he was hidden in the dense forest, and was suddenly restrained by the sudden reappearance of Lin Zhe, which was almost no different from the last time. I did this very secretly, so Lin Zhe couldn't possibly know. He's testing me. Shadow. Assassin VII Chapter 190. Feeling the slight tingling pain in his neck, Roswell did not panic at all. He tried his best to calm down. As a very cautious person, even if he led the witches here, Roswell was careful. Plans and arrangements. The person who helped him in this matter had already been killed by him. Therefore, Roswell concluded that 90% of the reason why Lin Zhe appeared in front of him was just suspicion. After thinking about the key to the matter, Roswell calmed down immediately. He was even a little proud that he could guess Lin Zhe's intention so quickly. You suddenly appeared in front of me. Do you have something important to order? Roswell looked at Lin Zhe in front of him calmly. He lowered his posture and spoke in a very respectful tone. For your orders, Roswell will do his best. Pity. Lin Zhe looked at Roswell, who had calmed down in a short period of time, and shook his head. For Lin Zhe, who knew the plot, Roswell was like a transparent person. Lin Zhe could clearly know what he wanted to do or what he would do. Last time, Lin Zhe and Roswell had a round of confrontation. After that confrontation, although Roswell showed a very respectful look, Lin Zhe would not naively think that Roswell would be so thorough. Be willing to be your own appendage. The result was not bad as expected by Lin Zhe, and Roswell really did not feel at ease as a tool man. Originally, there was not much conflict of interest between Lin Zhe and Roswell. If Roswell willingly became his tool person, Lin Zhe would naturally not treat him badly. But after letting him go, Roswell still wanted to kill himself, so Lin Zhe would not let Roswell go on like this again. The tip of his left finger swiped randomly in the air, and a complex talisman suddenly appeared in the air. Under Roswell's puzzled gaze, Lin Zhe flicked his hand and restrained Roswell. Looking at Roswell, who was still innocent, the corner of Lin Zhe's mouth slightly arched. We could have very pleasant to get along with. What is this? Can't move. Although Roswell's face still maintained a calm look, when Lin Zhe hit the talisman into his body, Roswell panicked. He lost control of his body and was completely unable to move. Even the mana stored in the body was frozen. So be it. Lin Zhe is a person who doesn't like trouble. Since Roswell likes to make trouble for him, Lin Zhe didn't hesitate any longer. He directly used the full hands of the 8 magic skills and began to read and modify Roswell's memory. Let me go, I'm like Lord Lin Zhe, you apologize. Feeling the indifference in Lin Zhe's eyes, Roswell, who was still pretending to be innocent, suddenly softened, and his shrill voice seemed particularly desperate. However, Lin Zhe would not give Roswell a second chance. With his palm covering Roswell's forehead, the Kai in Lin Zhe's body began to spin at high speed. It didn't take long for Lin Zhe to read Roswell's memory and completely revise the parts he wanted to revise. Let's go. Yes, Master. After finishing the matter of the witch cult and solving the hidden danger of Roswell, Lin Zhe couldn't help but be slightly satisfied with the results of the night. Roswell followed in front of Lin Zhe. He looked at the surrounding environment with some doubts, and some wondered why his master brought him to this place. But he didn't think much about it. Lin Zhe would do whatever he asked him to do. After a brief doubt, Roswaal followed. Looking at Roswaal's performance, Lin Zhe was somewhat satisfied with the function of both hands in the 8 magical skills. Is Lin Zhe not back yet? Anastasia stood outside Lin Zhe's door. She had already knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Originally, after the war, Anastasia had fallen asleep like everyone else. But Anastasia couldn't fall asleep. In her mind, Lin Zhe's proposal kept popping up in her mind. Because Anastasia does not know magic, from the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle, she is a bystander. Anastasia is the one who knows the big picture of this battle best. Her eyes stayed on Lin Zhe the whole time, and she never left. Lin Zhe completely mastered the rhythm of the entire battlefield from the beginning, which made Anastasia's judgment of Lin Zhe's strength rise again. On the other hand, Anastasia also realized what would happen if she and Lin Zhe stood on opposite sides. Chapter 280. In contrast, on the one hand was the difficult to success Wang Zuan, and on the other was Lin Zhe's solicitation. Anastasia made the decision to become Lin Zhe's subordinate after weighing the pros and cons. After making the decision, Anastasia no longer hesitated. She immediately came to look for Lin Zhe, wanting to tell Lin Zhe her decision. Originally, according to business thinking, even if she wanted to become Lin Zhe's subordinate, she would be too eager and not a very rational thing. But Anastasia still came, and her intuition told her that her thoughts were of no use in front of Lin Zhe. This can at least leave a good impression in front of Lin Zhe. But what surprised Anastasia was that Lin Zhe was not in his room. Without much hesitation, Anastasia stood at Lin Zhe's door, waiting for Lin Zhe to come back. No matter what, she needed to show her sincerity to Lin Zhe. I'm not as eager for the sun to come up earlier as I used to be. Sitting on her bed, Priscilla looked at a ray of light that had appeared in the east, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, is it because that guy is there? Last night, Priscilla slept extraordinarily soundly, because her protection would be infinitely suppressed at night. The former Priscilla often woke up in nightmares at night. No one is allowed near her room at night. Priscilla became a widow because of her dislike of seeing anyone entering her room at night. All her previous husbands were all sacrifices made by her family in order to make the family stronger, but how could Priscilla give in like this? She strongly rejected her husbands in her heart, so those rejected by her under the protection of the sun began to correct. All her husbands would not survive their wedding night and die in an accident. This is why she is called the Blood Lady. This also proves from the side that Priscilla's protection of the sun, the horror, can almost be called another form of utterance. The sun has slowly risen in the distance, and the sunlight from the distant starry sky through the thick atmosphere came to this continent and projected from the window in front of Priscilla. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Priscilla felt the slow return of her strength, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She was once again the queen who watched everything during the day. However, there was a hint of tenderness in her staring eyes. I don't know if that guy is up yet. Sitting on her bed, Priscilla's slender and white fingers were running through the ends of her hair. She suddenly wanted to invite Lin Zhe to have breakfast together. There is no superfluous purpose, and it is not like before to win over Lin Zhe. Priscilla just simply wants to stay with Lin Zhe. Is it dawn? The dazzling sunlight woke up the sleeping Kirkshu. She opened her eyes slightly, but there was still chaos in her head. Looking at the snow-white ceiling, Sirius began to stun. It was a busy night. As time slowly passed, Kirkshu's brain slowly became sober from the chaos. She began to think back to what had happened last night. Yesterday, I rushed to the challenge, and Kirkshu still couldn't figure out the ins and outs of the matter. Now that he was free, Kurchak started to review what happened yesterday. Why on earth did the witch cult attack Roswaal's mansion? After thinking about it for a while, Kirkshu was still at a loss. Her mind was full of pictures of Lin Zhe fighting the army of demon beasts alone yesterday and killing those fanatical believers of the witch cult. Soon she stopped thinking about the attacking intentions of the witch cult and focused her attention on Lin Zhe. What's wrong with me? Purges quickly realized that something was wrong with her. She could not help frowning in distress, lying on the boat dumbfounded. Purges was a little angry with herself. She clenched her fist and slammed it on the bed, but unexpectedly hit a nail on top of it. Her own face puffed up, and Kurasi murmured to herself, "It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you bastard, how could I have hit the nail?" Feeling the slight pain in her hand, Kyukshu became angry for no reason. After thinking about it, she felt that she hadn't seen Lin Zhe for a long time and got up from the bed. 0. Flower 0. Kyukshu looked at her wardrobe, her brows furrowed again. What should I wear? Compared with the usual single male military uniforms in the wardrobe before coming to Roswell's mansion, Kyukshu brought out a lot of noble long skirts, and her eyes were looking back and forth between the skirts and the military uniforms. Purges, who has always been decisive, was completely stumped by the question of what to wear. It's already right. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 191. After dealing with the attack of the witch cult and dealing with a hidden danger of Roswell last night, Lin Zhe returned to his room, arranged the barrier and went to sleep. 0. When he got up from the bed, Lin Zhe looked at the sun rising in the east and couldn't help but smile. Lin Zhe had seen the sunrise of many worlds, the world of Zanshuton, the world of Inuyasha, and the world from Zero. The sunrise of each world has its own characteristics. There was originally a lush hill full of trees in the distance, but at this moment there is no tree at all. The charred land and the huge potholes are enough to explain the intensity of the battle yesterday. Even after the night had passed, the wood that had been ignited by the explosion on the battlefield was still slowly burning, and blue smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. A large number of pieces of the corpse of Warcraft were scattered and piled up into a thick layer. The bright red blood had long since oxidized to black, penetrating the soil under the corpse. The world is really cruel. Lin Zhe looked at the devastated land in the distance and didn't feel any discomfort. He had experienced too many such things. I was already numb to this scene. In a world of extraordinary power, commit suicide without objection to the mercy of the enemy. Looking back, Lin Zhe stopped paying attention to the scorched corpses. When did this guy come? As soon as he opened the door, Lin Zhe saw Anastasia, who was somewhat drowsy, standing by his door. Anastasia woke up from her stupor when she heard the sound of the door. She cheered up and looked at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, can we talk? 8. Chapter 281. On the Manor Tower. This is a quiet tower in Roswell Manor, just behind the entire castle. From here, you can see everything in the entire mansion. The rolling mountains along the borderline in the distance can also be seen. I thought about what happened last time. The wind was a bit strong up the tower. Anastasia's fair and slender fingers pressed against the corners of her pink skirt slightly, and her fair and slender legs were particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. After pondering for a while, Anastasia raised her head and looked at Lin Zhe seriously. Lord Lin Zhe has something to do in the future. Please feel free to tell me. Have you figured it out? Withdrawing his gaze from the distance, Lin Zhe looked at Anastasia, who was on the side. Lin Zhe just mentioned what happened last time, and he almost completely forgot about it. Therefore, hearing Anastasia's mention, Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered what Anastasia said. Anastasia nodded without hesitation. I have already thought about it, and I will rely on the protection of Lord Lin Zhe in the future. Telling Lin Zhe of her decision, Anastasia's nervous mood suddenly became relaxed. In the past, she would have a huge pressure in front of Lin Zhe, and she felt that her body lightened and her whole body was no longer so restrained. The feeling of worrying about being seen through by Lin Zhe also disappeared. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Although Anastasia's refuge was not that important to Lin Zhe, it would be of great help to Lin Zhe's next plan. Looking at Anastasia's natural expression, Lin Zhe's mouth curled slightly. But if you want to obtain my shelter, you must have enough sincerity. Enough sincerity? Seeing Lin Zhe scrutinizing her eyes, Anastasia couldn't help but her heartbeat accelerated slightly. Although the number of contacts with Lin Zhe was not small, it was the first time that Anastasia and Lin Zhe had contacted alone. Especially since the distance between the two is very close now, Anastasia can't help but start to think wildly, what should I do? He won't want to. I need something, you help me collect it. Lin Zhe looked at Anastasia, who was curled up in front of him, and was so nervous that he almost closed his eyes. He smiled slightly and lifted Anastasia's white chin. As for what it is, I will list it for you. Okay, Lord Lin Zhe. Feeling the warmth from her chin, Anastasia couldn't help but froze in place. An electric shock-like numbness spread all over her body. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex was so close to her. Just when she was thinking about what to do if Lin Zhe had any further actions, Anastasia felt the warmth on her chin disappear. She opened her eyes, only to find that Lin Zhe had already disappeared. Am I thinking too much? Slightly loosening the hand that was pressing against the corner of her pink skirt, Anastasia's blue pupils were full of doubts. She looked around, and her tender face suddenly became puffed. Why do you have time to come here? Betty watched Lin Zhe, who hadn't appeared for several days, reappear in the library of forbidden books under her supervision. Her tone was both surprised and teasing. When the monsters came to attack yesterday, Betty actually went out, but before she could make a move, Lin Zhe had completely ended the battle. With nothing to do, she had no choice but to reach the place where the barrier was broken and start repairing the barrier. After a busy night, the enchantment was completely repaired by Betty. Looking at the table in front of him, Lin Zhe, who sat down and flipped through the magic book, didn't pay any attention to his plan to be Lin Zhe. Betty's chest heaved violently with anger, and she took a deep breath, thinking that she had to finish and strengthen herself. Wanting the witch's perseverance, Betty immediately forced herself not to be angry. After feeling that her emotions had calmed down, Betty looked at Lin Zhe, who was reading the book again. If you have any book to look for, just tell me. Lin Zhe responded lightly to Betty, and then looked at the magic book. The battle with a witch cult last night, and after reading some of Roswell's memories, gave Lin Zhe some new understanding of magic. He came here to find some information to verify. So it's not that Lin Zhe doesn't want to pay attention to Betty, it's that Lin Zhe just wants to verify some of the thoughts in his mind. Hearing the grievances in Betty's tone, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly. Betty's appearance of suppressing her angered movements fell into Lin Zhe's corner of the eye exactly. Lin Zhe told Betty everything he wanted to find. Betty quickly found everything Lin Zhe wanted because she knew the Forbidden Library very well and was very efficient. So much? Looking at the books that were almost piled up on a hill in front of him, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile. He didn't expect that he would involve so many magic books just by casually speaking. Looking up slightly, Lin Zhe realized that Betty was looking at him with fiery eyes at the moment. Lin Zhe smiled lightly and said, Betty, your speed is really fast. Thank you for the compliment. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Betty, who was exhausted and out of breath because of helping Lin Zhe with a book, was suddenly so angry that she gritted her teeth, and her cream-colored ponytails floated slightly in anger. With her arms around her chest, Betty turned her head to the side as if she didn't want to pay attention to Lin Zhe. Betty. Seeing Betty's arrogant appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't help but want to tease Betty. I'm leaving soon, and I won't be back in the future. Why are you leaving suddenly? Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Betty suddenly froze in place. She seemed to be a drowning person who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, but the straw suddenly broke, and despair was born from the bottom of her heart. In a hurry, she subconsciously grabbed Lin Zhe's arm, and her tone could hear a clear burnt smell. Can't you stay for a while? There are some things that need to be dealt with. In fact, Lin Zhe wasn't just joking. He knew, from Roswell's memory, that the king's election would start in a while, so it would be a matter of time before he left Roswell's mansion. How so? From Lin Zhe's expression, Betty couldn't see that Lin Zhe was joking at all, and her heart sank immediately. Even Lin Zhe's voice seemed to gradually become smaller, and it became a little difficult to hear. After being trapped in the Forbidden Book for 400 years, it was not until Lin Zhe arrived that she truly saw hope, but now these hopes have disappeared again. Chapter 282. I'll be your contract elf. After hesitating for a while, Betty made her own decision. She decided to sign a contract with Lin Zhe so that she could leave with Lin Zhe. This is not a violation of the content of the agreement with a lust witch. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was still reading the book, Betty added, a unilateral contract is also possible. A one-sided contract? Lin Zhe didn't think that Betty was in a hurry, and he actually thought of signing a contract with himself. Lin Zhe still had some understanding of the matter of concluding the contract. In this world, there are two ways for human beings to become magicians. One is to simply absorb the mana in the air by themselves without external force. Such magicians are called magic messengers. The other is to make a contract with the elves so that the elves can communicate with the mana in the atmosphere to release magic. The contract is divided into a one-sided contract and a double-sided contract. The one-sided contract is actually unfair to the other party, and what Betty is talking about is a one-sided contract. Once signed, she will be to some extent. He became Lin Zhe's slave. HMM 06 Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 192. Betty nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a contract magic circle appeared in the air. Immediately, a ray of light in her body merged into the magic circle. Looking at Lin Zhe, Betty no longer hesitated, and she said seriously, Lin Zhe, are you willing to sign a contract with Betty? If you are willing, please touch the magic circle. Seeing Betty's slightly pale face, Lin Zhe rarely became serious. He stretched out his right hand and touched the magic circle. The moment Lin Zhe's hand touched the magic circle began to shrink, and finally turned into a light blue spot that appeared on Lin Zhe's arm. Then a clear connection appeared in Lin Zhe's consciousness, and Lin Zhe could clearly perceive Betty's thoughts. Seeing the conclusion of the contract, Betty's originally slightly frowned brows immediately stretched. She relaxed in an instant, and looked at Lin Zhe's face with an arrogant expression again. You have to be nice to Betty in the future, or I won't help you. Seeing Betty's arrogant appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't expect that he was just joking with Betty, but Betty finally concluded a contract with him in a confused way. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel like he was kidnapping a little girl. If Betty knew she was just joking, she would be very angry. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth slightly arched, and Betty, on the side, looked at Lin Zhe. She suddenly had a feeling of being sold. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't think of it for a while. What is wrong in the end? Walking to Lin Zhe's side, Betty held her chin with both hands. She stared straight at Lin Zhe. Are you hiding something from Betty? No. Holding a magic book, Lin Zhe smiled faintly, shook his head slightly, and Lin Zhe disappeared into the library of forbidden books. 3 days later. The days when Lin Zhe salted fish in Roswell's mansion came to an end after the arrival of the envoy from the royal city, and Reinhard, who came to look for Felt, came with the envoy from the royal city. Of course, Lin Zhe has not been idle for the past 3 days. In addition to the training of daily tasks, Lin Zhe has also begun to think about some of the things he will do next. In fact, for Lin Zhe, who knew the plot, Wang Zuan had nothing to use. Just a ceremony to determine who is eligible to inherit the throne. Leah. Parker emerged from the spar hanging from Amelia's neck. It stretched and looked around. Seeing that it was in the carriage again, Parker scratched his head and looked at Amelia suspiciously. Where is this going? Participate in the king's election meeting. Holding Parker down from midair, Amelia looked out the window. The familiar scene reminded Amelia of many things. This time, because of their too many relationships, Emilia was not able to ride the same dragon carriage with Lin Zhe. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After the attack of the witch cult was repelled last time, Emilia learned about the witch cult's true intentions from the mouths of several witch cultists. Arrest yourself. The body that came to the world as Shatira. Emilia could imagine that if it wasn't for the presence of Lin Zhe, she would not have been able to withstand such a large-scale attack last time. Thinking of this, Emilia's brows couldn't help but lock tightly together. Lin Zhe tried to help her again and again, but she couldn't retain much. Thinking of this, Emilia decided to go to Lin Zhe after she got off the dragon carriage, and asked Lin Zhe where he could help Lin Zhe. Leah, are you thinking about that guy Lin Zhe again? Parker frowned when he saw Emilia, who was in deep thought, and shook his head involuntarily. After getting to know Lin Zhe, Emilia's mood swings became more frequent and intensified. Looking at Emilia's appearance, Parker couldn't help but worry. My dear Leah, you are about to be enchanted. Lee didn't have it. After Parker said this, Emilia didn't blush like before. She had slowly gotten used to it, or she had acquiesced to this fact. At the same time, Emilia also slowly realized that the weight of Lin Zhe in her heart was slowly increasing. Is that what you like? Thinking of this, Emilia couldn't help but wonder in her heart. She had never liked someone before, and she didn't know what it was like to like someone. Don't you worry about Lin Zhe being lured away by that guy from Anastasia. Priscilla and Kirkshu were sitting in the same dragon carriage. She fanned the fan in her hand slightly and looked at Kirkshu with a faint smile. They are on a dragon carriage. Lin Zhe is not that kind of person. Crusher leaned against the edge of the window, watching the other dragon carts racing alongside their dragon carts on the White Avenue. She paid no attention to Priscilla's words. Her mind couldn't help but go back to the morning when she competed with Lin Zhe. Thinking of the warm touch from her lips at that time, Kirkshu was full of confidence that she could persuade Lin Zhe. Although she hadn't seen Lin Zhe again in the past few days, in the eyes of Kurzayu, the relationship between Lin Zhe and her had long since changed. Chapter 283. Looking at Priscilla with a light smile, Curious couldn't help but defiantly ask, as you who have had the most contact with Lin Zhe, were you rejected by Lin Zhe? I didn't. The smile on Priscilla's face disappeared as soon as Curious' words came out. She looked at Curious with a serious look and returned a hostile look. I just didn't have time to go because I was too busy. Ask. Is that so? Seeing Priscilla's appearance, Crusher thought for a moment and then added fuel to it. But how did I hear that you failed more than once? Priscilla suddenly became angry when she said this. She snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to him. In fact, if it wasn't for Lin Zhe in the convoy, she was a little concerned about her behavior. If Zayu had done it, she would have gone mad long ago. During the day, she has always acted without scruples. It can be said that after meeting Lin Zhe, Priscilla's work style has changed a lot invisibly. Isn't that guy really making a deal with Lin Zhe? Sitting on the side, Priscilla closed her eyes, and under her seemingly calm expression, her heart began to worry. Priscilla naturally knew about the frequent contact between Anastasia and Lin Zhe in the past few days, which made Priscilla worry about gains and losses. I also asked Lord Fear not to be so self-willed like this time in the future. In a dragon car at the back of the dragon car team, Reinhard looked at Feared in front of him, and his brows couldn't help frowning. Originally, Feared was studying the etiquette of the nobles in the capital, but he suddenly disappeared. At the beginning, Reinhard did not know that Feared was looking for Lin Zhe. Therefore, Reinhard started to activate the energy of his family and began to look for Feared in the capital. However, after 2 days of searching, there was still no news about Feared. He even wondered if Feared was not captured by hostile forces. However, after a chat with Lord Ram, Reinhard learned that Felt and Lin Zhe had a close relationship, and the chances of coming to Lin Zhe were very high. After wasting several days, he came to the borderland with the envoy of the King City and finally found Feared. Seeing Fearet's casual look, Reinhard could not help shaking his head slightly. Whether you admit it or not, Fearet, if you don't become a candidate for the throne, you can't compete with those guys for Lynch. Before Reinhard came to Roswell's manor, he learned a little about Lin Zhe's intelligence and learned a lot about Lin Zhe. He talked to Lord Ram again, so Reinhard fully knew that felt like Lin Zhe. Although Reinhard's usual justice is almost old-fashioned, but using a little trick to persuade Fearet, this does not make Reinhard feel anything wrong. You. Looking at Reinhard with a serious face in front of her, Fearet couldn't help but flush with excitement. She didn't expect Reinhard to say such a thing, but after thinking for a while, Fearet said again. I have to admit that Reinhard was right. She couldn't refute at all for a while, or at all. She calmed down a little, and Fearet nodded helplessly. I will abide by your arrangement. After coming out of the slum, Fearet has experienced a lot of things, and she gradually understands that this world is not as simple as she thought. She has always been strong, and during this period of time, she has seen too many people and forces who want to win over Lin Zhe. Fearet also slowly realized that Lin Zhe also had something he wanted to do, and it wasn't like it seemed on the surface. He didn't care about anything, and he didn't want to do anything. Otherwise, Lin Zhe could completely stay in the capital in the slums. Why would he have to go to the dangerous border? The encounter with a monster group this time made Felt realize that his strength was just a burden in the face of such an attack. If Lin Zhe was in danger in the future, he would have no way to help Lin Zhe, and it might just be a burden. Thinking of this, Fearet, who had no interest in the throne at first, could not help but become interested in the throne for the first time. Lord Fearet understands. Seeing Fearet agree, Reinhard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fearet had no interest in the throne before, but it took a lot of effort to persuade Fearet. As the strongest family in Lucknica, the biggest mission of the Juggernaut family is to protect the royal family Shadow Assassin Chapter 193. Therefore, after the destruction of the royal family, Reinhard, as a contemporary swordsman, felt that he could not complete the mission of the family. It was not until he saw Felt appear that Reinhard had hope, and in any case, he wanted to make Felt the new king and preserve the blood of the royal family. In fact, in addition to the relationship on the mission, Reinhard also shoulders some other things. As the guardian of the royal family for generations, Reinhard's Knight Order has long developed into a community of interests. If someone from another faction becomes the new king, then the Knight Order established by the previous royal family will inevitably be marginalized until it disappears. No king can trust his safety in the hands of knights who have served others. This was also the reason why the knights, headed by Reinhard, remained neutral until Fearet appeared. Therefore, Fearet, as the lead of the royal family, is naturally the most suitable candidate for their support. That guy Lin Zhe is really a headache. Looking at the lone dust dragon, pulled up by the dragon cart outside the window, Reinhard couldn't help but think of Lin Zhe. If Lin Zhe's problem is not solved, then Fearet can't completely focus on Wang Zuan. Superior. So after thinking about it for a while, Reinhard decided to get in touch with Lin Zhe and try to draw Lin Zhe into his camp. If he could, then he had only 50% confidence that Fearet could become the king, at least 90%. I'll arrange for someone to do these things right away when I arrive in the capital. On the dragon carriage in front of Lin Zhe, Anastasia took a list of Lin Zhe's list and looked at it carefully. After reading it, she set the document aside and burned it in a small stove. Although Anastasia was unable to use magic due to some flaws, her memory was very good. Even if she just glanced at it, she could completely remember the hundreds of things that Lin Zhe had listed. Chapter 284. Although it was not clear what Lin Zhe's purpose was from the things listed on the note that Lin Zhe gave her, Anastasia still burned the things out of habit. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Anastasia's style of doing things, cautious and measured. Taking the water bag that Rem handed over, Lin Zhe took a sip of water. When he returned to the capital this time, Lin Zhe had a lot more chips in his hand than before, and he could do more things. From Roswell's memory, Lin Zhe learned a lot of useful information. He needed a lot of materials to resurrect the Witch of Desire, and Shenlong was one of them. It is not easy to see the dragon. As the guardian beast of the kingdom of Lucanica, the dragon is a very mysterious existence. So the best way is to support one of the kings to choose someone to become the new king. In this case, not only can you see the dragon, but after taking control of the Lucanica kingdom, Lin Zhe can get a lot of the resources he wants. With the support of resources, things will be easier in the future. Because of the relationship between Shenlong, Lin Zhe and Shenlong will have some conflict of interest sooner or later, so all the pro-dragon camps, Lin Zhe cannot be chosen. In addition, Lin Zhe could not accept the situation of being controlled by others. So after weighing, Lin Zhe decided to control Emilia to become the final candidate for the throne. On the one hand, after Lin Zhe took complete control of Roswell, the Mezat family had fallen into Lin Zhe's hands, which could already be regarded as Lin Zhe's own power. On the other hand, Emilia and other families did not have any involvement will not conflict with Lin Zhe's interests. Originally, Lin Zhe could cooperate with Reinhardt's camp, but Lin Zhe gave up after thinking. Reinhardt itself represents the pro-dragon forces and the interests of the older generation of nobles, and it is impossible to easily swear allegiance to him. All Lin Zhe gave up working with Reinhardt. What Lin Zhe wanted was absolute control, not the simplicity of cooperation. And there is family support behind Anastasia, who has already invested in him. Lin Zhe doesn't want to be involved with the forces behind Anastasia, he just wants to take advantage of them. Lord Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe was thinking, he clearly felt that the dragon car stopped. Rem looked out, walked to Lin Zhe's side and said with a small smile, "We have arrived at the camping place, we can only be here tonight. Take a break for a while." Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Although the speed and stamina of the dragon car are very strong, he also needs to rest and eat. After half the journey, he naturally needs to stop and rest. Soon all the dragon carriages stopped and began to rest, and the servants in the convoy started to prepare dinner. Because the relationship between the candidates' qualifications was about to begin, the various teams gathered because of Lin Zhe fell into a strange silence with each other, and a faint smell of gunpowder could already be smelled in the air. All the people present belonged to 5 different camps, and even the camps where they were stationed were separated from each other. In addition to the messengers from the capital, there were also many guards sent by various families to protect their supporters, forming huge camps on both sides of the entire road. After losing so many people, the lazy high priest is really good. A white-haired, white-skinned figure wearing a simple shirt and trousers with a blue teardrop-shaped ornament on his right ear. A young man with white hair and pale skin, wearing a very ordinary shirt and pants, clasped his hands, looked at Sloth sitting on one side of the chair, the blue drop-shaped ornament hanging on his right ear, following him. Walked slowly, shaking gently. Looking at the laziness in front of him, the juvenile-looking man made no secret of his sarcasm. "Should you explain your mistakes?" Regulus. Rubbing his fingers, he slightly looked directly at the young man opposite him, and his low tone was like real anger. "I will naturally handle this matter, and it's not up to you to say anything more." "Yes?" Regulus and Sloth have never been on good terms. This time, he was very happy to see Sloth making a fool of himself, so just after hearing about it, he rushed over, looking at Sloth's gloomy face, the corners of Regulus' mouth. He tilted slightly and said proudly, "I'm going to see how strong the guy who beat you is. Kill him by the way to prove how rubbish you are." When the young man spoke, the whole person disappeared in place, not giving Lazy any chance to refute or talk more. HMPH, that's really arrogant. Watching Regulus disappear in place, there was no joy or anger on the lazy face, he just snorted and stopped talking. Sloth originally wanted to capture Emilia back last time. From the intelligence point of view, Emilia is not too strong, so Sloth's body did not participate at all, but just sent her finger to go. However, let Sloth not expect that the battle was very easy, but in the end it was a complete defeat. Not only did he lose a large number of magical beasts, but he also lost thousands of believers and more than a dozen magicians. As for Lin Zhe's strength, he has the most say in controlling the clone and fighting Lin Zhe. With his invisible hand, he couldn't hurt the opponent one bit, which made Sloth realize that Lin Zhe's strength must not be underestimated. Especially his bizarre way of moving, as well as the attack of penetrating blocking objects, is simply impossible to guard against. Lin Zhe was definitely the most difficult opponent he had ever encountered. Even though Lin Zhe had already destroyed a clone, he still couldn't estimate Lin Zhe's strength. After thinking for a while, Sloth couldn't help but flash a light in his eyes, and murmured in a low voice, "I really look forward to seeing the expression of that guy from Revulus being beaten." Lin Zhe, have you made a decision yet? Priscilla was sitting beside Lin Zhe. The bonfire was glowing red, and even if she was far away, she could feel the heat coming from the bonfire. Before it was completely dark, Priscilla came to Lin Zhe's camp. She didn't hide anything, she directly asked about Lin Zhe's future plans, and there were many things that she always wanted to ask Lin Zhe, but had no chance to ask. When she learned that Lin Zhe was going to set up her own faction, Priscilla took a while to come back to her senses. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was adding dry wood to the fire, Priscilla's tone was a little low. "No thinking of you, this guy already has his own ideas. But since you have made a decision, then we will be enemies in the future." Chapter 285. Then be the enemy. Seeing Priscilla's hostile appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly. He could sense that, although Priscilla said that she would become an enemy with him in the future, she did not regard herself as a real enemy. In Priscilla's position, she needs to do this, and draw a line between Lin Zhe. Asshole. Hearing Lin Zhe's answer, Priscilla immediately rushed towards Lin Zhe and smashed her fist at Lin Zhe, but she couldn't make any decent attack at night, let alone Priscilla's original "I didn't want to attack Lin Zhe." Seeing that Priscilla's fist was about to hit Lin Zhe, she suddenly stopped. Then she retracted her fist, and Priscilla let her hand down weakly. She slowly walked into Lin Zhe, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Lin Zhe's forehead like a dragonfly on the forehead, and then quickly leave. With a blushing face, Priscilla looked at Lin Zhe, who was stunned in place. She showed a happy smile. "Liv, I will marry you and go home when I become a queen." Ha 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 ha. Al, who was on the side, saw Lin Zhe's appearance. He couldn't help laughing, and after getting to know Lin Zhe so much, when he saw Lin Zhe passively for the first time, he made a knightly salute to Lin Zhe, and then turned away. Al understood that since Lin Zhe had chosen a camp different from theirs, when everyone saw it, they would be the enemy. Everyone has something they want to protect. Priscilla is, and so does he. Although Lin Zhe is very powerful, Al has no fear at all. Knights are a bunch of guys who fight for honor. Miscalculated. Lin Zhe looked at Priscilla, who had left with Al, and showed a wry smile. He had thought that Priscilla was going to punch him out of his anger just now, but what Lin Zhe did not expect was that Priscilla actually changed her strategy at the end. This is the first time that Lin Zhe has been kissed by someone actively. Looking at the back of Priscilla leaving, Lin Zhe can't help but shake his head slightly. Having been in contact with Priscilla for so long, Lin Zhe naturally knew what kind of person Priscilla was. Although she is arrogant on the surface, in essence, Priscilla is a pure and extremely simple person. Shadow Assassin Chapter 194. Because of the protection of the son and the relationship of being born in a big family, Priscilla has developed a proud character. Simple and direct is Priscilla's character. She never cares about anything, and she is not afraid of anyone. Bastard, don't you keep your concubine? Walking slowly towards the camp where she was, Priscilla never heard Lin Zhe speak, and she fell into depression. In fact, the reason why she chose to be hostile to Lin Zhe was entirely because she was angry. However, Lin Zhe finally chose to stand in Amelia's camp. This completely overturned Priscilla's vinegar jar. But not long after the words were spoken, Priscilla regretted it. From the moment she turned and left, Priscilla felt like she had lost something very important. In a state of bewilderment. How did you come? As soon as Lin Zhe returned to his tent, he saw Fira sitting in his tent. Lin Zhe could see that Fira had been here for a long time. Seeing Lin Zhe coming in, Fira didn't speak, just looked at Lin Zhe quietly. About Lin Zhe's decision to support Amelia, Fira just found out. As soon as she heard the news, she ran over to look for Lin Zhe. When she came here, she saw that Priscilla was also there. Fira came to Lin Zhe's camp tent. At first, Fira was very angry. She wanted to ask Lin Zhe why she didn't support her and chose Amelia, but after staying in Lin Zhe's tent for a while, Fira slowly after calming down, she fell silent. No matter what choice Lin Zhe makes, it is Lin Zhe's own right, and she has no reason to interfere with Lin Zhe. It took a while for Fel to squeeze out a word. Facing the current situation, she really didn't know what to say. She, who had just become a candidate for Wang Zuan, was just a simple thief in the past 10 years. She lived an extremely simple life every day. She had never encountered such a complex thing as today. 0. Flower 0. Fira really wanted to give up everything just like that, but after going through so many things, she understood a truth. If she wanted to win something, she had to rely on something. During this time in the tent, Fira thought about a lot of things. If she directly gave up everything to join Lin Zhe's camp, then in terms of her strength, she couldn't do anything worthwhile for Lin Zhe, but if she continued to stay in Reinhardt's place, in the case of the night camp, if one day in the future her camp wants to take action against Lin Zhe, then she can mediate or even stop it. 0. After thinking about everything, Felix wanted to explain everything to Lin Zhe, but she knew that Lin Zhe would never support her actions, so Felix decided not to share her thoughts with Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe sitting down beside him, Felix moved towards Lin Zhe's position and was next to Lin Zhe. Her eyes focused on a dagger in Lin Zhe's tent. You still have this dagger, Lin Zhe. I always carry it. Hearing Felix's low voice, Lin Zhe smiled lightly, and he could feel Felix's depressed mood. Lin Zhe had long anticipated how Fel would behave after he chose to support Amelia, but Fel was much calmer than Lin Zhe expected. This made Lin Zhe a little surprised. Felix didn't act like the previous day without regard to the slightest consequences. Much wiser. Looking at the dagger that Fel picked up, Lin Zhe continued, "This is Fel. You bought it with all your savings, right? You know it all?" Fira looked at the dagger in her hand softly. She looked at Lin Zhe with a little surprise. She didn't tell anyone except Lord Ram. She used all her savings to buy the dagger. So when he heard Lin Zhe's words, Fira was a little surprised, but also a little surprised. 8. Chapter 286. Although Lin Zhe didn't come to this world for a long time, he still knew the price of this world very well, and after reading a lot of magic books, Lin Zhe can naturally estimate the price of this magic dagger. Although Lin Zhe didn't know how much Fira spent to buy this dagger, Lin Zhe knew how many holy gold coins Fira had saved. By comparison, Lin Zhe can naturally estimate it. Lin Zhe, why do you support that guy? Fira thought for a while, but in the end, she was unable to overcome her curiosity. She looked at Lin Zhe curiously and wanted to get an answer from Lin Zhe that would make her less sad. It was not the first time that Lin Zhe had heard the question asked by Fira. Today, Quirkshu, Anastasia, and Priscilla also asked Lin Zhe this question. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe gave his own answer, "I have my own plan." All right. The answer that Lin Zhe gave was not what Fira wanted, but she did not continue to ask. Fira knew that he and Lin Zhe were just friends. Now, after Lin Zhe decided to support Amelia, she and Lin Zhe belonged to different camps. It is not an exaggeration to say such a question. Fira shrank his shoulders slightly and was back to back with Lin Zhe. In the past, she could be happy for a long time, but now, she feels that the distance between herself and Lin Zhe has become farther. This feeling made Fira very uncomfortable. She suddenly felt that her nose was sore, and she burst into tears inexplicably. Forcibly holding back the choking movement, Fear's hand on the bed tightly grasped the quilt on the bed to ease the sadness in his heart. "What are you thinking about there?" Just when Fear was silently shedding tears and holding back her actions, she heard Lin Zhe's deep and warm voice. Lin Zhe's words were like a flood that opened the gate, and Fear couldn't hold back the grievances in her heart. She turned around, hugged Lin Zhe tightly, and burst into tears. There is also just the reserved and repressed. Hearing Felix's cry, Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head slightly. He just felt that Felix's rationality was a little abnormal. In a blink of an eye, Felix returned to his true appearance. Gently lowering his slightly open hand, Lin Zhe gently patted Felix's back. "Okay, don't cry, just say no if you have something. Besides, it's just a mere Wangzuan." Although Lin Zhe supports Emilia to participate in the election, it does not mean that Lin Zhe will let Emilia be the leader. She is just a spokesperson for Lin Zhe to complete his acquisition of the Kingdom of Lucanica. Patting Felix on the back, Lin Zhe continued, "I still have some things that I need your assistance from Felix." "Are you serious?" Hearing Lin Zhe said that she had something to help herself, although Felix was still unable to stop her choking motion, she ended her sad crying and raised her head from Lin Zhe's arms, a smile on her face full of tears. "Yile, if there is anything you want me to help with, just say it." "Church, you said something." Felixus stood not far from Kirkshu, looking worriedly at Kirkshu, who had been silent since returning from Lin Zhe, and he couldn't help sighing. Growing up with Kirsch, Felix had never seen Kiryu so lost. In Felix's eyes, Kurzayu has always been a resolute and assertive person, and she even walks vigorously. But the current Kirkshu is expressionless, his eyes are empty, and his whole person does not seem to have the slightest spirit. Originally, from Felix's point of view, even if he didn't win Lin Zhe's support, his side would have wasted some time at most. But Felix never imagined that Crucius would be hit like this. The development of things has completely deviated from the trajectory it should have before, but went in a direction where no one knows the result. Replacing the hot tea that had already been cooled by Curious, Felix said slowly, "No matter what the outcome is, this matter has only just begun. We still have a chance." "Is there really a chance?" There was more brilliance in Kyurkshu's eyes. She regained her senses slightly. Lin Zhe's support for Emilia hit her too hard. So far, she couldn't fully express her feelings to her. Completely calm down, Zero. In Kyurkshu's eyes before, Lin Zhe had already had such intimate actions with her, which proved that Lin Zhe was ready to support her, but when Kyurkshu ran up to ask Lin Zhe vigorously, she got it. A surprising piece of news. Lin Zhe chose to become Emilia's first knight. This news was like a heavy blow to Curious, who had always been strong, and directly blinded her. Hearing Felix's words, Curious, who was almost desperate, seemed to see hope again. She raised her head and looked at Felix. What that guy decides will never change. Although Kyurkshu didn't have much contact with Lin Zhe, she also gradually understood Lin Zhe's character. To be honest, Curious had seen Lin Zhe many times. This meeting is to screen who can be candidates for the succession to the throne. So even after screening, the final result will not be confirmed soon. Felix spoke slowly, and seeing that his words had successfully restored Curiosus, he was greatly encouraged, so we don't need to be in such a hurry at all. That's right. After listening to Felix's words, the sadness on Curious' face and the stillness of death slowly disappeared, and finally he smiled. That bastard Lin Zhe, I won't let him run away. I must get you back. After regaining her sanity, Kyurkshu quickly became full of self-confidence again. She looked at the direction of Lin Zhe's tent and made a secret decision in her heart. Take it back from Emilia's hands. She didn't want to admit defeat. In the past 10 years, even if she encountered a difficult situation, she never thought of giving up. What happened this time was too sudden, and it was too unexpected for Crusher, which caused her panic before. Novel crack. brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 195. Chapter 287. Why haven't you slept yet? Feeling that Amelia's emotions were abnormal, Parker woke up from his slumber and appeared in front of Amelia. Looking at Amelia, who was sitting beside the bed in a daze, still not asleep, Parker shook his head. Are you still thinking about that? Lord Lindsay's willingness to support you is a good thing. Before she left the mansion, Amelia received the decision from Roswell Lin to help her in the election of a king. Amelia has been rejected since she was a child, because of her resemblance to magical Shakira, which also left a psychological shadow on Amelia. Under her innocent and lively appearance, she actually hides a heart of inferiority. Originally, Amelia had always longed to make Lindsay her knight, but when she heard the news, she felt a little restless. Amelia felt a lot of pressure, and she was afraid that she could not do well and would disappoint Lindsay. So after getting the news, after a brief surprise in 06, she calmed down and fell into deep self-doubt. Parker. Amelia slowly came back to her senses. She forced a faint smile and said slowly, what if I fail? With Lord Lindsay here, Leah, you won't fail. Parker shook his head. Although it is a great elf and a beast of the end, it is unwilling to easily praise others, especially humans, in front of Amelia, but Lindsay's strength is so powerful that it has to admit. And it didn't think that it was complimenting Lindsay, it was just stating a fact. After a slight pause, Parker continued, and Leah, how can you be worthy of the expectations of Lord Lindsay for you? Thank you, Parker. Hearing Parker's explanation, Amelia reacted immediately, and she, who had just fallen into the horns, became suddenly enlightened. Since Lindsay chose to support her, then she should do her best without hesitation, and only in this way can she live up to Lindsay's expectations for her. Lying on the bed, Amelia pulled the quilt over, and she was ready to rest for the upcoming king's election. But when she closed her eyes, she couldn't sleep. Her mind was full of Lindsay. Time flies. One day later. The streets of the capital are still full of people, coming and going, very lively. However, compared to the usual noise, the Wangdu at this moment has become more solemn. The members of the royal guards were patrolling back and forth on the street, and everyone had a murderous look. This made the entire king's capital become chilled. Lord Lindsay will be back soon. Reizuki Suguru skillfully wiped the table in front of him, and through the huge glass wall of the dessert shop, he looked out at the crowded streets. Next to him was Asian, who was cleaning up the empty trays left by the customers in the store. She retracted her gaze and looked outside. Lei Suguru looked at Asian and asked, I don't know if this is the only way to see him. Originally, Lei Suguru was arranged to enter the dessert shop when he came to this world. He has always held conspiracy theories about Lindsay's intentions, so it didn't take long after entering the dessert shop. Lei Suguru ran out of the slum, but he didn't run for long when he was targeted by a demi-human. He, who has no strength, is not the opponent of that demi-human at all. If it weren't for the critical moment, the amulet distributed by the dessert shop he brought worked, and he would have been killed. After being injured, he was brought back by Asian and rested for a week before fully recovering. It was also from that time that Lei Suguru truly recognized his new identity, a waiter in a dessert shop. After accepting his new identity, he also slowly began to understand the world, and he couldn't help breaking a cold sweat about his previous actions. At first, Lei Suguru wanted to see Lindsay because of curiosity, but now, when he wants to see Lindsay, he wants to say thank you to Lindsay. Is dead. Lord Lindsay is very busy. Azen shook her head slightly and looked at Lei Suguru, who had long been accustomed to her slightly neurotic colleague. When he first came into contact with Lei Suguru, Asian once suspected that Lei Suguru was out of his mind, but slowly he accepted Lei Suguru. After all, protecting Lei Suguru's safety was one of the tasks Lindsay gave him. Thinking of Lindsay, Asian couldn't help pulling out his long hair and said reverently, the wisest decision I made in my life was to follow Lindsay as the boss. Seeing the serious look of Azen, who has always been very stinky, Lei Suguru couldn't help but yearn for it. It's been a long time since I've traveled so long. Betty followed Lin Zhe out of the dragon carriage. She stretched and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. She was arrogant and could not help but subconsciously pull Lin Zhe's arm. After being trapped in the Forbidden Library for 400 years, it was the first time that Betty had left the mansion in Baradswar on the border to come to such a distant place. Along the way, the itinerary is extremely boring for others, but it is extremely fresh for Betty. So from the time she came out of Roswell's mansion to the present, Betty looked curious about everything she saw. Following closely beside Lin Zhe, Betty showed a very happy smile on her face and asked with some expectation, "The world outside is so big." "Nice. You love it." Lin Zhe could understand Betty's mood very well. Betty was trapped in the library of forbidden books because of a so-called scorpion who never left for about 400 years. Even Lin Zhe couldn't help but admire her. Getting along in another place, Lin Zhe asked himself if he was locked up for 400 years, he wouldn't dare to say how much better he could be than Betty. Feeling Betty's hand holding her arm, trembling slightly from excitement, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile. The world is here, and there will be opportunities to explore in the future. After she came out, Betty was arrogant and her indifferent personality became much lighter. Most of the time, a faint smile appeared on her face, and secondly, her tone became softer. Nodding slightly towards Lin Zhe, Betty couldn't help but flash a hint of slyness in her eyes. "Those guys seem to want to beat me." Behind the two of them were felt Emilia and Curious, as well as Priscilla and others. Chapter 288. Even without turning around, Betty could feel the hostile eyes of everyone behind her. "Don't worry about them." Lin Zhe's senses were extremely sensitive, so he could feel the gazes of everyone behind him. Then walked forward. Thinking of some things that happened in the past few days, Lin Zhe couldn't help but have a headache. Everyone knows their own feelings, Lin Zhe, and Lin Zhe is not a cold-blooded person. That's why Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a little distressed. However, Lin Zhe knew that escaping blindly was not a good solution after all, so Lin Zhe decided to wait for the end of this Wang Zuan affair and then start to deal with his emotional problems. Walking forward slowly, bathed in the sun, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of his mouth. Since he came to this world, he would not leave any regrets here. The pursuit of perfection has always been his life creed. With a background of 2 template worlds, Lin Zhe is not afraid of anyone. That direction is the direction of the royal capital. Outside Roswell's mansion, Regulus looked at the ruts of the dragon carriage on the ground, and he couldn't help showing a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Regulus is one of the great sin priests of the witch cult. He has 2 very powerful powers. Power 1, Lion's Heart Effect, stops the target's time. Power 2, Little King Effect, store your own heart in the target object and integrate with the object's heart to achieve the purpose that the Lion's Heart itself must beat. These 2 powers can almost make Regulus in an almost invincible state, and these 2 powers of his involve time as a category. This is one of the reasons why he can keep pace with a sloth who has an invisible hand. This time, in order to prove the incompetence of his opponent's laziness, Regulus, who had always been extremely lazy, came out from the headquarters of the witch sect to arrest Lin Zhe, as well as the body used to provide the body for the witch Shakira to descend. Just after arriving at Roswell's mansion, Regulus discovered that Lin Zhe and his party had left. A step late, he couldn't help but gloomy. Looking at the direction of the capital, Regulus couldn't help muttering to himself, "Little guy, you can't run. Kill you to prove how stupid that guy is." For Regulus, who has lived for hundreds of years, he does not think that Lin Zhe will be stronger as a human being, not to mention that he has almost invincible power and is very difficult to kill. He wouldn't be afraid at all. What's more, Lin Zhe, a human that he had hardly heard of. Have you investigated the origin of that guy? Shadow Assassin Chapter 196. In an extremely bright room, 5 chairs were placed side by side, and 5 dignified men with wrinkled brows were sitting around a round table. One of the 5, a tall, blond-haired middle-aged man, had a hint of impatience in his tone. "It's been so long, did you just find out such a little thing? It's taking too much of our energy." Hearing the blond man's words, a man with closed eyes and silver hair opened his eyes, and there was no emotion in his tone. "We should focus our energy on selecting a qualified successor. If I say just arrest it, why waste so much energy to investigate?" A middle-aged man with brown hair and a fat face next to the 2 sneered. He rubbed the green wrench on his fingers and said nonchalantly, "What do you guys think?" "Okay, just an outsider." The silver-haired man spoke again. He stood up from the table and gave the brown-haired man a dissatisfied look. "Now our focus is to ensure that how to stabilize this country. This is the purpose of our Sages Association. Instead of arguing around that guy named Lin Zhe." Soon after the silver-haired man's words fell, everyone's expressions of watching the excitement converged, and they began to seriously read the documents in front of them. "It's finally clean." Lin Zhe sat down on the large chair, looked at the quiet and tidy room, and nodded slightly. Before moving in, the place was cleaned by Rim. Moreover, Lin Zhe can also be seen from some details. The placement of many items here, as well as the details, are all restructured by Rim according to his own habits. Feeling that Rim pressed her shoulders with both hands and felt comfortable, Lin Zhe turned his head to look at Rim. "Rim, if you are tired, go back to rest first. When Lord Lin Zhe rests, Rim will go back." The concern in Lin Zhe's tone warmed Rim's heart. She gently pressed Lin Zhe's shoulders, hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, "I have something I would like to ask for your help, Lord Lin Zhe." "Rim, just say anything directly." Hearing Rim's words, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly, and said lightly, "As long as it's not too outrageous. Lord Lin Zhe, please transfer my sister too. Rim also likes Lord Lin Zhe very much." Hearing Lin Zhe let go, Rim couldn't help showing a sly smile. She always wanted to stay with her sister. Since she was transferred by Roswell to take care of Lin Zhe's daily life, she spent less and less time with her sister. Moreover, Rim really wanted to stay by Lin Zhe's side. If her sister stayed by Lin Zhe's side, she wouldn't have to worry about the future separation. Seeing obliged Lin Zhe, she didn't reply for a while, and Rim couldn't help but get a little anxious. She had put her hand on Lin Zhe's shoulder and put it on Lin Zhe's neck, and she had been with Lin Zhe long ago. She, who is familiar with her, is old, and her tone is full of pleading. "Lord Lin Zhe, please promise Rim." "All right." Being held by Rim's neck, Lin Zhe couldn't help but froze for a moment. Rim and the others didn't know that they had controlled Roswell's affairs. Therefore, in Rim's opinion, it was not a big deal to transfer Rim. Easy thing. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe replied, "Let her help me organize my study." "Thank you, Lord Lin Zhe." Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Rim almost jumped up with joy. She got off Lin Zhe's body, lifted the corner of her maid's skirt, saluted Lin Zhe, and said gratefully, "I'll go and tell my sister the good news. I'll be right back." Chapter 289. Inside the Royal Palace. The meeting of the Society of Sages was held all day, and finally came to an end. Okay, the next things will be carried out according to the process we determined today. At the top of the conference hall, the sage will have the greatest voice. Mikrotov put down the quill in his hand. He slightly adjusted his beard that could almost be dragged to the ground, and asked everyone, "What else?" "Thing? It's still about that person named Lin Zhe. From some information, it seems that his strength is comparable to that of Reinhardt. It is too coincidental that such a person of unknown origin is wandering among many candidates." As soon as Mikrotov's words fell, Bordeaux on the side stood up from his seat. His tone was full of worry and suspicion. "Anyway, such a person must be investigated. His Royal Highness Bordeaux is right. Now is a special period. It is best to be detained. This is the safest way." Hearing Bordeaux's proposal, someone immediately agreed, and the remaining one nodded helplessly. As the person with the greatest voice in the Society of Sages, when Muratov heard what everyone said, he couldn't help frowning. As the most prestigious person in the crowd, even if he can decide with one word, he can't deny everyone's proposal when everyone proposes it. He has also heard about Lin Zhe, but although he also knows that Lin Zhe is closely related to the many candidate forces he knows now, Lin Zhe has never done anything. Therefore, he had always rejected everyone's proposals before. In Miklatov's opinion, as long as Lin Zhe didn't cause any trouble, he could tolerate it. After all, Muratov is also unwilling to force a person who has no hostility to the opposite side of the kingdom. As the top leader of the Society of Sages, the reason why Muratov can gain the greatest voice is because he is neutral among many forces. Otherwise, how could he have gained such a big voice? After thinking for a moment, Muratov looked at Bordeaux and said solemnly, "Do as you want, but I don't want any outrageous results." As it should be. With the approval of Muratov, everyone at the same table nodded in unison. The Sages will be the organization established to manage the affairs of the Kingdom of Luknica after the collective accident of the royal family in the Kingdom of Luknica. Everyone is a member of the kingdom, one of the representatives. Except for Muratov, of course. The so-called king's chosen people are nothing more than those supported by the forces they represent. When Lin Zhe showed something different before, Wang Zuan, a candidate supported by his own forces, went to win over Lin Zhe. This kind of thing was also acquiesced by them, but now Lin Zhe chose someone they didn't want to choose. This made it possible for everyone to let Lin Zhe relax like this. In this country they only allow those who support them and those who oppose them, then there is no need to live anymore. Therefore, after obtaining authorization from Mukhtorov, the other four looked at each other and they all showed a very secretive and ruthless smile. It's night time soon. In a bright hall, huge bar tables are filled with a variety of delicious dishes. This is a very special dinner. Because the people present should not have appeared at the table to a certain extent, but because of Lin Zhe's relationship, these people who should have been hostile all sat at the table. Leah, it's so lively today. Just as Parker appeared in front of Amelia's body, it opened its mouth slightly in surprise at the sight in front of him. Seeing that the main participants of the 5 major factions participating in the king's election were sitting at the dining table in front of him, Parker couldn't help but subconsciously look at Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the main seat, and asked in a puzzled way, "Lin Zhe, you are holding a family banquet." Parker. As soon as Parker's words came out, Amelia on the side covered her mouth. She looked at Lin Zhe apologetically and then whispered to Parker. Parker, who had just come out of her neck, entered the spar again. "Start to fall asleep. Eat it all, look at what I'm doing." Lin Zhe sat in the main seat and slowly cut open a piece of roasted golden meat. His tone was the same as usual. This time, Lin Zhe called everyone here, just to put some things on the table and make it clear. According to Lin Zhe's plan, he will have some big moves. This series of big moves is bound to involve many people present. After getting along for so long, the relationship between Lin Zhe and everyone present was no longer easily separated. To a certain extent, this gathering was a chance for Lin Zhe to give everyone a choice as a friend. After coming to this world for so long, Lin Zhe has actually been collecting information from this world to ensure that his plan will not deviate too much. After so long of collecting, Lin Zhe has full confidence that he can completely take control of the kingdom of Luknica. With a wave of his hand, a light blue talisman in Lin Zhe's hand enveloped the entire room and then turned into a light blue barrier, completely covering the entire room. Seeing Lin Zhe's actions, everyone did not have any doubts, but waited at ease for Lin Zhe's explanation. The trust of everyone made Lin Zhe feel a little warmer. After all, apart from Amelia, everyone else no longer belonged to the same camp as Lin Zhe just from a standpoint. If Lin Zhe used the barrier to block the room, if it were someone else, he would have been attacked by everyone long ago. I know you have a lot of doubts. After sitting in his seat, Lin Zhe glanced around at everyone and then slowly said, "I will say one thing today, no matter what choice you make, I will not feel strange. It won't interfere with your departure." Hearing Lin Zhe's words, everyone who was still looking at Lin Zhe in confusion all got out of their relaxed state. He began to listen carefully to what Lin Zhe continued to say. "I'm ready to take over the country." Lin Zhe didn't hesitate any longer. With 3 template worlds as his background, he was fully confident that he could face any resistance. Even if Lin Zhe's 3rd template is not fully unlocked, Lin Zhe, who has a huge reputation value, has comprehensive strength. Not only as simple as his own strength, he can also mobilize resources from other worlds for his own use. Chapter 290 Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 197 Hearing Lin Zhe's words, everyone immediately froze in place. A glimmer of light flashed in Anastasia's eyes. Although she had already decided to become Lin Zhe's subordinate, Lin Zhe did not reveal anything to her about what she was going to do. So even she was the first to know what Lin Zhe was going to do. However, after knowing that Lin Zhe was going to control the country, she was overjoyed. This coincided with her previous thoughts. Although she did not control the country herself, she was more than Lin Zhe, and Lin Zhe Stin can finally take control of the country with a little more confidence. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Priscilla fanned the fan in her hand and nodded slightly. She knew that Lin Zhe was never a person who likes to joke. Since Lin Zhe said it, he must have a certain degree of certainty. Regarding Lin Zhe's decision, Priscilla didn't have any idea of stopping anything, and even Priscilla was eager to try. "Lin Zhe, what do you need me to do?" Feared hardly thought about it, and directly asked Lin Zhe. She did not have any sense of belonging to the Luknica kingdom. Even if it was to participate in the election of the king, it was futile to help Lin Zhe. Just participated. "Add me." Kyurkshu didn't hesitate any longer. She thought for a moment and found that she could no longer stand on the opposite side of Lin Zhe. Since she couldn't become an enemy with Lin Zhe, the best choice was to join Lin Zhe. Seeing this scene, Emilia couldn't help but froze in place. She didn't expect Lin Zhe to have such a big appeal. "You guys are not lazy. I don't care. I'll join in too." Seeing Felton Crusher's statement, Priscilla couldn't help frowning. She had just let the 2 of them take the lead because she was thinking about something. Without any hesitation, Priscilla also gave her own answer. Hearing what everyone said, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Even if everyone didn't support him, Lin Zhe would not embarrass anyone who attended the party this time. After finishing talking, the originally quiet banquet suddenly became lively. Everyone began to have a formal meal, and the atmosphere was no longer as rigid as before, but inexplicably harmonious. In fact, this time Lin Zhe told everyone about his plan. In the hearts of everyone, it was also a manifestation of Lin Zhe taking them as his own. Otherwise, it would be a risk to say something like this. Big risk. After all, if you want to control a country, unless you have absolute strength, or your brain is abnormal, you dare to say it in front of so many people. Although there is no king in the kingdom of Lucanica now, it is extremely disrespectful to say such a thing. Late at night. The orange light illuminates the room, and the warm light gives the whole room a very warm feeling. After talking to everyone, Lin Zhe went back to his room. Because there are still a lot of things to do next, Lin Zhe did not fall asleep directly, but sat at his desk and started to think about some details. No matter how well he prepared, he should do more preparations. Always good. "Such a big thing, you guy didn't tell me." Betty came in from outside. She looked at Lin Zhe, who was sitting behind the desk in front of her with her hands on her hips, and the anger in her voice could not be concealed. Seeing that Lin Zhe was unmoved, still reading the book, Betty climbed to the table and sat on the book in front of Lin Zhe, her tone full of worry. "If those guys know and attack you, what should I do? Let's get out of here." Slowly talking to Lin Zhe, Betty's tone gradually softened, and she began to persuade Lin Zhe to leave. Although Betty had always known that Lin Zhe was very strong, no matter how strong Lin Zhe was, he was still alone. If he was facing a large-scale attack, it would be difficult to hold on for too long. The capital is the center of the Luknica kingdom, and the most powerful people in the entire country are concentrated here, so in Betty's view, this is the most dangerous place. Originally, Betty didn't know about Lin Zhe's announcement that everyone wanted to take control of the kingdom of Lucanica. She only knew it after hearing what Parker said. After knowing this, Betty came over immediately to dissuade Lin Zhe. 0. Flower 0. You just don't have confidence in me? The concern in Betty's tone warmed Lin Zhe's heart. Although Lin Zhe and Betty signed a contract, Lin Zhe did not tell Betty about many things about himself, so even if Betty opposed his actions, Lin Zhe would not. I feel something is unacceptable. Holding Betty off the table in front of him, Lin Zhe said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Being hugged by Lin Zhe, Betty couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Feeling Lin Zhe's extremely confident tone and indifferent expression, Betty nodded. Thinking of Lin Zhe's special way of moving, Betty felt that it was right. Even though she had been in contact with Lin Zhe for so long, she couldn't capture and discover the secret of Lin Zhe's moving way. 0.0. Without the slightest magic fluctuation, it disappears abruptly, and the sudden appearance cannot be prevented or stopped at all. Anyway, don't do anything dangerous, you guy. Sighing lightly, Betty's brows were much less worried. She solemnly looked at Lin Zhe in front of her, clenched her fists, and said threateningly, "Otherwise I won't let you go." Know it. Waving at Betty, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile. Since Betty became familiar with herself, her whole person became like a small talker at the same time. Whenever she had time, Betty would pester Lin Zhe to talk. If Lin Zhe didn't stop it, Betty could talk to him for a few days without any pause. Of course, Lin Zhe didn't dislike or was bored with Betty's liking to talk to herself. Lin Zhe also knew exactly why Betty was like this. 400 years of loneliness left Betty with too much to say. If it wasn't because Lin Zhe still had some things to do next, Lin Zhe was very happy and listened to Betty slowly. Betty didn't stay for too long, and she left soon. Although she couldn't help but want to talk to Lin Zhe when she saw Lin Zhe, she also knew that Lin Zhe was bound to face a lot of things next. Need enough time for quiet reflection. 8. Chapter 291. Tuck tuck tuck. Not long after Betty left, Lin Zhe heard a knock on the door again. "Please come in, Sis." Putting down his book, Lin Zhe already knew who was coming just by hearing the footsteps from outside the house. Emilia walked in from the outside of the room. Her fair face was slightly flushed, her movements were a little stiff and hesitant, and it could be seen from her expression that she had something on her mind. "Lin Zhe." Walking to Lin Zhe's side, Emilia hesitated for a while before she spoke. "Can I talk to you?" Emilia actually wanted to come over after the banquet, but because she hesitated for a while, she didn't come to Lin Zhe until now. "Is something wrong?" Lin Zhe looked at Emilia, who came to visit late at night, with some doubts. Although Lin Zhe finally decided to support Emilia to become the spokesperson for the final control of the royal family, the communication between Lin Zhe and Emilia was very limited. Therefore, although the time between the two of them is not short, the time they spend alone is not much. Seeing Lin Zhe looking at herself suspiciously, Emilia hesitated. "I just want to ask Lin Zhe, is there anything Leah needs to do?" In fact, Emilia wanted to say this to Lin Zhe for a long time. Since knowing Lin Zhe has helped her a lot, but Lin Zhe has never made any request. Maria felt a sense of guilt. In Emilia's view, any gain should be based on giving something. Lin Zhe's unconditional support for her made Emilia very moved, but she also felt tremendous pressure. She even hadn't slept well for several days because of this incident. After listening to Emilia's words, Lin Zhe recognized Emilia a little more in his heart. In Lin Zhe's previous expectations, Amelia was just a pawn in his plan. However, some of Amelia's performances now make Lin Zhe no longer treat her as a chess piece, but truly recognize her, know the proportions, and know how to be grateful. This is the person Lin Zhe needs. Otherwise, with Lin Zhe's strength, if he wants to support a person to become a king, he has a lot of choices, so why choose Amelia? Lin Zhe thought for a moment, then stood up from his seat and looked out the window. The mansion, located on a high place, has an unobstructed view of the entire royal capital. It is already late at night, but looking out from the window, the entire royal capital is still brightly lit. Standing at the edge of the window, Lin Zhe said lightly, "Actually, as long as you do your own thing well, Amelia, I haven't thought about what to do for me yet. Anyway, Lin Zhe, please tell me something I can do." Amelia walked to Lin Zhe's side. She was a little excited and grabbed Lin Zhe's hand subconsciously, blushing and acting coquettishly. Originally, she didn't know how to act coquettishly. I learned from the books I wrote about love. It was said in that book that as long as you act coquettishly to a man, you can get a man to agree to things that he would not normally agree to. Holding Lin Zhe's hand, Amelia, who was originally nervous, could not help but slowly relax, feeling the warmth from Lin Zhe's palm. Amelia boldly said, "If today, Lin Zhe, I won't leave here if you don't tell me." "All right." Seeing Amelia's serious look, Lin Zhe couldn't help but want to tease Amelia, but a little more serious. Lin Zhe looked at Amelia, who was on the side. "Well, you go there and lie down first." "Is it there?" Seeing that Lin Zhe was finally willing to let go, Amelia couldn't help but feel happy. She followed the direction of Lin Zhe's finger and looked over where was the location of Lin Zhe's bed. Lying down on Lin Zhe's bed, Amelia's heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. Her whole body froze. She was a little overwhelmed, and she couldn't help but think wildly, "Lin Zhe, is he going to do something to me?" Lin Zhe walked slowly to Amelia's side, looking at Amelia, who was extremely nervous. The corners of his mouth could not help but slightly arched, and sat down on the side. Lin Zhe put his hand on Amelia's forehead. "Sleep well, and don't think about anything." Lin Zhe. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Amelia's originally frozen body could not help loosening, but at the same time, Amelia couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 198. Lin Zhe didn't do anything to her, which made Amelia wonder if Lin Zhe didn't like her. Feeling Lin Zhe's hand leave her forehead, Amelia straightened up unexpectedly. He hugged Lin Zhe tightly. Without any scruples, he moved towards Lin Zhe. On the street, the sound of dense and neat footsteps rang from far to near in the dark night. Under the moonlight, rows of soldiers slowly emerged in the night. The dark armor, the long swords that shone in the moonlight, and the solemn expressions of the soldiers were enough to show that they were facing the next task. Very serious. Speed up a little bit, and the ones behind will follow. At the front of the team was a middle-aged swordsman with hideous scars on his face. He straightened his waist, and there was no emotion in his voice. He looked at the tall building in the distance with a very serious expression on his face, lowered his voice, and the man then commanded, "The first team is responsible for protecting the magic messenger. The other squads follow me." About a few hundred meters away from the target building, the man stopped. He turned his head to look at the man in aristocratic costume beside him. "His Royal Highness Bordeaux, please keep a sufficient distance from the encirclement." "Wilhelm, I hope you don't let me down." Bordeaux nodded slightly and was about to retreat. Although he knew that the man nicknamed Sword Demon in front of him was very strong, he added again in a commanding tone, "Quickly fight, don't cause trouble." Chang! Wilhelm didn't speak. He directly pulled out the saber slung around his waist and walked towards the target's residence. He didn't pay any attention to Bordeaux, the big man of the Society of Sages behind him. Seeing that Wilhelm turned around and left without paying any attention, Bordeaux snorted coldly, and the killing intent flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Zhe's strength was too difficult to deal with, he would never have invited Sword Ghost for something like today. Chapter 292. On a street in the capital, a young man with short silver-white hair was walking slowly on the street. His appearance was extremely ordinary. I can already feel the breath of that guy. The silver-haired youth was Regulus. After he did not find Lin Zhe in Roswell's mansion, he learned that Lin Zhe came to the capital based on the information of the witch cult believers. Then Regulus followed Lin Zhe's footsteps to the capital. Regulus did not make a rash move. In the country of Lutnica Kingdom, there are human beings that Regulus did not dare to underestimate. The prestige of the Sword Saint family can spread throughout the entire continent, even if Regulus is sure that he will not be killed, but he does not want to try the feeling of being hurt. So even though Regulus had already arrived in the capital when it was dawn, he had not acted, but was waiting for the dark. In Regulus's view, it doesn't matter how to kill the opponent. What he cares about is the result, not the process, so even if he is very sure that he can kill Lin Zhe, 06 takes Emilia away, but out of caution, he patiently waited until now before choosing to shoot. It seems things are getting interesting. Just as he approached the place where Lin Zhe lived according to the information, Regulus saw that there was an army surrounding Lin Zhe in the distance. Looking at the rapidly gathering army in the distance, Regulus couldn't help showing a wicked smile. It seems that guy is in trouble. Maybe we can see a good show. Rubbing his chin, Regulus jumped up from the street and onto the roof of a residential house. You mean that old guy from Bordeaux took someone to catch Lin Zhe? Not long after she fell asleep, Priscilla was woken up by Al's knock on the door. She frowned when she heard Al's report. Without any hesitation, even though Priscilla knew that she was extremely weak at night, she still quickly returned to her room, grabbed her own fan, and walked out. Come along with the knights of the family and me. If that old guy from Bordeaux dares to hurt Lin Zhe's hair, I'll let his family die in a peaceful way. You stay in the mansion, it's too risky. Seeing Priscilla walking out, Al couldn't help but worry. He stood in front of Priscilla with a determined look of not letting go. After returning from Priscilla's banquet this evening, Al found that Priscilla seemed to be a little different from usual and intuitively told Priscilla that something must have happened between Priscilla and Lin Zhe. But as Priscilla's knight, Al knew about these things, and he shouldn't have bothered. But no matter what happened between Priscilla and Lin Zhe, Al could ignore it. There was only one thing he couldn't ignore, and that was Priscilla's safety. Seeing Priscilla's disregarding look, also stood in front of Priscilla again and again. No matter what Priscilla says to you, I won't let me go. Step aside. Priscilla pulled out Al's sword and put it across her neck, looking at Al with terrifyingly firm eyes. You know my character. As ordered. Seeing Priscilla's movements, Al couldn't help but be startled. He really couldn't understand what magic Lin Zhe had to make the once arrogant Priscilla take his life unnoticed. With a heavy sigh, Al followed behind Priscilla and hurried to the place where Lin Zhe lived. Wait for me here. Lin Zhe covered the blushing Emilia with a quilt, and with a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier for the entire room. When the army outside was still some distance away from him, Lin Zhe had already noticed the abnormality. Originally, Lin Zhe didn't want to take action so early, but since the other party was not kind, Lin Zhe didn't want to wait any longer. Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe get dressed and leave quickly, Emilia stuck her head out and looked at Lin Zhe's back. Her somewhat hoarse voice was full of worry. I want to go too. I'll be back soon. Lin Zhe turned his head and gave Emilia a no-worry look, and then the gossip picture appeared under Lin Zhe's feet, and the whole person disappeared in place. Thinking of being disturbed by someone who slept well, Lin Zhe's face couldn't help gloomy. Almost instantly, Lin Zhe appeared on the street. Looking at the people in front of him who were shocked by his sudden appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't see the slightest expression on his face. Is it space magic? Wilhelm, looking at the sudden appearance of Lin Zhe, suspended in midair, he subconsciously squeezed a long sword in his hand, even though Lin Zhe was just lightly suspended in midair and looked at himself. The sword ghost Wilhelm could still feel the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Zhe. Raising his head, the sword ghost slapped Lin Zhe in large numbers, his tone full of majesty. On behalf of the sages, I will come to investigate your identity, Lin Zhe. Put down your weapons and come with me. What if I say no? Lin Zhe looked at the sword ghost Wilhelm in front of him with some amusement. He hadn't heard this sentence for a long time. Looking into the distance, Lin Zhe saw a middle-aged man in Chinese clothing who was watching the situation from a distance, and Lin Zhe immediately knew the general situation. Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing at this retort that the members of the Society of Sages wanted to investigate their identities. I have been in the capital for so long, and I haven't been under any investigation, but after I have determined my camp, people from the Sage Society will appear. There are so many coincidences in this world. Looking at the densely packed soldiers on the street and the magic messengers who had already started to trigger magic, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. Who can help me? What an arrogant kid. When the sword ghost Wilhelm heard Lin Zhe's words on the street, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately slashed towards Lin Zhe's place with a long sword in his hand. The moment Wilhelm drew his sword, a dazzling sword light slashed in the direction of Lin Zhe. Wilhelm, known as the Sword Ghost, is the husband of the former swordsman, and his swordsmanship is not inferior to that of his wife. The reason why Bordeaux invited the Sword Ghost Wilhelm this time is also because appreciate his strength. From his own information, Bordeaux never saw that Lin Zhe had lost any battle. This made Lin Zhe, like Reinhardt, unable to estimate his strength at all. Chapter 293. Boom! The sword ghost Wilhelm's sword light was extremely fast, and the originally dark night was instantly illuminated by his sword as if it were day. A distance of tens of meters was crossed in an instant. Looking at the sword light coming towards him, Lin Zhe remained where he was. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000 blades of the magic knife on his back slashed forward. The light blue sword light immediately slashed out from Lin Zhe's position. The white sword light that originally came towards Lin Zhe was immediately split open after encountering Lin Zhe's blue sword light. Seeing this scene, the sword ghost Wilhelm on the ground could not help shrinking. This was the first time he had seen something that could split the sword light. Shadow Assassin Chapter 199. However, Lin Zhe was not at all surprised by Wilhelm. After loading the 3 templates, Lin Zhe had already started to try to merge the templates. Unlike the general human body, there is only one kind of power. Lin Zhe, who has experienced several worlds, has a lot of middle power in his body, so even the blade light wielded by Lin Zhe is different from the ordinary blade light. The characteristics of the blade light inspired by Lin Zhe became complicated because of the mixture of different powers. The overall power is even stronger than the original version. I don't know how much. Don't stop me. Fear glared at Reinhardt in front of her. From Reinhardt, she learned that the sage would decide to examine Lin Zhe. The current Filu is not the girl who did nothing in the slums. After contacting many nobles, Filu gradually understood the cruelty of the upper class in the struggle for power. Felt has heard Reinhardt talk about many things about the sages, so Felt also knows how cold-blooded those big men are. It was said that they wanted to investigate Lin Zhe's identity, but who would know what he did in the end? Having lived in the capital for so many years, Feared has heard a lot about how tragic those people who were put to death on trumped-up charges are. Looking at Reinhardt, who had no intention of letting him go, Feared tried several times but was unable to escape. Reinhardt's strength was so powerful that Feared was a little desperate. After thinking for a while, Feared turned her mind. She knew that it was impossible to escape like this. She could only think of a way. After thinking for a while, Feared immediately came up with a solution. She looked at Reinhardt helplessly with a frustrated look. I'm going back to sleep. It's okay now. Lord Feared, it's better not to play any tricks. Looking at Feared, who was just going out no matter what he said, he suddenly became quiet, and Reinhardt couldn't help but become alert. He looked suspiciously at Feared in front of him, his tone full of doubt. I'll be at your door. Know it. Hearing Reinhardt's words, Felt turned around and walked towards his room, as if he had given up completely. Soon Furret returned to his room. Seems to have really compromised with Reinhardt. How could this guy be persuaded so easily today? Standing outside Felt's door, Reinhardt couldn't help but be puzzled. Based on his experience with Felt for so long, Felt was never someone who would give in so easily. But staying outside the room, Reinhardt was confident that Felt couldn't escape. The matter of arresting Lin Zhe was supposed to fall on his head, but later, because of Furret's feelings, Reinhardt didn't go. Reinhardt didn't have much thought about the fact that sages would want to investigate Lin Zhe. He had also investigated Lin Zhe's origins, but to no avail. Later, in order to win over Lin Zhe, he did not continue to investigate Lin Zhe's identity. Just as Reinhardt was thinking about it, he suddenly felt that Felt's breath in the room had suddenly disappeared. Reinhardt's brow furrowed immediately, and he rushed into Furret's room without any hesitation. Entering the room and looking around, I couldn't find Furret's figure. The only thing I could see was the open window, and Reinhardt immediately jumped out of the window. Call. Not long after Reinhardt left, Furret crawled out from the bottom of her bed. She put away a talisman on her body, and the corner of her mouth raised slightly. Lin Zhe's talisman is really good. Useful. In fact, Furret didn't leave the room just now, but hid under the bed with a talisman Lin Zhe gave her. What's thrown, I don't care. Finding herself from the short blade, Furret ran out of the door. She decided that if the sages would get along with Lin Zhe, she would completely break with the Reinhardt family and stand with Lin Zhe. Although Lin Zhe had already made it clear what he was going to do at the banquet, Furret returned to Reinhardt's mansion in order to better help Lin Zhe. But Furret did not expect such a thing to happen suddenly. Without any hesitation, Furret ran towards Lin Zhe's residence. On the street, Lin Zhe, who had been suspended in midair, suddenly disappeared in place, and Wilhelm, who was standing on the ground, couldn't help but have an ominous premonition in his heart. Chang! Suddenly, a crisp metallic hiss resounded on the other side of the street. Although the sound was not loud, it was as clear as it sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, a huge pressure suddenly appeared in everyone's heart. Wilhelm and everyone looked at the place where the voice appeared. At this moment, Lin Zhe didn't know when he appeared near Bordeaux. The magic knife in Lin Zhe's hand waved out with 1,000 blades, and the blade rubbed against the air, making a tremor like a buzzer. The low and high-frequency sound caused oscillating sound waves centered on the 1,000 blades of the magic knife in Lin Zhe's hand, and continued to spread around. Lin Zhe's movements were extremely fast. At first glance, the power transmitted from the knife in Lin Zhe's hand seemed to distort the space. Seeing Lin Zhe galloping with a strong murderous aura all over his body, Bordeaux instantly froze on his face because he saw the army surrounded Lin Zhe, and the corners of his mouth were still smug and excited. Do not. Bordeaux subconsciously wanted to draw out his saber to block, just as he drew out his saber. Lin Zhe's long knife, which was already ready to go, suddenly slashed. PFFT. Bordeaux didn't know whether he had hallucinations, or the scene in front of him was simply too amazing. That light blue blade light, as if capable of slashing the heavens and the earth, burst forth with an indomitable and unparalleled aura. In a trance. This splendid and dazzling knife light seemed to be deeply imprinted into the soul, making Bordeaux's body stiff in place. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the baptism of this knife, shaking slightly, and Bordeaux was immediately cut in half by Lin Zhe's knife. Chapter 294. Compared with a ghost sword Wilhelm, Lin Zhe was more disgusted by the real man behind the scenes like Bordeaux, so the moment he discovered Bordeaux, Lin Zhe had already locked him inches. Although Bordeaux Lin Zhe was not impressed, he knew who he was. He was one of the members of the Society of Sages. Therefore, when he saw Bordeaux brought someone to arrest him, Lin Zhe already had a lot of guesses. Attitude became clear. Killing a member of the Zion Rengu means that Lin Zhe has completely formed a grudge with the Zion Rengu. Completely opposed to the kingdom of Lucanica. Although things were a bit rushed, Lin Zhe was not impulsive. For those who dared to covet him, Lin Zhe never showed mercy, nor would he be afraid, because of the identity of the other party. After killing Bordeaux, Lin Zhe turned around and looked at Wilhelm, the sword ghost rushing towards him from a distance. You actually killed this guy. Looking at Bordeaux, who was killed by Lin Zhe, in front of him, Ghost Sword Wilhelm's original face without wave showed horror, and the whole person's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. He knew that no matter what kind of person Lin Zhe was in the past, after Lin Zhe killed Bordeaux, he was the one who had to be executed in the kingdom of Lucknica. Without any hesitation, Ghost Sword Wilhelm directly waved the long sword in his hand and charged towards Lin Zhe's position. Because he was so close to Lin Zhe, Wilhelm crossed the distance between Lin Zhe and Lin Zhe almost instantly. The moment he swung the sword in his hand, a dazzling light that was dozens of times more dazzling than before burst out. The huge energy fluctuations directly crushed the air, and every time Wilhelm took a step, the extremely hard ground under his feet would shatter. With the sound of stab, the sword in the hand of Ghost Sword Wilhelm directly slashed through the space, and a huge sonic boom sounded. As the sword in his hand swayed, the surrounding buildings were suddenly shaken and turned into powder. "Open it for me!" Wilhelm roared angrily, and at the moment when he was about to slash to Lin Zhe, his speed and strength reached the maximum level. Boom! His attack struck Lin Zhe's body with great accuracy, directly slicing Lin Zhe in half. The sword light pierced through his body and finally landed on the extremely hard ground of Guangdu. The ground was immediately cut in half by this fierce attack. The crack, that was several meters wide and could not see the bottom, was like a serpentine dragon, shooting out in all directions. The entire street was soon enveloped in this dust. This crack divided several houses in the middle into two, destroying everything along the way, cutting everything open. Cough cough. Killed. This blow also consumed a lot of Wilhelm's strength, almost draining 90% of his strength. Coughing violently, looking at the huge crack in front of him, Wilhelm did not intend to relax at all. Although he saw Lin Zhe cut in half with his sword just now, all of this was so easy that it was unbelievable that it was real. Lin Zhe didn't stop him in the slightest, or counterattacked, which made Wilhelm feel more and more strange the more he thought about it. TFFT. Just as Wilhelm hesitantly looked at the dust-covered street in front of him, Lin Zhe's knife suddenly appeared at Wilhelm's neck. Without any hesitation, the magic knife cut Wilhelm with 1,000 blades. His head was cut off immediately. Thump! Wilhelm fell to the ground with a plop, and his head rolled on the ground. It could be seen that his face was still puzzled and unwilling. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 200. Lin Zhe emerged from the void and used the teleportation of the dimensional grid to kill the opponent's trick. Lin Zhe used it more than once. Already familiar with it. It's your turn next. Seeing that the Ghost Sword Wilhelm was killed by Lin Zhe, the knights and the magician who were originally brought by Wilhelm to besiege Lin Zhe immediately froze in place. They stared blankly at the corpse of Bordeaux and Wilhelm in front of them, not knowing what to do for a while. Lin Zhe didn't intend to stop. Without enough blood, he couldn't deter the enemy. With a wave of Lin Zhe's hand, the magic knife in his hand suddenly disintegrated into pieces that filled the sky. He headed towards the soldiers who surrounded him on the street and killed him. Puff puff puff. The fragments of 1,000 blades of the magic knife, like arrows, shot towards the surroundings and turned into a huge net that cut the flesh. Just as it shot out, the sound of the flesh being pierced in the dark night sounded. The crisp sound after penetration. Lin Zhe just walked forward. Every step he took, countless enemies turned into pieces of flesh in front of Lin Zhe, like collapsed blood-colored building blocks, crashing to the ground. The army of thousands of people did not hold on for too long and was turned into pieces by Lin Zhe's attack. As for the magic messengers, they had nothing to do, and they were completely killed. Clap clap clap. Regulus walked towards Lin Zhe from the corner of the street. He patted his palm slowly as if he admired Lin Zhe very much. The battle just now made Regulus' estimate of Lin Zhe's strength go up several steps, especially Lin Zhe's bizarre way of moving, even if he didn't see any trajectory at all. Looking at himself, Lin Zhe, Regulus shook his head slightly. It's a pity your life will end here today. If you have any last words, I can tell you. No need. Lin Zhe actually discovered Regulus, who was just watching the battle on the roof, but because Regulus was hidden in the dark, Lin Zhe didn't know who was there. Seeing Regulus walking out, Lin Zhe recognized Regulus immediately. The reason why Lin Zhe was so impressed by this man who did not appear in the original book very much was because of the hostility between him and Sloth relation. The other is because of his so-called invincible power. Seeing Regulus looking at him with pity, Lin Zhe couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. For others, Regulus' true powers almost made him an immortal existence. But Lin Zhe didn't care at all. Little guy, such an arrogant tone. Seeing that Lin Zhe was not afraid of himself at all, Regulus' originally smiling expression suddenly became hideous, and a large number of black tentacles roared towards Lin Zhe's place behind him. The speed of the tentacles was extremely fast, and in almost a moment, they crossed the distance not far from Lin Zhe. Looking at the black tentacles whistling towards him, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly, and then the dense gossip marks suddenly appeared around the two of them. Chapter 295. Before the black tentacles could touch Lin Zhe had already disappeared in place. What are you doing? Just when Regulus was looking for Lin Zhe's figure in doubt, he suddenly felt his body tighten, and when he looked down, the dense golden long rope had wrapped his whole body. Although Regulus was only trapped, there was no danger to his life or any harm, but at the moment when he was trapped by Lin Zhe, Regulus had a feeling of being shrouded in death. Driven by instinct, Regulus began to struggle violently, but before he could move, Regulus found himself in a strange place. Where is this place? Looking at the endless starry sky in front of him, Regulus could feel that the power bestowed on him by the world disappeared. Without power, he immediately panicked. For him, without the blessing of power, it meant that he was no longer invincible and could be killed. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was floating in the void not far in front of him, Regulus still had the disdain and arrogance just now, and was completely replaced by panic and pleading. Let me go, I can become your servant. I can do a lot for you, Lin Zhe didn't give Regulus a chance to talk nonsense, so he directly gave Regulus a pointer to death. In the space carried by this dimensional square, Lin Zhe found that the rules of other worlds could not be influenced here it is of. It's like Regulus' two invincible powers are completely useless here. Originally, Lin Zhe was not too sure about this, but once Lin Zhe brought Betty in here for verification. Only then did I discover another wonderful use of the dimensional grid. Looking at Regulus, who was killed by himself, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly. The function of the dimensional grid to shield power made Lin Zhe's security level in the Zero World increase a lot again. Disappeared. Reinhardt had just chased Fira from his mansion. From a distance, he saw the battle between Lin Zhe and Regulus, watching the two who were still fighting together suddenly disappear in place. Reinhardt couldn't help but froze in place. Looking around, Reinhardt looked at the corpses on the ground, and he couldn't help being shocked, especially when he saw the corpse of the sword ghost Wilhelm. Reinhardt could no longer be clamped down. Chang! Reinhardt pulled out his sword, and he began to look for Lin Zhe everywhere. Whether he was a member of the Knights who guarded the capital or a contemporary sword saint of the sword saint family, he wanted to give Lin Zhe to him. Kill it. At this moment, there is only hatred in Reinhardt's eyes. After Lin Zhe killed Bordeaux and Wilhelm of his own family, no matter what purpose Lin Zhe was for, Reinhardt also had no peace with him. The possibility of Lin Zhe's reconciliation. Are you looking for me? Lin Zhe stepped out of the void. He looked at Reinhardt in front of him. Lin Zhe was extremely calm, without any emotional fluctuations in his tone. Damn you. Reinhardt roared in a low voice the moment he saw Lin Zhe appear. All the time machines locked on Lin Zhe, and the murderous intent in his tone made no secret. Because your world has become a mess, so you shouldn't be alive. Yes? Lin Zhe looked at the furious Reinhardt in front of him and couldn't help but slightly arched his mouth and asked indifferently, "You mean, when someone comes to kill me, it's right for me to stand still and wait for my death?" Anyway, you have to die today. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Reinhardt didn't know how to refute for a while. His face suddenly darkened, and then he no longer hesitated and charged towards Lin Zhe with a sword in his hand. It's really domineering. Seeing Reinhardt rushing towards him, Lin Zhe didn't evade anything. He directly pulled out his magic knife and attacked Reinhardt. Although Reinhardt had more than 40 kinds of protection, but Lin Zhe was not afraid at all. What about the sun of the world, and what about the 40 kinds of blessings? Din din din. The battle between Lin Zhe and Reinhardt was about to break out. The two weapons collided heavily. In a short period of time, Lin Zhe and Reinhardt fought against each other dozens of times. 0. Flower 0. The two of them turned into two afterimages, and it was impossible to see the attack path of the two at all. Boom boom boom. As the fighting time between the two continued, attacks continued to spill out, and the spilled sword lights and sword lights roared out. Each sword light can shred all buildings within a range of hundreds of meters, and each sword light can make objects within a range of hundreds of meters shaken into pieces. As the battle between the two went on, the constant explosions awakened the entire capital, and those who were stronger were also attracted. This was destined to be an unsettled night. Is this the battle between the strong? Al and Priscilla were standing in the distance, watching the explosions that continued in the distance and the devastating attacks. Al couldn't help but say, "We can't get involved in this kind of battle at all." Is it still daylight? Looking at the still pitch-black sky, Priscilla's brows could not help wrinkling tightly. She was restricted from exerting her strength. Although she really wanted to fight with Lin Zhe at this moment, she couldn't do it. So Priscilla kept an eye on the situation in the arena and from time to time looked at whether the sun was rising in the east. Since she decided to support Lin Zhe completely, Priscilla has long regarded Lin Zhe as her husband. Like them, they were concerned about the situation in the battlefield, and there was also Curse, who was standing on the side. Not long after Curse arrived, she was attracted by the violent explosion at night. He just heard the sound of an explosion coming from the direction where Lin Zhe lived, and without thinking about it, Yuerkshu rushed in this direction with his saber. I still underestimated the strength of Lord Lin Zhe. Felix stood beside curious. He watched Lin Zhe suppress Reinhardt in the distance, knocking Reinhardt away again and again. His slightly opened mouth could not be closed for a long time. From Felix's point of view, if it weren't for the fact that Reinhardt had the protection of phoenixes and could not be killed, Reinhardt would have been beaten to death by Lin Zhe many times. 8. Chapter 296. If this continues, if Lin Zhe's physical strength is completely exhausted. Looking at Reinhardt, who was constantly recovering in the distance, Crusher couldn't help frowning. Although Lin Zhe had always been at the top of the battle and still had the initiative, Crusher could foresee that if this continued, Lin Zhe would definitely be consumed by Reinhardt. She took a step forward, although she knew that her strength was incomparable to Lin Zhe and Reinhardt on the field, but no matter what happened for a while, as long as she could find an opportunity, she would participate in the battle. Go. Bordeaux and Ghost Sword were killed. Mikrotov looked at the place where the explosions continued to explode in the distance. The smoke billowed and the knife was blazing. The place that had been beaten by Lin Zhe and Reinhardt was in ruins. Both Bordeaux and Ghost Sword Wilhelm were very important people in the kingdom of Lutnica, so even before the battle was over, Mikrotov had already classified Lin Zhe as the enemy of the kingdom in his heart. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.